Letter 1 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 1. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Yarmouth, Isle of Wight, Monday, August 7th. My dearest creature, I can write but just now a few lines. I cannot tell how to bear the sound of that Mr. Belford for your executor, cogent as your reasons for that measure are. And yet I am firmly of opinion that none of your relations should be named for the trust. But I dwell the less on this subject, as I hope, and cannot bear to apprehend the contrary, that you will still live many, many years. Mr. Hickman indeed speaks very handsomely of Mr. Belford, but he, poor man, has not much penetration. If he had, he would hardly think so well of me as he does. I have a particular opportunity of sending this by a friend of my aunt Harman's, who is ready to set out for London, and this occasions my hurry, and is to return out of hand. I expect, therefore, by him a large packet from you, and hope and long for news of your amended health, which Heaven grant to the prayers of your ever affectionate Anna Howe. End of Letter 1. Letter 2 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 2. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, August 11th. I will send you a large packet, as you desire and expect, since I can do it by so safe a conveyance, but not all that is come to my hand. For I must own that my friends are very severe, too severe for any body who loves them not, to see their letters. You, my dear, would not call them my friends, you said, long ago, but my relations. Indeed, I cannot call them my relations, I think. But I am ill, and therefore perhaps more peevish than I should be. It is difficult to go out of ourselves to give a judgment against ourselves, and yet, oftentimes, to pass a just judgment. We ought. I thought I should alarm you in the choice of my executor, but the sad necessity I am reduced to must excuse me. I shall not repeat any thing I have said before on that subject, but if your objections will not be answered to your satisfaction by the papers and letters I shall enclose, marked 1, 2, 3, 4, to 9, I must think myself in another instance unhappy, since I am engaged too far, and with my own judgment too, to recede. As Mr. Belford has transcribed for me in confidence from his friend's letters the passages which accompany this, I must insist that you suffer no soul but yourself to peruse them, and that you return them by the very first opportunity, that so no use may be made of them that may do hurt either to the original writer or to the communicator. You'll observe I am bound by promise to this care, if through my means any mischief should arise between this humane and that inhuman libertine, I should think myself utterly inexcusable. I subjoin a list of the papers or letters I shall enclose. You must return them all when perused. 1. A letter from Miss Montague, dated August 1st. 2. A copy of my answer, August 3rd. 3. Mr. Belford's letter to me, which will show you what my request was to him, and his compliance with it, and the desired extracts from his friend's letters, August 3rd, 4th. 4. A copy of my answer, with thanks, and requesting him to undertake the executorship, August 4th. 5. Mr. Belford's acceptance of the trust, August 4th. 6. Miss Montague's letter with a generous offer from Lord M. and the ladies of that family, August 7th. 7. Mr. Lovelace's to me, August 7th. 8. Copy of mine to Miss Montague, in answer to hers of the day before, August 8th. 9. Copy of my answer to Mr. Lovelace, August 11th. You will see by these several letters, written and received in so little a space of time, to say nothing of what I have received and written which I cannot show you, how little opportunity or leisure I can have for writing my own story. I am very much tired and fatigued with I don't know what. With writing, I think, but most with myself, and with a situation I cannot help aspiring to get out of, and above. Oh, my dear, the world we live in is a sad, a very sad world. While under our parents' protecting wings, we know nothing at all of it. Book-learned and a scribbler, and looking at people as I saw them as visitors or visiting, I thought I knew a great deal of it. Pitiable ignorance! Alas! I knew nothing at all. With zealous wishes for your happiness, and the happiness of every one dear to you, I am and will ever be your gratefully affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 2. Letter 3 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, By Samuel Richardson. Letter 3. Mr. Anthony Harlowe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. August 12. Unhappy girl! As your uncle Harlowe chooses not to answer your pert letter to him, and as mine, written to you before, was written as if it were in the spirit of prophecy, as you have found to your sorrow, and as you are now making yourself worse than you are in your health, and better than you are in your penitence, as we are very well assured, in order to move compassion, which you do not deserve, having had so much warning, for all these reasons I take up my pen once more, though I had told your brother at his going to Edinburgh that I would not write to you, even were you to write to me, without letting him know. So indeed had we all, for he prognosticated what would happen as to your applying to us when you knew not how to help it. Brother John has hurt your niceness, it seems, by asking you a plain question, which your mother's heart is too full of grief to let her ask, and modesty will not let your sister ask, though by the consequence of your actions, and yet it must be answered, before you'll obtain from your father and mother and us the notice you hope for. I can tell you that. You lived several guilty weeks with one of the vilest fellows that ever drew breath, at bed, as well as at board, no doubt, for is not his character known? And pray don't be ashamed to be asked after what may naturally come of such free living. This modesty indeed would have become you for 18 years of your life, you'll be pleased to mark that, but makes no good figure compared with your behaviour since the beginning of April last. So pray don't take it up and wipe your mouth upon it as if nothing had happened. But maybe I likewise am too shocking to your niceness. Oh, girl, girl! Your modesty had better been shown at the right time and place. Every body but you believed what the rake was, but you would believe nothing bad of him. What think you now? Your folly has ruined all our peace, and who knows where it may yet end? Your poor father but yesterday showed me this text. With bitter grief he showed it me, poor man, and do you lay it to your heart. A father waketh for his daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away his sleep. When she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age. And you know what proposals were made to you at different times. And being married, lest she should be hated. In her virginity, lest she should be defiled, and gotten with child in her father's house. And I don't make the words, mind that. And having an husband, lest she should misbehave herself. And what follows? Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter. Yet no watch could hold you, lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies, as you have made us all to this cursed Lovelace, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, and make thee a shame before the multitude. Ecclesiastes, chapter 42, verses 9, 10, etc. Now will you wish you had not written pertly? Your sister's severities. Never, girl, say that is severe that is deserved. You know the meaning of words, nobody better. Would to the Lord you had acted up but to one half of what you know. Then had we not been disappointed and grieved, as we all have been, and nobody more than him who was your loving uncle, Anthony Harlowe. This will be with you to-morrow. Perhaps you may be suffered to have some part of your estate, after you have smarted a little more. Your pertly answered Uncle John, who is your trustee, will not have you be destitute. But we hope all is not true that we hear of you. Only take care, I advise you, that, bad as you have acted, you act not still worse, if it be possible to act worse. Improve upon the hint. End of Letter 3. Letter 4 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. By Samuel Richardson. Letter 4. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Anthony Harlowe, Esq. Sunday, August 13th. Honoured Sir, I am very sorry for my pert letter to my uncle Harlowe. Yet I did not intend it to be pert. People new to misfortune may be too easily moved to impatience. The fall of a regular person, no doubt, is dreadful and inexcusable, is like the sin of apostasy. Would to Heaven, however, that I had had the circumstances of mine inquired into. If, Sir, I make myself worse than I am in my health, and better than I am in my penitence, it is fit I should be punished for my double dissimulation, and you have the pleasure of being one of my punishers. My sincerity in both respects will, however, be best justified by the event. To that I refer. May Heaven give you always as much comfort in reflecting upon the reprobation I have met with, as you seem to have pleasure in mortifying a young creature extremely mortified, and that from a right sense, as she presumes to hope, of her own fault. What you heard of me I cannot tell. When the nearest and dearest relations give up an unhappy wretch, it is not to be wondered at, that those who are not related to her are ready to take up and propagate slanders against her. Yet I think I may defy calumny itself, and, excepting the fatal, though involuntary step of April the 10th, wrap myself in my own innocence, and be easy. I thank you, Sir, nevertheless, for your caution, mean it what it will. As to the question required of me to answer, and which is allowed to be too shocking either for a mother to put to a daughter, or a sister to a sister, and which, however, you say I must answer, O Sir! And must I answer? This then be my answer. A little time, and much less time than is imagined, will afford a more satisfactory answer to my whole family, and even to my brother and sister, than I can give in words. Nevertheless, be pleased to let it be remembered, that I did not petition for restoration to favour. I could not hope for that. Nor yet to be put in possession of any part of my own estate. Nor even for means of necessary subsistence from the produce of that estate. But only for a blessing. For a last blessing. And this I will further add, because it is true, that I have no wilful crime to charge against myself. No free living at bed and at board, as you phrase it. Why, Sir, were not other inquiries made of me, as well as this shocking one? Inquiries that modesty would have permitted a mother or sister to make, and which, if I may be excused to say so, would have been still less improper and more charitable to have been made by uncles, were the mother forbidden, or the sister not inclined to make them, than those they have made. Although my humble application has brought upon me so much severe reproach, I repent not that I have written to my mother, although I cannot but wish that I had not written to my sister, because I have satisfied a dutiful consciousness by it, however unanswered by the wished for success. Nevertheless, I cannot help saying, that mine is indeed a hard fate, that I cannot beg pardon for my capital errors, without doing it in such terms as shall be an aggravation of the offence. But I had best leave off, lest, as my full mind, I find, is rising to my pen, I have other pardons to beg as I multiply lines, where none at all will be given. God Almighty bless, preserve, and comfort my dear sorrowing and grievously offended father and mother, and continue in honour, favour, and merit, my happy sister. May God forgive my brother, and protect him from the violence of his own temper, as well as from the destroyer of his sister's honour. And may you, my dear uncle, and your no less now than ever dear brother, my second papa, as he used to bid me call him, be blessed and happy in them and in each other. And in order to this, may you all speedily banish from your remembrance for ever the unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 4. Letter 5 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 5. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Monday, August 14. All your friends here, my dear young lady, now seem set upon proposing to you to go to one of the plantations. This, I believe, is owing to some misrepresentations of Mr. Brand, from whom they have received a letter. I wish with all my heart that you could, consistently with your own notions of honour, yield to the pressing requests of all Mr. Lovelace's family in his behalf. This, I think, would stop every mouth, and in time reconcile every body to you. For your own friends will not believe that he is in earnest to marry you, and the hatred between the families is such that they will not condescend to inform themselves better, nor would believe him, if he were ever so solemnly to avow that he is. I should be very glad to have in readiness, upon occasion, some brief particulars of your sad story under your own hand. But let me tell you, at the same time, that no misrepresentations, nor even your own confession, shall lessen my opinion either of your piety or of your prudence in essential points, because I know it was always your humble way to make light faults heavy against yourself. And well might you, my dearest young lady, aggravate your own failings, who have ever had so few, and those few so slight, that your ingenuousness has turned most of them into excellencies. Nevertheless, let me advise you, my dear Miss Clary, to discountenance any visits which, with the censorious, may affect your character, as that has not hitherto suffered by your wilful default. I hope you will not, in a desponding negligence, satisfying yourself with the consciousness of your own innocence, permit it to suffer. Difficult situations, you know, my dear young lady, are the test not only of prudence, but of virtue. I think I must own to you, that since Mr. Brand's letter has been received, I have a renewed prohibition to attend you. However, if you will give me leave, that shall not detain me from you, nor would I stay for that leave, if I were not in hopes that, in this critical situation, I may be able to do you service here. I have often had messages and inquiries after your health from the truly Reverend Dr. Lewen, who has always expressed, and still expresses, infinite concern for you. He entirely disapproves of the measures of the family with regard to you. He is too much indisposed to go abroad. But were he in good health, he would not, as I understand, visit at Harlowe place, having some time since been unhandsomely treated by your brother, on his offering to mediate for you with your family. I am just now informed that your cousin Morden is arrived in England. He is at Canterbury, it seems, looking after some concerns he has there, and is soon expected in these parts. Who knows what may arise from his arrival? God be with you, my dearest Miss Clary, and be your comforter and sustainer, and never fear but he will. For I am sure, I am very sure, that you put your whole trust in him. And what, after all, is this world, on which we so much depend for durable good, poor creatures that we are, when all the joys of it, and what is a balancing comfort, all the troubles of it, are but momentary, and vanish like a morning dream? And be this remembered, my dearest young lady, that worldly joy claims no kindred with the joys we are bid to aspire after. These latter we must be fitted for by affliction and disappointment. You are therefore in the direct road to glory, however thorny the path you are in. And I had almost said, that it depends upon yourself, by your patience, and by your resignedness to the dispensation, God enabling you, who never fails the true penitent and sincere invoker, to be an heir of a blessed immortality. But this glory I humbly pray that you may not be permitted to enter into, ripe as you are so soon to be for it, till, with your gentle hand, a pleasure I have so often, as you now, promised to myself, you have closed the eyes of your maternally affectionate Judith Norton. End of Letter 5. Letter 6 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 6. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Norton, Thursday, August 27th. What Mr. Brand, or anybody, can have written or said to my prejudice, I cannot imagine. And yet some evil reports have gone out against me, as I find by some hints in a very severe letter written to me by my uncle Antony. Such a letter as I believe was never written to any poor creature who, by ill health of body as well as of mind, was before tottering on the brink of the grave. But my friends may possibly be better justified than the reporters, for who knows what they may have heard? You give me a kind caution, which seems to imply more than you express, when you advise me against countenancing visitors that may discredit me. You have spoken quite out. Surely I have had afflictions enow to strengthen my mind, and to enable it to bear the worst that can now happen. But I will not puzzle myself by conjectural evils, as I might perhaps do, if I had not enow that were certain. I shall hear all, when it is thought proper that I should. Meantime, let me say, for your satisfaction, that I know not that I have any thing criminal or disreputable to answer for, either in word or deed, since the fatal 10th of April last. You desire an account of what passes between me and my friends, and also particulars or brief heads of my sad story, in order to serve me as occasion shall offer. My dear good Mrs. Norton, you shall have a whole packet of papers, which I have sent to my Miss Howe, when she returns them. And you shall have likewise another packet, and that with this letter, which I cannot at present think of sending to that dear friend, for the sake of my own relations, whom, without seeing that packet, she is but too ready to censure heavily. From these you will be able to collect a great deal of my story. But for what is previous to these papers, and which more particularly relates to what I have suffered from Mr. Lovelace, you must have patience, for at present I have neither head nor heart for such subjects. The papers I send you with this will be those mentioned in the margin. You must restore them to me as soon as perused, and upon your honour make no use of them, or of any intelligence you have from me, but by my previous consent. 1. A copy of mine to my sister, begging off my father's malediction, dated July 21st. 2. My sister's answer, dated July 27th. 3. Copy of my second letter to my sister, dated July 29th. 4. My sister's answer, dated August 3rd. 5. Copy of my letter to my mother, dated August 5th. 6. My uncle Harlowe's letter, dated August 7th. 7. Copy of my answer to it, dated the 10th. 8. Letter from my uncle Antony, dated the 12th. 9. And lastly, the copy of my answer to it, dated the 13th. These communications you must not, my good Mrs. Norton, look upon as appeals against my relations. On the contrary, I am heartily sorry that they have incurred the displeasure of so excellent a divine as Dr. Lewen. But you desire to have every thing before you, and I think you ought. For who knows, as you say, but you may be applied to at last to administer comfort from their conceding hearts to one that wants it, and who sometimes, judging by what she knows of her own heart, thinks herself entitled to it. I know that I have a most indulgent and sweet-tempered mother, but having to deal with violent spirits, she has too often forfeited that peace of mind which she so much prefers, by her over-concern to preserve it. I am sure she would not have turned me over for an answer to a letter written with so contrite and fervent a spirit as was mine to her, to a masculine spirit, had she been left to herself. But my dear Mrs. Norton might not, think you, the revered lady have favoured me with one private line? If not, might not you have written by her order or connivance one softening, one motherly line, when she saw her poor girl, whom once she dearly loved, borne so hard upon? Oh no, she might not! Because her heart, to be sure, is in their measures; and if she think them right, perhaps they must be right. At least, knowing only what they know, they must. And yet they might know all, if they would. And possibly, in their own good time, they think to make proper inquiry. My application was made to them but lately. Yet how deeply will it afflict them, if their time should be out of time! When you have before you the letters I have sent to Miss Howe, you will see that Lord M. and the ladies of his family, jealous as they are of the honour of their house, to express myself in their language, think better of me than my own relations do. You will see an instance of their generosity to me, which at the time extremely affected me, and indeed still affects me. Unhappy man! Gay, inconsiderate, and cruel! What has been his gain by making unhappy a creature who hoped to make him happy, and who was determined to deserve the love of all to whom he is related? Poor man! But you will mistake a compassionate and placable nature for love. He took care, great care, that I should rein in betimes any passion that I might have had for him, had he known how to be but commonly grateful or generous. But the Almighty knows what is best for his poor creatures. Some of the letters in the same packet will also let you into the knowledge of a strange step which I have taken. Strange you will think it, and at the same time give you my reasons for taking it. It must be expected that situations uncommonly difficult will make necessary some extraordinary steps, which, but for those situations, would be hardly excusable. It will be very happy indeed, and somewhat wonderful, if all the measures I have been driven to take should be right. A pure intention, void of all undutiful resentment, is what must be my consolation, whatever others may think of those measures, when they come to know them, which, however, will hardly be, till it is out of my power to justify them, or to answer for myself. I am glad to hear of my cousin Morden's safe arrival. I should wish to see him, methinks, but I am afraid that he will sail with the stream, as it must be expected that he will hear what they have to say first. But what I most fear is, that he will take upon himself to avenge me. Rather than he should do so, I would have him look upon me as a creature utterly unworthy of his concern, at least of his vindictive concern. How soothing to the wounded heart of your Clarissa, how balmy are the assurances of your continued love and favour! Love me, my dear Mamma Norton. Continue to love me to the end. I now think that I may, without presumption, promise to deserve your love to the end. And when I am gone, cherish my memory in your worthy heart; for in so doing you will cherish the memory of one who loves and honours you more than she can express. But when I am no more, I charge you, as soon as you can, the smarting pangs of grief that will attend a recent loss; and let all be early turned into that sweetly melancholy regard to memory, which, engaging us to forget all faults, and to remember nothing but what was thought amiable, gives more pleasure than pain to survivors, especially if they can comfort themselves with the humble hope that the divine mercy has taken the dear departed to itself. And what is the space of time to look backward upon, between an early departure and the longest survivance? And what the consolation attending the sweet hope of meeting again, never more to be separated, never more to be pained, grieved, or aspersed, but mutually blessing, and being blessed, to all eternity, in the contemplation of this happy state, in which I hope, in God's good time, to rejoice with you, my beloved Mrs. Norton, and also with my dear relations, all reconciled to, and blessing the child against whom they are now so much incensed, I conclude myself, your ever dutiful and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter VI. Letter VII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 7. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Sunday, August 13th. I don't know what a devil ails me, but I never was so much indisposed in my life. At first I thought some of my blessed relations here had got a dose administered to me, in order to get the whole house to themselves. But as I am the hopes of the family, I believe they would not be so wicked. I must lay down my pen. I cannot write with any spirit at all. What a plague can be the matter with me? Lord M. paid me just now a cursed gloomy visit, to ask how I do after bleeding. His sisters both drove away yesterday, God be thanked. But they asked not my leave, and hardly bid me good-bye. My lord was more tender and more dutiful than I expected. Men are less unforgiving than women. I have reason to say so, I am sure. For besides implacable Miss Harlowe and the old ladies, the two Montague apes ain't been near me yet. Neither eat, drink, nor sleep. A piteous case, Jack. If I should die like a fool now, people would say Miss Harlowe had broken my heart. That she vexes me to the heart is certain. Confounded squeamish! I would fain write it off. But must lay down my pen again. It won't do. Poor Lovelace! What a devil ails thee? Well, but now let's try for it. Hoy, hoy, hoy! Confound me for a gaping puppy, how I yawn! Where shall I begin? At thy executorship. Thou shalt have a double office of it. For I really think thou mayest send me a coffin and a shroud. I shall be ready for them by the time they can come down. What a little fool is this Miss Harlowe! I warrant she'll now repent that she refused me. Such a lovely young widow! What a charming widow would she have made! How would she have adorned the weeds! To be a widow in the first 12 months is one of the greatest felicities that can befall a fine woman. Such pretty employment in new dismals, when she had hardly worn round her blazing joyfuls! Such lights, and such shades! How would they set off one another, and be adorned by the wearer! Go to the devil! I will write! Can I do any thing else? They would not have me write, Belford. I must be ill indeed when I can't write. But thou seemest nettled, Jack. Is it because I was stung? It is not for two friends any more than for man and wife to be out of patience at one time. What must be the consequence if they are? I am in no fighting mood just now, but as patient and passive as the chickens that are brought me in broth. For I am come to that already. But I can tell thee, for all this, be thy own man if thou wilt, as to the executorship, I will never suffer thee to expose my letters. They are too ingenuous by half to be seen. And I absolutely insist upon it, that on receipt of this, thou burn them all. I will never forgive thee that impudent and unfriendly reflection of my cavaliering it here over 6 persons of distinction. Remember, too, thy words, poor helpless orphan. These reflections are too serious, and thou art also too serious, for me to let these things go off as jesting, notwithstanding the Roman style is preserved, and indeed but just preserved. By my soul, Jack, if I had not been taken thus egregiously crop-sick, I would have been up with thee and the lady too before now. But write on, however, and send me copies, if thou canst, of all that passes between our Charlotte and Miss Harlowe. I'll take no notice of what thou communicatest of that sort. I like not the people here the worse for their generous offer to the lady. But you see she is as proud as implacable. There's no obliging her. She'd rather sell her clothes than be beholden to any body, although she would oblige by permitting the obligation. O Lord, mortal ill! Adieu, Jack. I was forced to leave off, I was so ill, at this place. And what dost think? My Lord M. brought the parson of the parish to pray by me, for his chaplain is at Oxford. I was lain down in my night-gown over my waistcoat, and in a doze, and when I opened my eyes, who should I see but the parson kneeling on one side the bed, Lord M. on the other, Mrs. Greme, who had been sent for to tend me, as they call it, at the feet. God be thanked, my lord, said I, in an ecstasy. Where's Miss? For I supposed they were going to marry me. They thought me delirious at first, and prayed louder and louder. This roused me. Off the bed I started, slid my feet into my slippers, put my hand in my waistcoat pocket, and pulled out thy letter with my beloved's meditation in it. My lord, Dr. Wright, Mrs. Greme, you have thought me a very wicked fellow, but see, I can read you as good as you can read me. They stared at one another. I gaped and read. Poor mortals, the cause of their own misery. It is as suitable to my case as to the lady's, as thou'lt observe, if thou readest it again. At the passage where it is said, that when a man is chastened for sin, his beauty consumes away, I stepped to the glass. A poor figure, by Jupiter! cried I. And they all praised and admired me, lifted up their hands and their eyes, and the doctor said, he always thought it impossible that a man of my sense could be so wild as the world said I was. My Lord chuckled for joy, congratulated me, and thanked my dear Miss Harlowe, I got high reputation among good, bad, and indifferent. In short, I have established myself for ever with all here. But, oh, Belford, even this will not do. I must leave off again. A visit from the Montague sisters, led in by the hobbling peer, to congratulate my amendment and reformation both in one. What a lucky event this illness with this meditation in my pocket! For we were all to pieces before. Thus, when a boy, have I joined with a crowd coming out of church, and have been thought to have been there myself. I am incensed at the insolence of the young Levite. Thou wilt highly oblige me, if thou'lt find him out, and send me his ears in the next letter. My beloved mistakes me, if she thinks I proposed her writing to me as an alternative that should dispense with my attendance upon her. That it shall not do, nor did I intend it should, unless she please me better in the contents of her letter than she has done. Bid her read again. I gave no such hopes. I would have been with her, in spite of you both, by to-morrow, at furthest, had I not been laid by the heels thus, like a helpless miscreant. But I grow better and better every hour, I say. The doctor says not. But I am sure I know best, and I will soon be in London, depend on't. But say nothing of this to my dear, cruel, and implacable Miss Harlowe. Adieu, Jack! What a gaping puppy! Yawn, yawn, yawn. Thy Lovelace. End of Letter 7. Letter 8 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 8. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Monday, August 15th. I am extremely concerned for thy illness. I should be very sorry to lose thee. Yet, if thou diest so soon, I could wish from my soul it had been before the beginning of last April; and this as well for thy sake, as for the sake of the most excellent woman in the world, for then thou wouldst not have had the most crying sin of thy life to answer for. I was told on Saturday that thou art very much out of order, and this made me forbear writing till I heard further. Harry, on his return from thee, confirmed the bad way thou art in. But I hope Lord M., in his unmerited tenderness for thee, thinks the worst of thee. What can it be, Bob? A violent fever, they say, but attended with odd and severe symptoms. I will not trouble thee in the way thou art in, with what passes here with Miss Harlowe. I wish thy repentance as swift as thy illness, and as efficacious if thou diest; for it is else to be feared that she and you will never meet in one place. I told her how ill you are. Poor man, said she. Dangerously ill, say you? Dangerously indeed, madam, so Lord M. sends me word. God be merciful to him if he dies, said the admirable creature. Then after a pause, poor wretch! May he meet with the mercy he has not shown. I send this by a special messenger, for I am impatient to hear how it goes with thee. If I have received thy last letter, what melancholy reflections will that last, so full of shocking levity, give to thy true friend, John Belford. End of Letter 8. Letter 9 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 9. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Tuesday, August 15th. Thank thee, Jack. Most heartily I thank thee for the sober conclusion of thy last. I have a good mind, for the sake of it, to forgive thy till now absolutely unpardonable extracts. But dost think I will lose such an angel, such a forgiving angel as this? By my soul, I will not. To pray for mercy for such an ungrateful miscreant! How she wounds me! How she cuts me to the soul by her exalted generosity! But she must have mercy upon me first. Then will she teach me a reliance for the sake of which her prayer for me will be answered. But hasten to me particulars of her health, of her employments, of her conversation. I am sick only of love. Oh, that I could have called her mine! It would then have been worth while to be sick. To have sent for her down to me from town, and to have had her, with healing in her dove-like wings, flying to my comfort, her duty and her choice to pray for me, and to bid me live for her sake. Oh, Jack, what an angel have I! But I have not lost her. I will not lose her. I am almost well. Should be quite well, but for these prescribing rascals, who, to do credit to their skill, will make the disease of importance. And I will make her mine, and be sick again to entitle myself to her dutiful tenderness, and pious as well as personal concern. God for ever bless her! Hasten, hasten particulars of her. I am sick of love, such generous goodness. By all that's great and good, I will not lose her, so tell her. She says that she could not pity me if she thought of being mine. This according to Miss Howe's transcriptions to Charlotte. But bid her hate me, and have me, and my behaviour to her shall soon turn that hate to love. For body and mind, I will be wholly hers. End of Letter 9. Letter 10 of Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or The History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 10. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Thursday, August 17th. I am sincerely rejoiced to hear that thou art already so much amended, as thy servant tells me thou art. Thy letter looks as if thy morals were mending with thy health. This was a letter I could show, as I did, to the lady. She is very ill, cursed letters received from her implacable family. So I could not have much conversation with her in thy favour upon it. But what passed will make thee more and more adore her. She was very attentive to me as I read it, and when I had done, Poor man, said she, what a letter is this! He had timely instances that my temper was not ungenerous, if generosity could have obliged him. But his remorse, and that for his own sake, is all the punishment I wish him. Yet I must be more reserved, if you write to him every thing I say. I extolled her unbounded goodness. How could I help it, though to her face? No goodness in it, she said. It was a frame of mind she had endeavoured after for her own sake. She suffered too much in want of mercy not to wish it to a penitent heart. He seems to be penitent, said she, and it is not for me to judge beyond appearances. If he be not, he deceives himself more than any body else. She was so ill, that this was all that passed on the occasion. What a fine subject for tragedy would the injuries of this lady and her behaviour under them, both with regard to her implacable friends, and to her persecutor make, with a grand objection as to the moral, nevertheless, for here virtue is punished, except indeed we look forward to the rewards of hereafter, which morally she must be sure of, or who can? Yet after all I know not, so sad a fellow art thou, and so vile an husband mightest thou have made, whether her virtue is not rewarded in missing thee. For things the most grievous to human nature when they happen, as this charming creature once observed, are often the happiest for us in the event. Mr. Belford's objections, that virtue ought not to suffer in a tragedy, is not well considered. Monimia in the Orphean, Belvidera in Venice Preserved, Athenaeus in Theodosius, Cordelia in Shakespeare's King Lear, Desdemona in Othello, Hamlet, to name no more, are instances that a tragedy could hardly be justly called a tragedy, if virtue did not temporarily suffer, and vice for a while triumph. But he recovers himself in the same paragraph, and leads us to look up to the future for the reward of virtue, and for the punishment of guilt, and observes not amiss when he says, he knows not but that the virtue of such a woman as Clarissa is rewarded in missing such a man as Lovelace. I have frequently thought, in my attendance on this lady, that if Belton's admired author, Nick Rowe, had had such a character before him, he would have drawn another sort of penitent than he has done, or given his play, which he calls The Fair Penitent, a fitter title. Miss Harlowe is a penitent indeed. I think, if I am not guilty of a contradiction in terms, a penitent without a fault, her parents' conduct towards her from the first considered. The whole story of the other is a pack of damned stuff. Lothario, 'tis true, seems such another wicked, ungenerous varlet, as thou knowest too. The author knew how to draw a rake, but not to paint a penitent. Callista is a desiring, luscious wench, and her penitence is nothing else but rage, insolence, and scorn. Her passions are all storm and tumult. Nothing of the finer passions of the sex, which, if naturally drawn, will distinguish themselves from the masculine passions by a softness that will even shine through rage and despair. Her character is made up of deceit and disguise. She has no virtue, is all pride, and her devil is as much within her as without her. How then can the fall of such a one create a proper distress, when all the circumstances of it are considered? For does she not brazen out her crime, even after detection? Knowing her own guilt, she calls for Altamont's vengeance on his best friend, as if he had traduced her, yields to marry Altamont, the criminal with another, and actually beds that whining puppy, when she had given up herself, body and soul, to Lothario, who nevertheless refused to marry her. Her penitence, when begun, she justly styles the frenzy of her soul; and, as I said, after having, as long as she could, most audaciously brazened out her crime, and done all the mischief she could do, occasioning the death of Lothario, of her father, and others, she stabs herself. And can this be the act of penitence? But, indeed, our poets hardly know how to create a distress without horror, murder, and suicide, and must shock your soul to bring tears from your eyes. Altamont, indeed, who is an amorous blockhead, a credulous cuckold, and, though painted as a brave fellow and a soldier, a mere Tom Essence, and a quarreller with his best friend, dies like a fool, as we are led to suppose at the conclusion of the play, without either sword or pop-gun, of mere grief and nonsense for one of the vilest of her sex. The fair penitent, as she is called, perishes by her own hand, and having no title by her past crimes to laudable pity, forfeits all claim to true penitence, and, in all probability, to future mercy. But here is Miss Clarissa Harlowe, a virtuous, noble, wise, and pious young lady, who, being ill used by her friends, and unhappily ensnared by a vile libertine, whom she believes to be a man of honour, is in a manner forced to throw herself upon his protection; and he, in order to obtain her confidence, never scruples the deepest and most solemn protestations of honour. After a series of plots and contrivances, all baffled by her virtue and vigilance, he basely has recourse to the vilest of arts, and, to rob her of her honour, is forced first to rob her of her senses. Unable to bring her, notwithstanding, to his ungenerous views of cohabitation, she overawes him in the very entrance of a fresh act of premeditated guilt, in presence of the most abandoned of women assembled to assist his devilish purpose, triumphs over them all, by virtue only of her innocence, and escapes from the vile hands he had put her into. She nobly, not frantically, resents, refuses to see or to marry the wretch, who, repenting his usage of so divine a creature, would fain move her to forgive his baseness, and make him her husband. And this, though persecuted by all her friends, and abandoned to the deepest distress, being obliged, from ample fortunes, to make away with her apparel for subsistence, surrounded also by strangers, and forced, in want of others, to make a friend of the friend of her seducer. Though longing for death, and making all proper preparations for it, convinced that grief and ill usage have broken her noble heart, she abhors the impious thought of shortening her allotted period, and, as much a stranger to revenge as despair, is able to forgive the author of her ruin, wishes his repentance, and that she may be the last victim to his barbarous perfidy, and is solicitous for nothing so much in this life as to prevent vindictive mischief to and from the man who used her so basely. This is penitence. This is piety. And hence distress naturally arises, that must worthily affect every heart. Whatever the ill usage of this excellent woman is from her relations, she breaks not out into excesses. She strives, on the contrary, to find reason to justify them at her own expense, and seems more concerned for their cruelty to her for their sakes hereafter, when she shall be no more, than for her own. For as to herself, she is sure, she says, God will forgive her, though no one on earth will. On every extraordinary provocation, she has recourse to the Scriptures, and endeavours to regulate her vehemence by sacred precedents. Better people, she says, have been more afflicted than she, grievous as she sometimes thinks her afflictions. And shall she not bear what less faulty persons have borne? On the very occasion I have mentioned, some new instances of implacableness from her friends, the enclosed meditation will show how mildly, and yet how forcibly, she complains. See if thou, in the wicked levity of thy heart, canst apply it to thy cause, as thou didst the other. If thou canst not, give way to thy conscience, and that will make the properest application. Meditation. How long will ye vex my soul, and break me in pieces with words? Be it indeed that I have erred, mine error remaineth with myself. To her that is afflicted, pity should be shown from her friend. But she that is ready to slip with her feet is as a lamp despised in the thought of them that are at ease. There is a shame which bringeth sin, and there is a shame which bringeth glory and grace. Have pity upon me, O ye my friends, for the hand of God hath touched me. If your soul were in my soul's stead, I also could speak as ye do. I could heap up words against you. But I would strengthen you with my mouth, and the moving of my lips should assuage your grief. Why will ye break a leaf driven to and fro? Why will ye pursue the dry stubble? Why will ye write bitter words against me, and make me possess the iniquities of my youth? Mercy is seasonable in the time of affliction, as clouds of rain in the time of drought. Are not my days few? Cease then, and let me alone, that I may take comfort a little, before I go whence I shall not return, even to the land of darkness and shadow of death. Let me add, that the excellent lady is informed, by a letter from Mrs. Norton, that Colonel Morden is just arrived in England. He is now the only person she wishes to see. I expressed some jealousy upon it, lest he should have place given over me in the executorship. She said that she had no thoughts to do so now, because such a trust, were he to accept of it, which she doubted, might, from the nature of some of the papers which in that case would necessarily pass through his hands, occasion mischiefs between my friend and him, that would be worse than death for her to think of. Poor Belton, I hear, is at death's door. A messenger is just come from him, who tells me he cannot die till he sees me. I hope the poor fellow will not go off yet, since neither his affairs of this world nor for the other are in tolerable order. I cannot avoid going to the poor man, yet am unwilling to stir, till I have an assurance from you that you will not disturb the lady, for I know he will be very loath to part with me when he gets me to him. Tourville tells me how fast thou mendest. Let me conjure thee not to think of molesting this incomparable woman. For thy own sake I request this, as well as for hers, and for the sake of thy given promise. For should she die within a few weeks, as I fear she will, it will be said, and perhaps too justly, that thy visit has hastened her end. In hopes thou wilt not, I wish thy perfect recovery, else that thou mayest relapse, and be confined to thy bed. End of Letter 10. Letter 11 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 11. Mr. Belford to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday morning, August 19th. Madam, I think myself obliged in honour to acquaint you that I am afraid Mr. Lovelace will try his fate by an interview with you. I wish to heaven you could prevail upon yourself to receive his visit. All that is respectful even to veneration, and all that is penitent, will you see in his behaviour, if you can admit of it. But, as I am obliged to set out directly for Epsom, to perform, as I apprehend, the last friendly offices for poor Mr. Belton, whom once you saw, and as I think it more likely that Mr. Lovelace will not be prevailed upon than that he will, I thought fit to give you this intimation, lest, if he should come, you should be too much surprised. He flatters himself that you are not so ill as I represent you to be. When he sees you, he will be convinced that the most obliging things he can do will be as proper to be done for the sake of his own future peace of mind as for your health's sake, and, I dare say, in fear of hurting the latter, he will forbear the thoughts of any further intrusion, at least while you are so much indisposed. So that 1/2 hour's shock, if it will be a shock to see the unhappy man, but just got up himself from a dangerous fever, will be all you will have occasion to stand. I beg you will not too much hurry and discompose yourself. It is impossible he can be in town till Monday at soonest, and if he resolve to come, I hope to be at Mr. Smith's before him. I am, Madam, with the profoundest veneration, your most faithful and most obedient servant, J. Belford. End of Letter 11. Letter 12 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 12. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire. Sunday, August 20th. What an unmerciful fellow art thou! A man has no need of a conscience who has such an impertinent monitor. But if Nick Rowe wrote a play that answers not his title, am I to be reflected upon for that? I have sinned, I repent, I would repair. She forgives my sin, she accepts my repentance, but she won't let me repair. What wouldst thou have me do? But get thee gone to Belton as soon as thou canst. Yet whether thou goest or not, up I must go, and see what I can do with the sweet oddity myself. The moment these prescribing varlets will let me, depend upon it, I go. Nay, Lord M. thinks she ought to permit me one interview. His opinion has great authority with me, when it squares with my own, and I have assured him and my 2 cousins that I will behave with all the decency and respect that man can behave with to the person whom he most respects. And so I will. Of this, if thou choosest not to go to Belton meantime, thou shalt be witness. Colonel Morden, thou hast heard me say, is a man of honour and bravery. But Colonel Morden has had his girls as well as you or I. And indeed, either openly or secretly, who has not? The devil always baits with a pretty wench when he angles for a man, be his age, rank, or degree what it will. I have often heard my beloved speak of the Colonel with great distinction and esteem. I wish he could make matters a little easier, for her mind's sake, between the rest of the implacables and herself. Methinks I am sorry for honest Belton,
But a man cannot be ill or vapourish, but thou liftest up thy shriek-owl note, and killest him immediately. None but a fellow, who is for a drummer in death's forlorn hope, could take so much delight as thou dost, in beating a dead march with thy goose-quills. Whereas, didst thou but know thine own talents, thou art formed to give mirth by thy very appearance, and wouldst make a better figure by half, leading up thy brother bears at Hockley in the Hole to the music of a Scotch bagpipe. Methinks I see thy clumsy sides shaking, and shaking the sides of all beholders, in these attitudes, thy fat head archly beating time on thy porterly shoulders, right and left by turns, as I once beheld thee practising to the hornpipe at Preston. Thou rememberest the frolic, as I have done 100 times, for I never before saw thee appear so much in character. But I know what I shall get by this, only that notable observation repeated, that thy outside is the worst of thee, and mine the best of me. And so let it be. Nothing thou writest of this sort can I take amiss. But I shall call thee seriously to account when I see thee, for the extracts thou hast given the lady from my letters, notwithstanding what I said in my last, especially if she continue to refuse me. 100 times have I myself known a woman deny, yet comply at last. But by these extracts, thou hast, I doubt, made her bar up the door of her heart, as she used to do her chamber door, against me.
This, therefore, is a disloyalty that friendship cannot bear,
nor honour allow me to forgive. End of Letter 12.
Letter 13 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 13. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq., London, August 21st, Monday. I believe I am bound to curse thee, Jack. Nevertheless, I won't anticipate, but proceed to write thee a longer letter than thou hast had from me for some time past. So here goes. That thou mightest have as little notice as possible of the time I was resolved to be in town, I set out in my Lord's chariot and 6 yesterday, as soon as I had dispatched my letter to thee, and arrived in town last night. For I knew I could have no dependence on thy friendship, where Miss Harlowe's humour was concerned. I had no other place so ready, and so was forced to go to my old lodgings, where also my wardrobe is. And there I poured out millions of curses upon the whole crew, and refused to see either Sally or Polly, and this not only for suffering the lady to escape, but for the villanous arrest, and for their detestable insolence to her at the officer's house. I dressed myself in a never-worn suit, which I had intended for one of my wedding suits, and liked myself so well, that I began to think, with thee, that my outside was the best of me. I took a chair to Smith's, my heart bounding in almost audible thumps to my throat, with the assured expectations of seeing my beloved. I clasped my fingers as I was danced along. I charged my eyes to languish and sparkle by turns. I talked to my knees, telling them how they must bend, and, in the language of a charming describer, acted my part in fancy, as well as spoke it to myself. Tenderly kneeling, thus will I complain, thus court her pity, and thus plead my pain, thus sigh for fancied frowns, if frowns should rise, and thus meet favour in her softening eyes. In this manner entertained I myself till I arrived at Smith's, and there the fellows set down their gay burden. Off went their hats, Will ready at hand in a new livery, up went the head, out rushed my honour, the woman behind the counter all in flutters, respect and fear giving due solemnity to her features, and her knees, I doubt not, knocking against the inside of her wainscot fence. Your servant, madam. Will, let the fellows move to some distance, and wait. You have a young lady lodgers here, Miss Harlowe, madam. Is she above? Sir, and please your honour. The woman is struck with my figure, thought I. Miss Harlowe, sir, there is indeed such a young lady lodgers here, but what, madam? I must see her. One pair of stairs, is it not? Don't trouble yourself, I shall find her apartment. And was making towards the stairs. Sir, the lady is not at home. She is abroad. She is in the country. In the country? Not at home? Impossible. You will not pass this story upon me, good woman. I must see her. I have business of life and death with her. Indeed, sir, the lady is not at home. Indeed, sir, she is abroad. She then rung a bell. John, cried she, pray step down. Indeed, sir, the lady is not at home. Down came John, the good man of the house, when I expected one of his journeymen, by her saucy familiarity. My dear, said she, the gentleman will not believe Miss Harlowe is abroad. John bowed to my fine clothes. Your servant, sir. Indeed, the lady is abroad. She went out of town this morning by 6 o'clock, into the country, by the doctor's advice. Still I would not believe either John or his wife. I am sure, said I, she cannot be abroad. I heard she was very ill. She is not able to go out in a coach. Do you know Mr. Belford, friend? Yes, sir, I have the honour to know Squire Belford.
He is gone into the country to visit a sick friend. He went on Saturday, sir. This had also been told from thy lodgings to Will, whom I sent to desire to see thee on my first coming to town. Well, and Mr. Belford wrote me word that she was exceeding ill. How then can she be gone out? Oh, sir, she is very ill indeed. She could hardly walk to the coach. Belford, thought I, himself knew nothing of the time of my coming. Neither can he have received my letter of yesterday. And so ill, 'tis impossible she would go out. Where is her servant? Call her servant to me. Her servant, sir, is her nurse. She has no other. And she is gone with her. Well, friend, I must not believe you. You'll excuse me, but I must go up stairs myself. And was stepping up. John hereupon put on a serious and a less respectful face. Sir, this house is mine, and what friend? Not doubting then but she was above. I must and will see her. I have authority for it. I am a justice of the peace. I have a search warrant. And up I went, they following me, muttering, and in a plaguy flutter. The first door I came to was locked. I tapped at it. The lady, sir, has the key of her own apartment. On the inside I question not, my honest friend. Tapping again. And being assured, if she heard my voice, that her timorous and soft temper would make her betray herself by some flutters to my listening ear, I said aloud, I am confident Miss Harlowe is here. Dearest madam, open the door. Admit me but for one moment to your presence. But neither answer nor fluttering saluted my ear. And the people being very quiet, I led on to the next apartment. And the key being on the outside, I opened it, and looked all around it, and into the closet. The man said he never saw so uncivil a gentleman in his life. Hark thee, friend, said I, let me advise thee to be a little decent, or I shall teach thee a lesson thou never learnedst in all thy life. Sir, said he, 'tis not like a gentleman to affront a man in his own house. Then, prithee, man, replied I, don't crow upon thine own dunghill. I stepped back to the locked door. My dear Miss Harlowe, I beg of you to open the door, or I'll break it open. Pushing hard against it, that it cracked again. The man looked pale, and trembling with his fright, made a plaguy long face, and called to one of his bodice-makers above, Joseph, come down quickly. Joseph came down, a lion's-faced grinning fellow, thick and short and bushy-headed, like an old oak pollard. Then did Master John put on a sturdier look. But I only hummed a tune, traversed all the other apartments, sounded the passages with my knuckles, to find whether there were private doors, and walked up the next pair of stairs, singing all the way. John and Joseph and Mrs. Smith following me up, trembling. I looked round me there, and went into 2 open-door bed-chambers, searched the closets and the passages, and peeped through the keyhole of another. No Miss Harlowe, by Jupiter! What shall I do? What shall I do? as the girls say. Now will she be grieved that she is out of the way. I said this on purpose to find out whether these people knew the lady's story, and had the answer I expected from Mrs. Smith. I believe not, sir. Why so, Mrs. Smith? Do you know who I am? I can guess, sir. Whom do you guess me to be? Your name is Mr. Lovelace, sir, I make no doubt. The very same. But how came you to guess so well, Dame Smith? You never saw me before, did you? Here, Jack, I laid out for a compliment, and missed it. 'Tis easy to guess, sir, for there cannot be 2 such gentlemen as you. Well said, Dame Smith. But mean you good or bad? Handsome was the least I thought she would have said. I leave you to guess, sir. Condemned, thought I, by myself, on this appeal. Why, Father Smith, thy wife is a wit, man. Didst thou ever find that out before? But where's widow Lovick, Dame Smith? My cousin John Belford says she is a very good woman. Is she within, or is she gone with Miss Harlowe too? She will be within by and by, sir. She is not with the lady. Well, but my good dear Mrs. Smith, where is the lady gone? And when will she return? I can't tell, sir. Don't tell fibs, Dame Smith, don't tell fibs. Chucking her under the chin, which made John's upper lip, with chin shortened, rise to his nose. I am sure you know. But here's another pair of stairs. Let us see, who lives up there? But hold, here's another room locked up. Tapping at the door. Who's at home? cried I. That's Mrs. Lovick's apartment. She's gone out, and has the key with her. Widow Lovick, rapping again. I believe you're at home. Pray open the door. John and Joseph muttered and whispered together. No whispering, honest friends. 'Tis not manners to whisper. Joseph, what said John to thee? John, sir? Disdainfully repeated the good woman. I beg pardon, Mrs. Smith, but you see the force of example. Had you showed your honest man more respect, I should. Let me give you a piece of advice. Women who treat their husbands irreverently teach strangers to use them with contempt. There, honest Master John, why dost not pull off thy hat to me? Oh, so thou wouldst if thou hadst it on. But thou never wearest thy hat in thy wife's presence, I believe. Dost thou? None of your fleers and your jeers, sir, cried John. I wish every married pair lived as happily as we do. I wish so too, honest friend. But I'll be hanged if thou hast any children. Why so, sir? Hast thou? Answer me, man, hast thou or not? Perhaps not, sir, but what of that? What of that? Why, I'll tell thee. The man who has no children by his wife must put up with plain John. Hadst thou a child or two, thou'dst be called Mr. Smith, with a courtesy or a smile, at least, at every word. You are very pleasant, sir, replied my dame. I fancy if either my husband or I had as much to answer for as I know whom, we should not be so merry. Why then, Dame Smith, so much the worse for those who are obliged to keep you company. But I am not merry. I am sad. Hey ho! Where shall I find my dear Miss Harlowe? My beloved Miss Harlowe! Calling at the foot of the third pair of stairs. If you are above, for heaven's sake, answer me. I am coming up. Sir, said the good man, I wish you'd walk down. The servants' room and the working rooms are up those stairs, and another pair, and nobody's there that you want. Shall I go up and see if Miss Harlowe be there, Mrs. Smith? You may, sir, if you please. Then I won't, for if she was, you would not be so obliging. I am ashamed to give you all this attendance. You are the politest traders I ever knew. Honest Joseph, slapping him upon the shoulders on a sudden, which made him jump. Didst ever grin for a wager, man? For the rascal seemed not displeased with me, and cracking his flat face from ear to ear, with a distended mouth, showed his teeth, as broad and as black as his thumb-nails. But don't I hinder thee? What canst earn a day, man? 50 I can earn a day, with an air of pride and petulance at being startled. There, then, is a day's wages for thee. But thou needest not attend me further. Come, Mrs. Smith, come, John, Master Smith, I should say, let's walk down, and give me an account where the lady is gone, and when she will return. So down stairs led I, John and Joseph, though I had discharged the latter, and my dame following me, to show their complaisance to a stranger. I re-entered one of the first-floor rooms. I have a great mind to be your lodger, for I never saw such obliging folks in my life. What rooms have you to let? None at all, sir. I am sorry for that. But whose is this? Mine, sir, chuffily said John. Thine, man? Why then, I will take it of thee. This and a bedchamber and a garret for one servant will content me. I will give thee thine own price, and 1/2 guinea a day over for those conveniences. For 10 guineas a day, sir? Hold, John, Master Smith, I should say. Before thou speakest, consider. I won't be affronted, man. Sir, I wish you'd walk down, said the good woman. Really, sir, you take... Great liberties, I hope you would not say, Mrs. Smith. Indeed, sir, I was going to say something like it. Well, then, I am glad I prevented you, for such words better become my mouth than yours. But I must lodge with you till the lady returns. I believe I must. However, you may be wanted in the shop, so we'll talk that over there. And I went, they paying diligent attendance on my steps. When I came into the shop, seeing no chair or stool, I went behind the counter, and sat down under an arch kind of canopy of carved work, which these proud traders, emulating the royal niche fillers, often give themselves, while a joint stool, perhaps, serves those by whom they get their bread. Such is the dignity of trade in this mercantile nation. I looked about me and above me, and told them I was very proud of my seat, asking if John were ever permitted to fill this superb niche. Perhaps he was, he said, very surlily. That is it that makes thee look so like a statue, man. John looked plaguy glum upon me, but his man Joseph and my man Will turned round with their backs to us to hide their grinning, with each his fist in his mouth. I asked what it was they sold. Powder and washballs and snuff, they said, and gloves and stockings. Oh, come, I'll be your customer. Will, do I want washballs?
Yes, and please your honour, you can dispense with 1 or 2.
Give him 6 Dame Smith. She told me she must come where I was to serve them. Pray, sir, walk from behind the counter. Indeed, but I won't. The shop shall be mine. Where are they, if a customer shall come in? She pointed over my head with a purse mouth, as if she would not have simpered could she have felt it. I reached down the glass, and gave Will 6. There, put 'em up, sirrah. He did, grinning with his teeth out before, which, touching my conscience, as the loss of them was owing to me, Joseph, said I, come hither, man, when I bid thee. He stalked towards me, his hands behind him, half willing and half unwilling. I suddenly wrapped my arm round his neck. Will, thy penknife, this moment. Damn the fellow, where's thy penknife? Oh, Lord, said the pollard-headed dog, struggling to get his head loose from under my arm, while my other hand was muzzling about his cursed chaps, as if I would take his teeth out. I will pay thee a good price, man. Don't struggle thus. The penknife, Will. Oh, Lord, cried Joseph, struggling still more and more, and out comes Will's pruning knife, for the rascal is a gardener in the country. I have only this, sir, the best in the world to launch a gum. Damn the fellow. Why dost struggle thus? Master and Mistress Smith being afraid, I suppose, that I had a design upon Joseph's throat, because he was their champion, and this, indeed, made me take the more notice of him, coming towards me with countenances tragic-comical, I let him go. I only wanted, said I, to take out 2 or 3 of this rascal's broad teeth, to put them into my servant's jaws, and I would have paid him his price for them. I would, by my soul, Joseph. Joseph shook his ears, and with both hands stroked down, smooth as it would lie, his bushy hair, and looked at me as if he knew not whether he should laugh or be angry,
but after a stupid stare or two, stalked off to the other end of the shop,
nodding his head at me as he went, still stroking down his hair, and took his stand by his master, facing about and muttering that I was plaguy strong in the arms, and he thought would have throttled him. Then folding his arms, and shaking his bristled head, added, 'twas well I was a gentleman, or he would not have taken such an affront. I demanded where their rappee was. The good woman pointed to the place, and I took up a scallop shell of it, refusing to let her weigh it, and filled my box. And now, Mrs. Smith, said I, where are your gloves? She showed me, and I chose 4 pair of them, and set Joseph, who looked as if he wanted to be taken notice of again, to open the fingers. A female customer, who had been gaping at the door, came in for some Scotch sniff, and I would serve her. The wench was plaguy homely, and I told her so, or else, I said, I would have treated her. She, in anger, no woman is homely, in her own opinion, threw down her penny, and I put it in my pocket. Just then, turning my eye to the door, I saw a pretty genteel lady, with a footman after her, peeping in with a "What's the matter, good folks?" to the starers, and I ran to her from behind the counter, and as she was making off, took her hand, and drew her into the shop, begging that she would be my customer, for that I had but just begun trade. What do you sell, sir? Said she, smiling, but a little surprised. Tapes, ribbons, silk laces, pins, and needles, for I am a pedlar. Powder, patches, washballs, stockings, garters, snuffs, and pincushions. Don't we, Goody Smith? So I gently drew her to the counter, running behind it myself, with an air of great diligence and obligingness. I have excellent gloves and washballs, madam, rappies, Scots, Portugal, and all sorts of snuff. Well, said she, in a very good humour, I'll encourage a young beginner for once. Here, Andrew, to her footman, you want a pair of gloves, don't you? I took down a parcel of gloves, which Mrs. Smith pointed to, and came round to the fellow to fit them on myself. No matter for opening them, said I. Thy fingers, friend, are as stiff as drumsticks. Push! Thou art an awkward dog. I wonder such a pretty lady will be followed by such a clumsy varlet.
The fellow had no strength for laughing, and Joseph was mightily pleased, in hopes, I suppose,
I would borrow a few of Andrew's teeth to keep him in countenance, and father and mother Smith, like all the world, as the jest was turned from themselves, seemed diverted with the humour. The fellow said the gloves were too little. Thrust and be damned to thee, said I. Why, fellow, thou hast not the strength of a cat. Sir, sir, said he, laughing, I shall hurt your honour's side. Damn thee, thrust, I say.
He did, and burst out the sides of the glove.
Will, said I, where's thy pruning knife? By my soul, friend, I had a good mind to pare thy cursed paws. But come, here's a larger pair. Try them, when thou gettest home, and let thy sweetheart, if thou hast one, mend the other, so take both. The lady laughed at the humour, as did my fellow, and Mrs. Smith and Joseph. Even John laughed, though he seemed by the force put upon his countenance to be but half pleased with me neither. Madam, said I, and stepped behind the counter, bowing over it, now I hope you will buy something for yourself. Nobody shall use you better, nor sell you cheaper. Come, said she, give me 6 worth of Portugal snuff. They showed me where it was, and I served her, and said, when she would have paid me, I took nothing at my opening. If I treated her footman, she told me, I should not treat her. Well, with all my heart, said I, 'tis not for us tradesmen to be saucy, is it, Mrs. Smith? I put her 6 in my pocket, and seizing her hand, took notice to her of the crowd that had gathered about the door, and besought her to walk into the back shop with me. She struggled her hand out of mine, and would stay no longer. So I bowed, and bid her kindly welcome, and thanked her, and hoped I should have her custom another time. She went away smiling, and Andrew after her, who made me a fine bow. I began to be out of countenance at the crowd, which thickened apace, and bid Will order the chair to the door. Well, Mrs. Smith, with a grave air, I am heartily sorry Miss Harlowe is abroad. You don't tell me where she is. Indeed, sir, I cannot. You will not, you mean. She could have no notion of my coming. I came to town but last night. I have been very ill. She has almost broken my heart by her cruelty. You know my story, I doubt not. Tell her I must go out of town to-morrow morning. But I will send my servant to know if she will favour me with 1/2 hour's conversation. For as soon as I get down, I shall set out for Dover in my way to France, if I have not a countermand from her, who has the sole disposal of my fate. And so, flinging down a Portugal 6 I took Mr. Smith by the hand, telling him I was sorry we had not more time to be better acquainted, and bidding farewell to honest Joseph, who pursed up his mouth as I passed by him, as if he thought his teeth still in jeopardy, and Mrs. Smith adieu, and to recommend me to her fair lodger, hummed an air, and the chair being come, whipped into it, the people about the door seeming to be in good humour with me, one crying, a pleasant gentleman, I warrant him, and away I was carried to White's, according to direction. As soon as I came thither, I ordered Will to go and change his clothes, and to disguise himself by putting on his black wig, and keeping his mouth shut, and then to dodge about Smith's, to inform himself of the lady's motions. I give thee this impudent account of myself, that thou mayest rave at me, and call me hardened, and what thou wilt. For, in the first place, I, who had been so lately ill, was glad I was alive, and then I was so balked by my charmer's unexpected absence, and so ruffled by that, and by the bluff treatment of Father John, that I had no other way to avoid being out of humour with all I met with. Moreover, I was rejoiced to find, by the lady's absence, and by her going out at 6 in the morning, that it was impossible she should be so ill as thou representest her to be, and this gave me still higher spirits. Then I know the sex always love cheerful and humorous fellows. The dear creature herself used to be pleased with my gay temper and lively manner, and had she been told that I was blubbering for her in the back shop, she would have despised me still more than she does. Furthermore, I was sensible that the people of the house must needs have a terrible notion of me, as a savage, bloody-minded, obdurate fellow, a perfect woman-eater, and, no doubt, expected to see me with the claws of a lion and the fangs of a tiger, and it was but policy to show them what a harmless, pleasant fellow I am, in order to familiarize the Johns and the Josephs to me: for it was evident to me, by the good woman's calling them down, that she thought me a dangerous man; whereas now, John and I have shaken hands together, and Dame Smith having seen that I have the face and hands and looks of a man, and walk upright, and prate and laugh and joke like other people, and Joseph that I can talk of taking his teeth out of his head, without doing him the least hurt, they will all, at my next visit, be much more easy and pleasant to me than Andrew's gloves were to him, and we shall be as thoroughly acquainted as if we had known one another a twelvemonth. When I returned to our mother's, I again cursed her and all her nymphs together, and still refused to see either Sally or Polly. I raved at the horrid arrest, and told the old dragon that it was owing to her and hers that the fairest virtue in the world was ruined, my reputation for ever blasted, and that I was not married and perfectly happy in the love of the most excellent of her sex. She, to pacify me, said she would show me a new face that would please me, since I would not see my Sally, who was dying with grief. Where is this new face? Cried I. Let me see her, though I shall never see any face with pleasure but Miss Harlowe's. She won't come down, replied she. She will not be at the word of command yet. She is but just in the trammels, and must be waited upon, I'll assure you, and courted much besides. Ay, said I, that looks well. Lead me to her this instant. I followed her up, and who should she be but that little toad Sally? O curse you, said I, for a devil! Is it you? Is yours the new face? O my dear, dear Mr. Lovelace, cried she, I am glad any thing will bring you to me. And so the little beast threw herself about my neck, and there clung like a cat. Come, said she, what will you give me? And I'll be as virtuous for a quarter of an hour, and mimic your Clarissa to the life. I was Belforded all over. I could not bear such an insult upon the dear creature, for I have a soft and generous nature in the main, whatever thou thinkest, and cursed her most devoutly for taking my beloved's name in her mouth in such a way. But the little devil was not to be balked, but fell a crying, sobbing, praying, begging, exclaiming, fainting, that I never saw my lovely girl so well aped. Indeed, I was almost taken in, for I could have fancied I had her before me once more. O this sex, this artful sex! There's no minding them. At first, indeed, their grief and their concern may be real, but give way to the hurricane, and it will soon die away in soft murmurs, thrilling upon your ears like the notes of a well-tuned viol. And by Sally, one sees that art will generally so well supply the place of nature, that you shall not easily know the difference. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, indeed, is the only woman in the world, I believe, that can say, in the words of her favourite Job, for I can quote a text as well as she, but it is not so with me. They were very inquisitive about my fair one. They told me that you seldom came near them, that when you did, you put on plaguy grave airs, would hardly stay 5 minutes, and did nothing but praise Miss Harlowe, and lament her hard fate. In short, that you despised them, was full of sentences, and they doubted not, in a little while, would be a lost man, and marry. A pretty character for thee, is it not? Thou art in a blessed way, yet hast nothing to do but to go on in it. And then what work hast thou to go through? If thou turnest back, these sorceresses will be like the Tsar's Cossacks, at Pultowa, I think it was, who were planted with ready primed and cocked pieces behind the regulars, in order to shoot them dead, if they did not push on and conquer. And then wilt thou be most lamentably despised by every harlot thou hast made. And, oh, Jack, how formidable, in that case, will be the number of thy enemies! I intend to regulate my motions by Will's intelligence. For see this dear creature I must and will. Yet I have promised Lord M. to be down in 2 or 3 days at furthest, for he is grown plaguy fond of me since I was ill. I am in hopes that the word I left, that I am to go out of town to-morrow morning, will soon bring the lady back again. Meantime, I thought I would write to divert thee, while thou art of such importance about the dying. And as thy servant, it seems, comes backward and forward every day, perhaps I may send thee another letter to-morrow, with the particulars of the interview between the dear creature and me, after which my soul thirsteth. End of Letter 13. Letter 14 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 14. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esquire, Tuesday, August 22nd. I must write on, to divert myself, for I can get no rest,
no refreshing rest. I awaked just now in a cursed fright. How a man may be affected by dreams! Methought I had an interview with my beloved. I found her all goodness, condescension, and forgiveness. She suffered herself to be overcome in my favour by the joint intercessions of Lord M., Lady Sarah, Lady Betty, and my two cousins Montague, who waited upon her in deep mourning, the ladies in long trains sweeping after them, Lord M. in a long black mantle trailing after him. They told her they came in these robes to express their sorrow for my sins against her, and to implore her to forgive me. I myself, I thought, was upon my knees, with a sword in my hand, offering either to put it up in the scabbard, or to thrust it into my heart, as she should command the one or the other. At that moment her cousin Morden, I thought, all of a sudden, flashed in through a window with his drawn sword. Die, Lovelace, said he, this instant die, and be damned, if in earnest thou repairest not by marriage my cousin's wrongs. I was rising to resent this insult, I thought, when Lord M. ran between us with his great black mantle, and threw it over my face, and instantly my charmer, with that sweet voice which has so often played upon my ravished ears, wrapped her arms around me, muffled as I was in my lord's mantle. O spare, spare my Lovelace! And spare, O Lovelace, my beloved cousin Morden! Let me not have my distresses augmented by the fall of either or both of those who are so dear to me. At this, charmed with her sweet mediation, I thought I would have clasped her in my arms, when immediately the most angelic form I had ever beheld, all clad in transparent white, descended in a cloud, which, opening, discovered a firmament above it, crowded with golden cherubs and glittering seraphs, all addressing her with Welcome, 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 and encircling my charmer, ascended with her to the region of seraphims, and instantly the opened cloud closing, I lost sight of her, and of the bright form together, and found wrapped in my arms her azure robe, all stuck thick with stars of embossed silver, which I had caught hold of in hopes of detaining her, but was all that was left me of my beloved Clarissa. And then, horrid to relate, the floor sinking under me as the firmament had opened for her, I dropped into a hole more frightful than that of Eldon, and tumbling over and over down it without view of a bottom, I awaked in a panic, and was as effectually disordered for half an hour, as if my dream had been a reality. Wilt thou forgive my troubling thee with such visionary stuff? Thou wilt see by it only that, sleeping or waking, my Clarissa is always present with me. But here this moment is Will, come running hither to tell me that his lady actually returned to her lodgings last night, between 11 and 12, and is now there, though very ill. I hasten to her; but that I may not add to her indisposition by any rough or boisterous behaviour, I will be as soft and gentle as the dove herself in my addresses to her. That I do love her, all ye host of heaven, be witness. That she is dear to me, dearer than day, to one whom sight must leave, dearer than life, to one who fears to die. The chair is come. I fly to my beloved. End of Letter 14. Letter 15 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. By Samuel Richardson. Letter 15. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Curse upon my stars! Disappointed again! It was about 8 when I arrived at Smith's. The woman was in the shop. So, old acquaintance, how do you now? I know my love is above. Let her be acquainted that I am here, waiting for admission to her presence, and can take no denial. Tell her that I will approach her with the most respectful duty, and in whose company she pleases, and I will not touch the hem of her garment without her leave. Indeed, sir, you are mistaken. The lady is not in this house, nor near it. I'll see that. Will, beckoning him to me, and whispering, see if thou canst any way find out, without losing sight of the door, lest she should be below stairs, if she be in the neighbourhood, if not within. Will bowed and went off. Up went I without further ceremony, attended now only by the good woman. I went into each apartment, except that which was locked before, and was now also locked, and I called to my Clarissa in the voice of love, but by the still silence was convinced she was not there. Yet on the strength of my intelligence, I doubted not but she was in the house. I then went up 2 pairs of stairs, and looked round the first room, but no Miss Harlowe. And who, pray, is in this room? Stopping at the door of another. A widow gentlewoman, sir, Mrs. Lovick. Oh, my dear Mrs. Lovick, said I am intimately acquainted with Mrs. Lovick's character from my cousin John Belford,
I must see Mrs. Lovick, by all means. Good Mrs. Lovick, open the door. She did. Your servant, madam. Be so good as to excuse me. You have heard my story. You are an admirer of the most excellent woman in the world. Dear Mrs. Lovick, tell me what has become of her. The poor lady, sir, went out yesterday, on purpose to avoid you. How so? She knew not that I would be here. She was afraid you would come, when she heard you were recovered from your illness. Ah, sir, what pity it is that so fine a gentleman should make such ill returns for God's goodness to him! You are an excellent woman, Mrs. Lovick. I know that by my cousin John Belford's account of you. And Miss Clarissa Harlowe is an angel. Miss Harlowe is indeed an angel, replied she, and soon will be company for angels. No jesting with such a woman as this, Jack. Tell me of a truth, good Mrs. Lovick, where I may see this dear lady. Upon my soul, I will neither fright nor offend her. I will only beg of her to hear me speak for 1/2 of an hour, and if she will have it so, I will never trouble her more. Sir, said the widow, it would be death for her to see you. She was at home last night, I'll tell you truth, but fitter to be in bed all day. She came home, she said, to die, and if she could not avoid your visit, she was unable to fly from you, and believed she should die in your presence. And yet go out again this morning early? How can that be, widow? Why, sir, she rested not 2 hours for fear of you. Her fear gave her strength, which she'll suffer for, when that fear is over. And finding herself, the more she thought of your visit, the less able to stay to receive it, she took chair, and is gone nobody knows whither. But I believe she intended to be carried to the water side, in order to take boat, for she cannot bear a coach. It extremely incommoded her yesterday. But before we talk any further, said I, if she be gone abroad, you can have no objection to my looking into every apartment above and below, because I am told she is actually in the house. Indeed, sir, she is not. You may satisfy yourself, if you please. But Mrs. Smith and I waited on her to her chair. We were forced to support her, she was so weak. She said, Whither can I go, Mrs. Lovick? Whither can I go, Mrs. Smith? Cruel, cruel man! Tell him I call him so, if he come again. God give him that peace which he denies me. Sweet creature, cried I, and looked down, and took out my handkerchief. The widow wept. I wish, said she, I had never known so excellent a lady, and so great a sufferer. I love her as my own child. Mrs. Smith wept. I then gave over the hope of seeing her for this time. I was extremely chagrined at my disappointment, and at the account they gave of her ill health. Would to heaven, said I, she would put it in my power to repair her wrongs. I have been an ungrateful wretch to her. I need not tell you, Mrs. Lovick, how much I have injured her, nor how much she suffers by her relations. Implacableness, Mrs. Smith, that cuts her to the heart. Her family is the most implacable family on earth, and the dear creature, in refusing to see me, and to be reconciled to me, shows her relation to them a little too plainly. O sir, said the widow, not one syllable of what you say belongs to this lady. I never saw so sweet a temper. She is always accusing herself, and excusing her relations. And as to you, sir, she forgives you, she wishes you well, and happier than you will let her die in peace, 'tis all she wishes for. You don't look like a hard-hearted gentleman. How can you thus hunt and persecute a poor lady, whom none of her relations will look upon? It makes my heart bleed for her. And then she wept again. Mrs. Smith wept also. My seat grew uneasy to me. I shifted to another several times, and what Mrs. Lovick further said, and showed me, made me still more uneasy. Bad as the poor lady was last night, said she transcribed into her book a meditation on your persecuting her thus. I have a copy of it. If I thought it would have any effect, I would read it to you. Let me read it myself, Mrs. Lovick. She gave it to me. It has an Harlowe-spirited title, and from a forgiving spirit, intolerable. I desired to take it with me. She consented, on condition that I showed it to Squire Belford. So here, Mr. Squire Belford, thou mayest read it, if thou wilt. On being hunted after by the enemy of my soul, Monday, August 21. Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man, who imagines mischief in his heart. He hath sharpened his tongue like a serpent. Adders poison is under his lips. Keep me, O Lord, from the hands of the wicked. Preserve me from the violent man, who hath purposed to overthrow my goings. He hath hid a snare for me. He hath spread a net by the wayside. He hath set gins for me in the way wherein I walked. Keep me from the snares which he hath laid for me, and the gins of this worker of iniquity. The enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me dwell in darkness, as those that have been long dead. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. Hide not thy face from me in the day when I am in trouble. For my days are consumed like smoke, and my bones are burnt as the hearth. My heart is smitten and withered like grass, so that I forget to eat my bread.
By reason of the voice of my groaning, my bones cleave to my skin. I am like a pelican of the wilderness. I am like an owl of the desert. I watch, and am as a sparrow alone upon the housetop. I have eaten ashes like bread, and mingled my drink with weeping, because of thine indignation and thy wrath, for thou hast lifted me up, and cast me down. My days are like a shadow that declineth, and I am withered like grass. Grant not, O Lord, the desires of the wicked. Further not his devices, lest he exalt himself.
Why now, Mrs. Lovick, said I, when I had read this meditation, as she called it.
I think I am very severely treated by the lady, if she mean me in all this. For how is it that I am the enemy of her soul, when I love her both soul and body? She says that I am a violent man, and a wicked man. That I have been so, I own. But I repent, and only wish to have it in my power to repair the injuries I have done her. The gin, the snare, the net, mean matrimony, I suppose. But is it a crime in me to wish to marry her? Would any other woman think it so, and choose to become a pelican in the wilderness, or a lonely sparrow on the housetop, rather than have a mate that would chirp about her all day and all night? She says she has eaten ashes like bread, a sad mistake to be sure, and mingled her drink with weeping. Sweet maudlin soul! Should I say of any body confessing this but Miss Harlowe? She concludes with praying that the desires of the wicked, meaning poor me, I doubt, may not be granted, that my devices may not be furthered, lest I exalt myself. I should undoubtedly exalt myself, and with reason, could I have the honour and the blessing of such a wife. And if my desires have so honourable an end, I know not why I should be called wicked, and why I should not be allowed to hope that my honest devices may be furthered, that I may exalt myself. But here, Mrs. Lovick, let me ask, as something is undoubtedly meant by the lonely sparrow on the housetop, is not the dear creature at this very instant, tell me truly, concealed in Mrs. Smith's cockloft? What say you, Mrs. Lovick? What say you, Mrs. Smith, to this? They assured me to the contrary, and that she was actually abroad, and they knew not where. Thou seest, Jack, that I would fain have diverted the chagrin given me not only by the women's talk, but by this collection of scripture texts drawn up in array against me. Several other whimsical and like things I said, all I had for it, with the same view. But the widow would not let me come off so. She stuck to me, and gave me, as I told thee, a good deal of uneasiness, by her sensible and serious expostulations. Mrs. Smith put in now and then, and the two jack-pudding fellows, John and Joseph, not being present, I had no provocation to turn the conversation into a farce. And at last they both joined warmly to endeavour to prevail upon me to give up all thoughts of seeing the lady. But I could not hear of that. On the contrary, I besought Mrs. Smith to let me have one of her rooms, but till I could see her; and were it but for 1, 2, or 3 days, I would pay a year's rent for it, and quit it the moment the interview was over. But they desired to be excused, and were sure the lady would not come to the house till I was gone, were it for a month. This pleased me, for I found they did not think her so very ill as they would have me believe her to be. But I took no notice of the slip, because I would not guard them against more of the like. In short, I told them, I must and would see her, but that it should be with all the respect and veneration that heart could pay to excellence like hers, and that I would go round to all the churches in London and Westminster, where there were prayers or service, from sunrise to sunset, and haunt their house like a ghost, till I had the opportunity my soul panted after. This I bid them tell her, and thus ended our serious conversation. I took leave of them, and went down, and stepping into my chair, caused myself to be carried to Lincoln's Inn, and walked in the gardens till the chapel was opened, and then I went in, and stayed prayers, in hopes of seeing the dear creature enter, but to no purpose, and yet I prayed most devoutly that she might be conducted thither, either by my good angel or her own, and indeed I burned more than ever with impatience to be once more permitted to kneel at the feet of this adorable woman, and had I met her or espied her in the chapel, it is my firm belief that I should not have been able, though it had been in the midst of the sacred office, and in the presence of thousands, to have forborne prostration to her, and even clamorous supplication for her forgiveness. A Christian act, the exercise of it therefore worthy of the place. After service was over, I stepped into my chair again, and once more was carried to Smith's, in hopes I might have surprised her there, but no such happiness for thy friend. I stayed in the back shop 1 hour and a half by my watch, and again underwent a good deal of preachment from the women. John was mainly civil to me now, won over a little by my serious talk, and the honour I professed for the lady. They all three wished matters could be made up between us, but still insisted that she could never get over her illness, and that her heart was broken, a cue I suppose they had from you. While I was there, a letter was brought by a particular hand. They seemed very solicitous to hide it from me, which made me suspect it was for her. I desired to be suffered to cast an eye upon the seal, and the superscription, promising to give it back to them unopened. Looking upon it, I told them I knew the hand and seal.
It was from her sister, and I hoped it would bring her news that she would be pleased with. They joined most heartily in the same hope, and giving the letter to them again, I civilly took leave and went away. But I will be there again presently; for I fancy my courteous behaviour to these women will, on their report of it, procure me the favour I so earnestly covet. And so I will leave my letter unsealed, to tell thee the event of my next visit at Smith's. Thy servant just calling, I sent thee this, and will soon follow it by another. Mean time, I long to hear how poor Belton is, to whom my best wishes. End of Letter 15.
Letter 16 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 16. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday, August 22nd. I have been under such concern for the poor man, whose exit I almost hourly expect, and at the shocking scenes his illness and his agonies exhibit, that I have been only able to make memoranda of the melancholy passages, from which to draw up a more perfect account for the instruction of us all, when the writing appetite shall return. It is returned. Indignation has revived it, on receipt of thy letters of Sunday and yesterday, by which I have reason to reproach thee in very serious terms, that thou hast not kept thy honour with me, and if thy breach of it be attended with such effects as I fear it will be, I shall let thee know more of my mind on this head. If thou wouldst be thought in earnest in thy wishes to move the poor lady in thy favour, thy ludicrous behaviour at Smith's, when it comes to be represented to her, will have a very consistent appearance, will it not? I will indeed confirm in her opinion, that the grave is more to be wished for, by one of her serious and pious turn, than a husband incapable either of reflection or remorse, just recovered, as thou art, from a dangerous, at least a sharp turn. I am extremely concerned for the poor unprotected lady. She was so excessively low and weak on Saturday, that I could not be admitted to her speech, and to be driven out of her lodgings, when it was fitter for her to be in bed, is such a piece of cruelty, as he only could be guilty of who could act as thou hast done by such an angel. Canst thou thyself say, on reflection, that it has not the look of a wicked and hardened sportiveness in thee, for the sake of a wanton humour only, since it can answer no end that thou proposest to thyself, but the direct contrary, to hunt from place to place a poor lady who, like a harmless deer, that has already a barbed shaft in her breast, seeks only a refuge from thee in the shades of death? But I will leave this matter upon thy own conscience, to paint thee such a scene from my memoranda, as thou perhaps wilt be moved by more effectually than by any other, because it is such a one as thou thyself must one day be a principal actor in, and, as I thought, hadst very lately in apprehension, and is the last scene of one of thy more intimate friends, who has been for the 4 past days labouring in the agonies of death. For, Lovelace, let this truth, this undoubted truth, be engraved on thy memory, in all thy gaieties, that the life we are so fond of is hardly life, a mere breathing space only, and that, at the end of its longest date, thou must die as well as Belton. Thou knowest by Tourville what we had done as to the poor man's worldly affairs, and that we had got his unhappy sister to come and live with him. Little did we think him so very near to his end. And so I will proceed to tell thee, that when I arrived at his house on Saturday night, I found him excessively ill, but just raised, and in his elbow-chair, held up by his nurse and Mowbray, the roughest and most untouched creature that ever entered a sick man's chamber, while the maid-servants were trying to make that bed easier for him which he was to return to. His mind 10 times uneasier than that could be, and the true cause that the down was no softer to him. He had so much longed to see me, as I was told by his sister, whom I sent for down to inquire how he was, that they all rejoiced when I entered. Here, said Mowbray, here, Tommy, is honest Jack Belford. Where, where? Said the poor man. I hear his voice, cried Mowbray. He is coming up stairs. In a transport of joy he would have raised himself at my entrance, but had like to have pitched out of the chair, and when recovered, called me his best friend, his kindest friend, but burst into a flood of tears. O Jack! O Belford! said he, see the way I am in! See how weak! So much, and so soon reduced! Do you know me? Do you know your poor friend Belton? You are not so much altered, my dear Belton, as you think you are. But I see you are weak, very weak, and I am sorry for it. Weak, weak indeed, my dearest Belford, said he. and weaker in mind, if possible, than in body, and wept bitterly, for I should not thus unman myself. I, who never feared any thing, to be forced to show myself such a nursling! I am quite ashamed of myself. But don't despise me, dear Belford, don't despise me, I beseech thee. I ever honoured a man that could weep for the distresses of others, and ever shall, said I, and such a one cannot be insensible of his own. However, I could not help being visibly moved at the poor fellow's emotion. Now, said the brutal Mowbray, do I think thee insufferable, Jack? Our poor friend is already a peg too low, and here thou art letting him down lower and lower still. This soothing of him in his dejected moments, and joining thy womanish tears with his, is not the way. I am sure it is not. If our Lovelace were here, he'd tell thee so. Thou art an impenetrable creature, replied I, unfit to be present at a scene, the terrors of which thou wilt not be able to feel till thou feelest them in thyself. And then, if thou hadst time for feeling, my life for thine, thou behavest as pitifully as those thou thinkest most pitiful. Then turning to the poor sick man, tears, my dear Belton, are no signs of an unmanly, but, contrarily, of a humane nature. They ease the overcharged heart, which would burst but for that kindly and natural relief. Give sorrow words, says Shakespeare. The grief that does not speak, whispers the o'erfraught heart, and bids it break. I know, my dear Belton, thou used to take pleasure in repetitions from the poets, but thou must be tasteless of their beauties now. Yet be not discountenanced by this uncouth and unreflecting Mowbray, for, as Juvenal says, tears are the prerogative of manhood. 'Tis at least seasonably said, my dear Belford. It is kind to keep me in countenance for this womanish weakness, as Mowbray has been upbraidingly calling it, ever since he has been with me; and in so doing, whatever I might have thought in such high health as he enjoys, has convinced me that bottled friends feel nothing but what moves in that little circle. Well, well, proceed in your own way, Jack. I love my friend Belton as well as you can do, yet for the blood of me, I cannot but think that soothing a man's weakness is increasing it. If it be a weakness to be touched at great and concerning events, in which our humanity is concerned, said I, thou mayest be right. I have seen many a man, said the rough creature, going up Holborn Hill, that has behaved more like a man than either of you. Ay, but Mowbray, replied the poor man, those wretches have not had their minds enervated by such infirmities of body as I have long laboured under. Thou art a shocking fellow, and ever wert. But to be able to remember nothing in these moments but what reproaches me, and to know that I cannot hold it long, and what may then be my lot if... But interrupting himself, and turning to me, give me thy pity, Jack. 'Tis balm to my wounded soul. And let Mowbray sit indifferent enough to the pangs of a dying friend, to laugh at us both. The hardened fellow then retired, with the air of a Lovelace, only more stupid, yawning and stretching, instead of humming a tune as thou didst at Smith's. I assisted to get the poor man into bed. He was so weak and low, that he could not bear the fatigue, and fainted away, and I verily thought was quite gone. But recovering, and his doctor coming, and advising to keep him quiet, I retired, and joined Mowbray in the garden, who took more delight to talk of the living Lovelace and levities, than of the dying Belton and his repentance. I just saw him again on Saturday night before I went to bed, which I did early, for I was surfeited with Mowbray's frothy insensibility, and could not bear him. It is such a horrid thing to think of, that a man who had lived in such strict terms of, what shall I call it, with another, the proof does not come out so as to say friendship, who had pretended so much love for him, could not bear to be out of his company, would ride 100 miles on end to enjoy it, and would fight for him, be the cause right or wrong, yet now could be so little moved to see him in such misery of body and mind, as to be able to rebuke him, and rather ridicule than pity him, because he was more affected by what he felt than he had seen a malefactor, hardened perhaps by liquor, and not softened by previous sickness, on his going to execution. This put me strongly in mind of what the divine Miss Harlowe once said to me, talking of friendship, and what my friendship to you required of me. Depend upon it, Mr. Belford, said she, that one day you will be convinced that what you call friendship is chaff and stubble, and that nothing is worthy of that sacred name that has not virtue for its base. Sunday morning I was called up at 6 o'clock, at the poor man's earnest request, and found him in a terrible agony. O Jack, Jack, said he, looking wildly, as if he had seen a spectre, come nearer me. Dear, dear Belford, save me. Then clasping my arm with both his hands, and rearing up his head towards me, his eyes strangely rolling, save me, dear Belford, save me, repeated he. I put my other arm about him. Save you from what, my dear Belton? Said I. Save you from what? Nothing shall hurt you.
What must I save you from? Recovering from his terror, he sunk down again. Oh, save me from myself, said he. Save me from my own reflections. Oh, dear Jack, what a thing it is to die, and not to have one comfortable reflection to revolve! What would I give for 1 year of my past life, only 1 year, and to have the same sense of things that I now have? I tried to comfort him as well as I could, but free livers to free livers are sorry death-bed comforters, and he broke in upon me. Oh, my dear Belford, said he, I am told, and I have heard you ridiculed for it, that the excellent Miss Harlowe has wrought a conversion in you. May it be so! You are a man of sense. Oh, may it be so! Now is your time, now that you are in full vigour of mind and body. But your poor Belton, alas! Your poor Belton kept his vices till they left him, and see the miserable effects in debility of mind and despondency. Were Mowbray here, and were he to laugh at me, I would own that this is the cause of my despair, that God's justice cannot let his mercy operate for my comfort. For, oh! I have been very, very wicked, and have despised the offers of his grace, till he has withdrawn it from me for ever. I used all the arguments I could think of to give him consolation, and what I said had such an effect upon him as to quiet his mind for the greatest part of the day. And in a lucid hour his memory served him to repeat these lines of Dryden, grasping my hand, and looking wistfully upon me. Oh, that I less could fear to lose this being, which, like a snowball in my coward hand, the more 'tis grasped, the faster melts away! In the afternoon of Sunday he was inquisitive after you, and your present behaviour to Miss Harlowe. I told him how you had been, and how light you made of it. Mowbray was pleased with your impenetrable hardness of heart, and said, Bob Lovelace was a good edge-tool, and steel to the back; and such coarse but hearty praises he gave you, as an abandoned man might give, and only an abandoned man could wish to deserve. But hadst thou heard what the poor dying Belton said on this occasion, perhaps it would have made thee serious an hour or two at least. When poor Lovelace is brought, said he, to a sick bed, as I am now, and his mind forebodes that it is impossible he should recover, which his could not do in his late illness; if it had, he could not have behaved so lightly in it. When he revolves his past misspent life, his actions of offence to helpless innocence, in Miss Harlowe's case particularly, what then will he think of himself, or of his past actions? His mind debilitated, his strength turned into weakness, unable to stir or to move without help, not one ray of hope darting in upon his benighted soul, his conscience standing in the place of 1,000 witnesses, his pains excruciating, weary of the poor remnant of life he drags, yet dreading that in a few short hours his bad will be changed to worse, nay, to worst of all, and that worst of all to last beyond time and to all eternity. O Jack! What will he then think of the poor transitory gratifications of sense which now engage all his attention? Tell him, dear Belford, tell him, how happy he is, if he know his own dying happiness! How happy, compared to his poor dying friend, that he has recovered from his illness, and has still an opportunity lent him, for which I would give 1,000 worlds, had I them to give! I approved exceedingly of his reflections, as suited to his present circumstances, and inferred consolations to him from a mind so properly touched. He proceeded in the like penitent strain. I have lived a very wicked life. So have we all. We have never made a conscience of doing whatever mischief either force or fraud enabled us to do. We have laid snares for the innocent heart, and have not scrupled by the too ready sword to extend, as occasions offered, the wrongs we did to the persons whom we had before injured in their dearest relations. But yet I flatter myself, sometimes, that I have less to answer for than either Lovelace or Mowbray. For I, by taking to myself that accursed deceiver from whom thou hast freed me, and who for years unknown to me was retaliating upon my own head some of the evils I had brought upon others, and retiring and living with her as a wife, was not party to half the mischiefs that I doubt they, and Tourville, and even you, Belford, committed. As to the ungrateful Thomasine, I hope I have met with my punishment in her. But notwithstanding this, dost thou not think that such an action, and such an action, and such an action, and then he recapitulated several enormities, in the perpetration of which, led on by false bravery and the heat of youth and wine, we have all been concerned, dost thou not think that these villanies, let me call them now by their proper name, joined to the wilful and gloried in neglect of every duty that our better sense and education gave us to know were required of us as men and Christians, are not enough to weigh down my soul into despondency? Indeed, indeed they are. And now to hope for mercy, and to depend upon the efficacy of that gracious attribute, when that no less shining one of justice forbids me to hope! How can I, who who have despised all warnings, and taken no advantage of the benefit I might have reaped from the lingering consumptive illness I have laboured under, but left all to the last stake, hoping for recovery against hope, and driving off repentance till that grace is denied me. For, oh, my dear Belford, I can now neither repent nor pray as I ought. My heart is hardened, and I can do nothing but despair. More he would have said, but, overwhelmed with grief and infirmity, he bowed his head upon his pangful bosom, endeavouring to hide from the sight of the hardened Mowbray, who just then entered the room, those tears which he could not restrain. Prefaced by a phlegmatic hem! Sad, very sad, truly, cried Mowbray. He sat himself down on one side of the bed, as I sat on the other, his eyes half closed, and his lips pouting out to his turned-up nose, his chin curdled, to use one of thy descriptions, leaving one at a loss to know whether stupid drowsiness or intense contemplation had got most hold of him. An excellent, however uneasy lesson, Mowbray, said I. By my faith it is. It may one day, who knows how soon, be our own case. I thought of thy yawning fit, as described in thy letter of August 13th. For up started Mowbray, writhing and shaking himself as in an ague fit, his hands stretched over his head, with thy hoy, 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 yawning, and then recovering himself, with another stretch and a shake, What o'clock? Cried he, pulling out his watch, and stalking by long tiptoe strides through the room, down stairs he went, and meeting the maid in the passage, I heard him say, Betty, bring me a bumper of claret. Thy poor master, and this damned Belford, are enough to throw a Hercules into the vapours. Mowbray, after this, assuming himself in our friend's library, which is, as thou knowest, chiefly classical and dramatical, found out a passage in Lee's Oedipus, which he would needs have to be extremely apt, and in he came, full fraught with the notion of the courage it would give the dying man, and read it to him. 'Tis poetical and pretty. This is it. When the sun sets, shadows that showed at noon but small appear most long and terrible. So when we think fate hovers o'er our heads, our apprehensions shoot beyond all bounds. Owls, ravens, crickets, seem the watch of death. Nature's worst vermin scare her godlike sons. Echoes, the very leavings of a voice, grow babbling ghosts, and call us to our graves. Each molehill thought swells to a huge Olympus, while we, fantastic dreamers, heave and puff, and sweat with our imagination's weight. He expected praises for finding this out. But Belton, turning his head from him, Ah, Dick, said he, these are not the reflections of a dying man. What thou wilt one day feel, if it be what I now feel, will convince thee that the evils before thee and with thee are more than the effects of imagination. I was called twice on Sunday night to him; for the poor fellow, when his reflections on his past life annoy him most, is afraid of being left with the women; and his eyes, they tell me, hunt and roll about for me. Where's Mr. Belford? But I shall tire him out, cries he. Yet beg of him to step to me, yet don't, yet do, were once the doubting and changeful orders he gave, and they called me accordingly. But, alas! what could Belford do for him? Belford, who had been but too often the companion of his guilty hours; who wants mercy as much as he does, and is unable to promise it to himself, though 'tis all he can bid his poor friend rely upon. What miscreants are we! What figure shall we make in these terrible hours! If Miss Harlowe's glorious example on one hand, and the terrors of this poor man's last scene on the other, affect me not, I must be abandoned to perdition; as I fear thou wilt be, if thou benefitest not thyself from both. Among the consolatory things I urged, when I was called up the last time on Sunday night, I told him, that he must not absolutely give himself up to despair; that many of the apprehensions he was under were such as the best men must have, on the dreadful uncertainty of what was to succeed to this life. 'Tis well observed, said I, by a poetical divine, who was an excellent Christian, that death could not a more sad retinue find, sickness and pain before, and darkness all behind. The Reverend Mr. Norris of Bremerton. About 8 o'clock yesterday, Monday morning, I found him a little calmer. He asked me who was the author of the 2 lines I had repeated to him, and made me speak them over again. A sad retinue indeed, said the poor man. And then, expressing his hopelessness of life, and his terrors at the thoughts of dying, and drawing from thence terrible conclusions with regard to his future state, there is, said I, such a natural aversion to death in human nature, that you are not to imagine that you, my dear Belton, are singular in the fear of it, and in the apprehensions that fill the thoughtful mind upon its approach; but you ought, as much as possible, to separate those natural fears which all men must have on so solemn an occasion, from those particular ones which your justly apprehended unfitness fills you with. Mr. Pomfret, in his Prospect of Death,
which I dipped into last night from a collection in your closet, which I put into my pocket, says, and I turn to the place, merely to die no man of reason fears, for certainly we must, as we are born, return to dust. 'Tis the last point of many lingering years. But whither then we go, whither we fain would know, but human understanding cannot show, this makes us tremble. Mr. Pomfret, therefore, proceeded I, had such apprehensions of this dark state as you have; and the excellent divine I hinted at last night, who had very little else but human frailties to reproach himself with, and whose miscellanies fell into my hands among my uncle's books in my attendance on him in his last hours, says, it must be done, my soul, but 'tis a strange, a dismal, and mysterious change, when thou shalt leave this tenement of clay, and to an unknown somewhere wing away; when time shall be eternity, and thou shalt be thou knowest not what, and live thou knowest not how. Amazing state! No wonder that we dread to think of death, or view the dead. Thou art all wrapt up in clouds, as if to thee our very knowledge had antipathy. Then follows what I repeated. Death could not a more sad retinue find, sickness and pain before, and darkness all behind. Alas, my dear Belford, inferred the unhappy deep thinker, what poor creatures does this convince me we mortals are at best! But what then must be the case of such a profligate as I, who by a past wicked life have added greater force to these natural terrors? If death be so repugnant a thing to human nature, that good men will be startled at it, what must it be to one who has lived a life of sense and appetite, nor ever reflected upon the end, which I now am within view of? What could I say to an inference so fairly drawn? Mercy, mercy, unbounded mercy, was still my plea, though his repeated opposition of justice to it in a manner silenced that plea. And what would I have given to have had rise in my mind one good, eminently good action to have remembered him of, in order to combat his fears with it? I believe, Lovelace, I shall tire thee, and that more with the subject of my letter, than even with the length of it. But really, I think thy spirits are so offensively up since thy recovery, that I ought, as the melancholy subjects offer, to endeavour to reduce thee to the standard of humanity, by expatiating upon them. And then thou canst not but be curious to know every thing that concerns the poor man, for whom thou hast always expressed a great regard. I will therefore proceed as I have begun. If thou likest not to read it now, lay it by, if thou wilt, till the like circumstances befall thee, till like reflections from those circumstances seize thee, and then take it up, and compare the two cases together. At his earnest request, I sat up with him last night; and, poor man, it is impossible to tell thee how easy and safe he thought himself in my company for the first part of the night. A drowning man will catch at a straw, the proverb well says; and a straw was I, with respect to any real help I could give him. He often awaked in terrors, and once calling out for me, Dear Belford, said he, where are you? Oh, there you are! Give me your friendly hand. Then grasping it, and putting his clammy half cold lips to it, How kind! I fear every thing when you are absent. But the presence of a friend, a sympathizing friend, oh, how comfortable! But about 4 in the morning he frighted me much. He waked with 3 terrible groans, and endeavoured to speak, but could not presently; and when he did, Jack! 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 5 or 6 times repeated he, as quick as thought. Now, 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 save me, save me, save me! I am going indeed! I threw my arms about him, and raised him upon his pillow, as he was sinking, as if to hide himself in the bed clothes; and staring wildly, Where am I? said he, a little recovering. Did you not see him? Turning his head this way and that, horror in his countenance. Did you not see him? See whom? See what, my dear Belton? Oh, lay me upon the bed again, cried he. Let me not die upon the floor. Lay me down gently, and stand by me. Leave me not. All will soon be over. You are already, my dear Belton, upon the bed. You have not been upon the floor. This is a strong delirium. You are faint for want of refreshment. For he had refused several times to take any thing. Let me persuade you to take some of this cordial julep. I will leave you, if you will not oblige me. He then readily took it; but said he could have sworn that Tom Metcalfe had been in the room, and had drawn him out of bed by the throat, upbraiding him with the injuries he had first done his sister and then him, in the duel to which he owed that fever which cost him his life. Thou knowest the story, Lovelace, too well to need my repeating it. But mercy on us, if in these terrible moments all the evils we do rise to our frighted imaginations! If so, what shocking scenes have I, but still what more shocking ones hast thou, to go through, if, as the noble poet says, if any sense at that sad time remains? The doctor ordered him an opiate this morning early, which operated so well, that he dozed and slept several hours more quietly than he had done for for the 2 past days and nights, though he had sleeping draughts given him before. But it is more and more evident every hour that nature is almost worn out in him. Mowbray, quite tired with this house of mourning, intends to set out in the morning to find you. He was not a little rejoiced to hear you were in town, I believe to have a pretence to leave us. He has just taken leave of his poor friend, intending to go away early, an everlasting leave, I may venture to say, for I think he will hardly live till to-morrow night. I believe the poor man would not have been sorry had he left him when I arrived, for 'tis a shocking creature, and enjoys too strong health to know how to pity the sick. Then, to borrow an observation from thee, he has by nature strong bodily organs, which those of his soul are not likely to whet out, and he, as well as the wicked friend he is going to, may last a great while from the strength of their constitutions, though so greatly different in their talents, if neither the sword nor the halter interpose. I must repeat, that I cannot but be very uneasy for the poor lady whom you so cruelly persecute, and that I do not think that you have kept your honour with me. I was apprehensive indeed that you would attempt to see her as soon as you got well enough to come up, and I told her as much, making use of it as an argument to prepare her for your visit, and to induce her to stand it. But she could not, it is plain, bear the shock of it, and indeed she told me that she would not see you, though but for 1/2 hour, for the world. Could she have prevailed upon herself, I know that the sight of her would have been as affecting to you as your visit could have been to her, when you had seen to what a lovely skeleton, for she is really lovely still, nor can she, with such a form and features, be otherwise, you have, in a few weeks, reduced one of the most charming women in the world, and that in the full bloom of her youth and beauty. Mowbray undertakes to carry this, that he may be more welcome to you, he says. Were it to be sent unsealed, the characters we write in would be Hebrew to the dunce. I desire you to return it, and I'll give you a copy of it upon demand, for I intend to keep it by me, as a guard against the infection of your company, which might otherwise, perhaps, some time hence, be apt to weaken the impressions I always desire to have of the awful scene before me. God convert us both. End of Letter 16.
Letter 17 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 17. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday morning, 11 o'clock. I believe no man has 2 such servants as I have. Because I treat them with kindness, and do not lord it over my inferiors, and damn and curse them by looks and words, like Mowbray, or beat their teeth out, like Lovelace, but cry, Prithee, Harry, do this, and Prithee, Jonathan, do that. The fellows pursue their own devices, and regard nothing I say, but what falls in with these. Here this vile Harry, who might have brought your letter of yesterday in good time, came not in with it till past 11 at night, drunk, I suppose, and concluding that I was in bed, as he pretends, because he was told I sat up the preceding night, brought it not to me, and having overslept himself, just as I had sealed up my letter, in comes the villain with the forgotten one, shaking his ears, and looking as if he himself did not believe the excuses he was going to make. I questioned him about it, and heard his pitiful pleas, and though I never think it becomes a gentleman to treat people insolently, who by their stations are humble beneath his feet, yet could I not forbear to Lovelace and Mowbray him most cordially. And this detaining Mowbray, who was ready to set out to you before, while I write a few lines upon it, the fierce fellow, who is impatient to exchange the company of a dying Belton for that of a too lively Lovelace, affixed a supplement of curses upon the staring fellow that was larger than my book. Nor did I offer to take off the bear from such a mongrel, since, on this occasion, he deserved not of me the protection which every master owes to a good servant. He has not done cursing him yet, for stalking about the court-yard with his boots on, the poor fellow dressing his horse, and unable to get from him, he is at him without mercy. And I will heighten his impatience, since, being just under the window where I am writing, he will not let me attend to my pen, by telling you how he fills my ears, as well as the fellow's, with his Hey, sir, and God damn ye, sir, and were ye my servant, ye dog ye, and must I stay here till the midday sun scorches me to a parchment for such a mangy dog's drunken neglect? Ye lie, sirrah, ye lie, I tell you. I hear the fellow's voice in an humble excusatory tone, though not articulately. Ye lie, ye dog. I'd a good mind to thrust my whip down your drunken throat, damn me, if I would not flay the skin from the back of such a rascal if thou wert mine, and have dog-skin gloves made of it, for thy brother scoundrels to wear in remembrance of thy abuses of such a master. The poor horse suffers for this, I doubt not, for what now? And stand still and be damned to you, cries the fellow, with a kick, I suppose, which he better deserves himself. For these varlets, where they can, are Mowbrays and Lovelaces to man or beast, and not daring to answer him, is flaying the poor horse. I hear the fellow is just escaped, the horse better curried than ordinary, I suppose, in half the usual time, by his clanking shoes, and Mowbray's silence, letting me know that I may now write on. And so I will tell thee that, in the first place, little as I, as well as you, regard dreams, I would have thee lay thine to heart. For I could give thee such an interpretation of it as would shock thee, perhaps, and if thou askest me for it, I will. Mowbray calls to me from the court yard, that 'tis a cursed hot day, and he shall be fried by riding in the noon of it, and that poor Belton longs to see me. So I will only add my earnest desire, that you will give over all thoughts of seeing the lady, if, when this comes to your hand, you have not seen her; and that it would be kind if you'd come, and, for the last time you will ever see your poor friend, share my concern for him, and in him see what in a little time will be your fate and mine, and that of Mowbray, Tourville, and the rest of us. For what are 10, 15, 20, or 30 years to look back to, in the longest of which periods forward we shall all perhaps be mingled with the dust from which we sprung? End of Letter 17. Letter 18 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 18. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday morning, August 23rd. All alive, dear Jack, and in ecstasy, likely to be once more a happy man. For I have received a letter from my beloved Miss Harlowe, in consequence, I suppose, of that which I mentioned in my last to be left for her from her sister, and I am setting out for Berks directly, to show the contents to my Lord M., and to receive the congratulations of all my kindred upon it. I went last night, as I intended, to Smith's, but the dear creature was not returned at near 10 o'clock, and lighting upon Tourville, I took him home with me, and made him sing me out of my megrims. I went to bed tolerably easy at 2, had bright and pleasant dreams, not such of a frightful one as that I gave thee an account of, and at 8 this morning, as I was dressing, to be in readiness against the return of my fellow, whom I had sent to inquire after the lady, I had the following letter brought to me by a chairman. To Robert Lovelace, Esq. Tuesday night, 11 o'clock, August 22nd. Sir, I have good news to tell you. I am setting out with all diligence for my father's house. I am bid to hope that he will receive his poor penitent with a goodness peculiar to himself, for I am overjoyed with the assurance of a thorough reconciliation, through the interposition of a dear blessed friend, whom I always loved and honoured. I am so taken up with my preparation for this joyful and long wished for journey, that I cannot spare one moment for any other business, having several matters of the last importance to settle first. So pray, sir, don't disturb or interrupt me. I beseech you don't. You may possibly in time see me at my father's, at least if it be not your own fault. I will write a letter, which shall be sent you, when I am got thither and received, till when I am, etc. Clarissa Harlowe. I dispatched instantly a letter to the dear creature, assuring her, with the most thankful joy, that I would directly set out for Berks, and wait the issue of the happy reconciliation, and the charming hopes she had filled me with. I poured out upon her 1,000 blessings. I declared that it should be the study of my whole life to merit such transcendent goodness, and that there was nothing which her father or friends should require at my hands that I would not for her sake comply with, in order to promote and complete so desirable a reconciliation. I hurried it away without taking a copy of it, and I have ordered the chariot and 6 to be got ready. And hey for M. Hall! Let me but know how Belton does. I hope a letter from thee is on the road. And if the poor fellow can spare thee, make haste, I command thee, to attend this truly divine lady. Thou mayest not else see her of months, perhaps, at least not while she is Miss Harlowe. And oblige me, if possible, with one letter before she sets out, confirming to me and accounting for this generous change. But what accounting for it is necessary? The dear creature cannot receive consolation herself, but she must communicate it to others. How noble! She would not see me in her adversity, but no sooner does the sun of prosperity begin to shine upon her, than she forgives me. I know to whose mediation all this is owing. It is to Colonel Morden's. She always, as she says, loved and honoured him, and he loved her above all his relations. I shall now be convinced that there is something in dreams. The opening cloud is the reconciliation in view.
The bright form, lifting up my charmer through it to a firmament stuck round with golden cherubims and seraphims, indicates the charming little boys and girls that will be the fruits of this happy reconciliation. The welcomes, thrice repeated, are those of her family, now no more to be deemed implacable. Yet are they family too, that my soul cannot mingle with. But then what is my tumbling over and over through the floor into a frightful hole, descending as she ascends? Ho! Only this! It alludes to my disrelish to matrimony, which is a bottomless pit, a gulf, and I know not what. And I suppose, had I not awoke in such a plaguy fright, I had been soused into some river at the bottom of the hole, and then been carried, mundified or purified from my past iniquities, by the same bright form, waiting for me upon the mossy banks, to my beloved girl, and we should have gone on cherubiming of it, and carolling to the end of the chapter. But what are the black sweeping mantles and robes of Lord M. thrown over my face? And what are those of the ladies? O Jack! I have these too. They indicate nothing in the world, but that my lord will be so good as to die, and leave me all he has. So, rest to thy good-natured soul, honest Lord M. Lady Sarah Sadleir and Lady Betty Lawrance will also die, and leave me swinging legacies. Miss Charlotte and her sister, what will become of them? Oh! They will be in mourning, of course, for their uncle and aunts. That's right. As to Morden's flashing through the window and crying, Die, Lovelace, and be damned, if thou wilt not repair my cousin's wrong, that is only that he would have sent me a challenge, had I not been disposed to do the lady justice. All I dislike is this part of the dream, for even in a dream I would not be thought to be threatened into any measure, though I liked it ever so well. And so much for my prophetic dream. Dear charming creature, what a meeting will there be between her and her father and mother and uncles! What transports, what pleasure, will this happy, long wished-for reconciliation give her dutiful heart! And indeed now methinks I am glad she is so dutiful to them. For her duty to her parents is a conviction to me that she will be as dutiful to her husband, since duty upon principle is an uniform thing. Why, prithee now, Jack, I have not been so much to blame as thou thinkest; for had it not been for me, who have led her into so much distress, she could neither have received nor given the joy that will now overwhelm them all. So here rises great and durable good out of temporary evil. I know they loved her, the pride and glory of their family, too well to hold out long. I wish I could have seen Arabella's letter. She has always been so much eclipsed by her sister, that I dare say she has signified this reconciliation to her with intermingled phlegm and wormwood, and her invitation must certainly runs all in the Rockwater style. I shall long to see the promised letter too, when she is got to her father's, which I hope will give an account of the reception she will meet with. There is a solemnity, however, I think, in the style of her letter, which pleases and affects me at the same time. But as it is evident she loves me still, and hopes soon to see me at her father's, she could not help being a little solemn, and half ashamed, dear blushing pretty rogue, to own her love, after my usage of her. And then her subscription, till when I am Clarissa Harlowe; as much as to say after that, I shall be, if not to your own fault, Clarissa Lovelace. O my best love! My ever generous and adorable creature! How much does this thy forgiving goodness exalt us both! Me, for the occasion given thee; thee, for turning it so gloriously to thy advantage, and to the honour of both. And if, my beloved creature, you will but connive at the imperfections of your adorer, and not play the wife with me; if, while the charms of novelty have their force with me, I should happen to be drawn aside by the love of intrigue, and of plots that my soul delights to form and pursue; and if thou wilt not be open-eyed to the follies of my youth, a transitory state, every excursion shall serve but the more to endear thee to me, till in time, and in a very little time too, I shall get above sense, and then, charmed by thy soul-attracting converse, and brought to despise my former courses, what I now, at distance, consider as a painful duty, will be my joyful choice, and all my delight will centre in thee. Mowbray is just arrived with thy letters. I therefore close my agreeable subject, to attend to one which I doubt will be very shocking. I have engaged the rough varlet to bear me company in the morning to Berks, where I shall file off the rust he has contracted in his attendance upon the poor fellow. He tells me that, between the dying Belton and the preaching Belford, he shan't be his own man these 3 days; and says that thou addest to the unhappy fellow's weakness, instead of giving him courage to help him to bear his destiny. I am sorry he takes the unavoidable lot so heavily; but he has been long ill, and sickness enervates the mind as well as the body, as he himself very significantly observed to thee. End of Letter XVIII. Letter XIX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. VIII. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 19. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Wednesday evening. I have been reading thy shocking letter. Poor Belton! What a multitude of lively hours have we passed together! He was a fearless, cheerful fellow. Who'd have thought all that should end in such dejected whimpering and terror? But why didst thou not comfort the poor man about the rencounter between him and that poltroon Metcalfe? He acted in that affair like a man of true honour, and as I should have acted in the same circumstances. Tell him I say so, and that what happened he could neither help nor foresee. Some people are as sensible of a scratch from a pin's point as others from a push of a sword. And who can say any thing for the sensibility of such fellows? Metcalfe would resent for his sister, when his sister resented not for herself. Had she demanded her brother's protection and resentment, that would have been another man's mat, to speak in Lord M.'s phrase. But she herself thought her brother a coxcomb to busy himself undesired in her affairs, and wished for nothing but to be provided for decently and privately in her lying in, and was willing to take the chance of Maintenoning his conscience in her favour, and getting him to marry when the little stranger came, for she knew what an easy good-natured fellow he was, and indeed if she had prevailed upon him, it might have been happy for both, as then he would not have fallen in with his cursed Thomasine. But truly this officious brother of hers must interpose. This made a trifling affair important. And what was the issue? Metcalfe challenged, Belton met him, disarmed him, gave him his life, but the fellow, more sensible in his skin than in his head, having received a scratch, was frighted. It gave him first a puke, then a fever, and then he died. That was all. And how could Belton help that? But sickness, a long tedious sickness, will make a bugbear of any thing to a languishing heart. I see that. And so far was Mowbray apropos in the verses from Nat Lee, which thou hast described. Madame Maintenon was reported to have prevailed upon Louis XIV. Of France, in his old age, sunk as he was by ill success in the field, to marry her, by way of compounding with his conscience for the freedoms of his past life, to which she attributed his public losses. Merely to die, no man of reason fears, is a mistake, say thou, or say thy author, what ye will. And thy solemn parading about the natural repugnance between life and death is a proof that it is. Let me tell thee, Jack, that so much am I pleased with this world in the main, though in some points too the world, to make a person of it, has been a rascal to me, so delighted am I with the joys of youth, with my worldly prospects as to fortune, and now, newly, with the charming hopes given me by my dear, thrice dear, and for ever dear Clarissa, that were I even sure that nothing bad would come hereafter, I should be very loth, very much afraid, if thou wilt have it so, to lay down my life and them together, and yet, upon a call of honour, no man fears death less than myself. But I have not either inclination or leisure to weigh thy leaden arguments, except in the pig, or, as thou wouldst say, in the lump. If I return thy letters, let me have them again some time hence, that is to say, when I am married, or when poor Belton is half forgotten, or when time has enrolled the honest fellow among those whom we have so long lost, that we may remember them with more pleasure than pain. And then I may give them a serious perusal, and enter with thee as deeply as thou wilt into the subject. When I am married, said I, what a sound has that! I must wait with patience for a sight of this charming creature, till she is at her father's. And yet, as the but blossoming beauty, as thou tellest me, is reduced to a shadow, I should have been exceedingly delighted to see her now, and every day till the happy one, that I might have the pleasure of observing how sweetly, hour by hour, she will rise to her pristine glories, by means of that state of ease and contentment which will take place of the stormy past, upon her reconciliation with her friends, and our happy nuptials. End of Letter 19. Letter 20 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 20. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Well, but now my heart is a little at ease, I will condescend to take brief notice of some other passages in thy letters. I find I am to thank thee, that the dear creature has avoided my visit. Things are now in so good a train that I must forgive thee, else thou shouldst have heard more of this new instance of disloyalty to thy general. Thou art continually giving thyself high praise, by way of opposition, as I may say, to others, gently and artfully blaming thyself for qualities thou wouldst at the same time have to be thought, and which generally are thought, praiseworthy. Thus, in the airs thou assumest about thy servants, thou wouldst pass for a mighty humane mortal, and that at the expense of Mowbray and me, whom thou representest as kings and emperors to our menials. Yet art thou always unhappy in thy attempts of this kind, and never canst make us, who know thee, believe that to be a virtue in thee, which is but the effect of constitutional phlegm and absurdity. Knowest thou not that some men have a native dignity in their manner, that makes them more regarded by a look, than either thou canst be in thy low style, or Mowbray in his high? I am fit to be a prince, I can tell thee, for I reward well, and I punish seasonably and properly, and I am generally as well served by any man. The art of governing these underbred varlets lies more in the dignity of looks than in words, and thou art a sorry fellow, to think humanity consists in acting by thy servants, as men must act who are not able to pay them their wages, or had made them masters of secrets which, if divulged, would lay them at the mercy of such wretches. Now to me, who never did any thing I was ashamed to own, and who have more ingenuousness than ever man had, who can call a villainy by its own right name, though practised by myself, and, by my own readiness to reproach myself, anticipate all reproach from others, who am not such a hypocrite as to wish the world to think me other or better than I am. It is my part to look a servant into his duty, if I can, nor will I keep one who knows not how to take me by a nod or a wink, and who, when I smile, shall not be all transport, when I frown, all terror. If, indeed, I am out of the way a little, I always take care to reward the varlets for patiently bearing my displeasure. But this I hardly ever am, but when a fellow is egregiously stupid in any plain point of duty, or will be wiser than his master, and when he shall tell me, that he thought acting contrary to my orders was the way to serve me best. One time or other I will enter the lists with thee upon thy conduct and mine to servants, and I will convince thee that what thou wouldst have passed for humanity, if it be indiscriminately practised to all tempers, will perpetually subject thee to the evils thou complainest of, and justly too. And that he only is fit to be a master of servants, who can command their attention as much by a nod, as if he were to prithee a fellow to do his duty on one hand, or to talk of flaying and horsewhipping like Mowbray on the other. For the servant who, being used to expect thy creeping style, will always be master of his master, and he who deserves to be treated as the other, is not fit to be any man's servant, nor would I keep such a fellow to rub my horse's heels. I shall be the readier to enter the lists with thee upon this argument, because I have presumption enough to think that we have not in any of our dramatic poets, that I can at present call to mind, one character of a servant of either sex that is justly hit off, so absurdly wise some, and so sottishly foolish others, and both sometime in the same person, foils drawn from lees or dregs of the people to set off the characters of their masters and mistresses, nay, sometimes, which is still more absurd, introduced with more wit than the poet has to bestow upon their principals, mere flints and steels to strike fire with, or, to vary the metaphor, to serve for whetstones to wit, which otherwise could not be made apparent, or for engines to be made use of like the machinery of the ancient poets, or the still more unnatural soliloquy, to help on a sorry plot, or to bring about a necessary éclaircissement, to save the poet the trouble of thinking deeply for a better way to wind up his bottoms. Of this I am persuaded, whatever my practice be to my own servants, that thou wilt be benefited by my theory, when we come to controvert the point. For then I shall convince thee, that the dramatic as well as natural characteristics of a good servant ought to be fidelity, common sense, cheerful obedience, and silent respect; that wit in his station, except to his companions, would be sauciness; and that he should never presume to give his advice; that if he ventured to expostulate upon any unreasonable command, or such a one appeared to him to be so, he should do it with humility and respect, and take a proper season for it. But such lessons do most of the dramatic performances I have seen give, where servants are introduced as characters essential to the play, or to act very significant or long parts in it, which of itself I think a fault. Such lessons, I say, do they give to the footman's gallery, that I have not wondered we have so few modest or good men servants among those who often attend their masters or mistresses to plays. Then how miserably evident must that poet's conscious want of genius be, who can stoop to raise or give force to a clap by the indiscriminate roar of the party-coloured gallery. But this subject I will suspend to a better opportunity. That is to say, to the happy one, when my nuptials with my Clarissa will oblige me to increase the number of my servants, and of consequence to enter more nicely into their qualifications. Although I have the highest opinion that man can have of the generosity of my dear Miss Harlowe, yet I cannot for the heart of me account for this agreeable change in her temper but one way. Faith and troth, Belford, I verily believe, laying all circumstances together, that the dear creature unexpectedly finds herself in the way I have so ardently wished her to be in, and that this makes her, at last, inclined to favour me, that she may set the better faith on her gestation, when at her father's. If this be the case, all her falling away and her fainting fits are charmingly accounted for. Nor is it surprising that such a sweet novice in these matters should not, for some time, have known to what to attribute her frequent indispositions. If this should be the case, how I shall laugh at thee! And, when I am sure of her, at the dear novice herself,
that all her grievous distresses shall end in a man-child, which I shall love better than all the cherubims and seraphims that may come after, though there were to be as many of them as I beheld in my dream, in which a vast expanse of firmament was stuck as full of them as it could hold. I shall be afraid to open thy next, lest it bring me the account of poor Belton's death. Yet, as there are no hopes of his recovery, but what should I say, unless the poor man were better fitted? But thy heavy sermon shall not affect me too much neither. I enclose thy papers, and do thou transcribe them for me, or return them, for there are some things in them which, at a proper season, a mortal man should not avoid attending to, and thou seemest to have entered deeply into the shocking subject. But here I will end, lest I grow too serious. Thy servant called here about an hour ago, to know if I had any commands. I therefore hope that thou wilt have this early in the morning, and if thou canst let me hear from thee, do. I'll stretch an hour or two in expectation of it. Yet I must be at Lord M.'s to-morrow night, if possible, though ever so late. Thy fellow tells me the poor man is much as he was when Mowbray left him. Wouldst thou think that this varlet Mowbray is sorry that I am so near being happy with Miss Harlowe? And egad, Jack, I know not what to say to it, now the fruit seems to be within my reach. But let what will come, I'll stand to it, for I find I can't live without her. End of Letter 20.
Letter 21 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 21. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esquire, Wednesday, 3 o'clock. I will proceed where I left off in my last. As soon as I had seen Mowbray mounted, I went to attend upon poor Belton, whom I found in dreadful agonies, in which he awoke, after he generally does. The doctor came in presently after, and I was concerned at the scene that passed between them. It opened with the dying man's asking him, with melancholy earnestness, if nothing at all could be done for him. The doctor shook his head, and told him he doubted not. I cannot die, said the poor man. I cannot think of dying. I am very desirous of living a little longer, if I could but be free from these horrible pains in my stomach and head. Can you give me nothing to make me pass 1 week, but 1 week in tolerable ease, that I may die like a man, if I must die? But, doctor, I am yet a young man, in the prime of my years. Youth is a good subject for a physician to work upon. Can you do nothing, nothing at all for me, doctor? Alas, sir, replied his physician, you have been long in a bad way. I fear nothing in physic can help you. He was then out of all patience. What then is your art, sir? I have been a passive machine for a whole 12-month, to be wrought upon at the pleasure of you people of the faculty. I verily believe, had I not taken such doses of nasty stuff, I had been now a well man. But who the plague would regard physicians, whose art is to cheat us with hopes while they help to destroy us, and who, not one of you, know any thing but by guess? Sir, continued he fiercely, and with more strength of voice and coherence than he had shown for several hours before, if you give me over, I give you over. The only honest and certain part of the art of healing is surgery. A good surgeon is worth 1,000 of you. I have been in surgeons' hands often, and have always found reason to depend upon their skill. But your art, sir, what is it? But to daub, load, plaster, till ye utterly destroy the appetite first, and the constitution afterwards, which you are called in to help. I had a companion once, my dear Belford, thou knewest honest Blomer, as pretty a physician he would have made as any in England, had he kept himself from excess in wine and women. And he always used to say there was nothing at all but the pickpocket parade in the physician's art, and that the best guesser was the best physician. And I used to believe him too. And yet, fond of life, and fearful of death, what do we do when we are taken ill but call ye in? And what do ye do, when called in, but nurse our distempers, till from pygmies you make giants of them? And then ye come creeping with solemn faces, when ye are ashamed to prescribe, or when the stomach won't bear its natural food by reason of your poisonous potions. Alas, I am afraid physic can do no more for him. Nor need it, when it has brought to the brink of the grave the poor wretch who placed all his reliance in your cursed slops, and the flattering hopes you gave him. The doctor was out of countenance, but said, if we could make mortal men immortal, and would not, all this might be just. I blamed the poor man, yet excused him to the physician. To die, dear doctor, when, like my poor friend, we are so desirous of life, is a melancholy thing. We are apt to hope too much, not considering that the seeds of death are sown in us when we begin to live, and grow up, till, like rampant weeds, they choke the tender flower of life, which declines in us as those weeds flourish.
We ought, therefore, to begin early to study what our constitutions will bear, in order to root out, by temperance, the weeds which the soil is most apt to produce, or at least to keep them down as they rise, and not, when the flower or plant is withered at the root, and the weed in its full vigour, expect that the medical art will restore the one, or destroy the other, when that other, as I hinted, has been rooting itself in the habit from the time of our birth. This speech, Bob, thou wilt call a prettiness; but the allegory is just, and thou hast not quite cured me of the metaphorical. Very true, said the doctor. You have brought a good metaphor to illustrate the thing. I am sorry I can do nothing for the gentleman, and can only recommend patience and a better frame of mind. Well, sir, said the poor angry man, vexed at the doctor, but more at death, you will perhaps recommend the next succession to the physician, when he can do no more, and I suppose will send your brother to pray by me for those virtues which you wish me. It seems the physician's brother is a clergyman in the neighbourhood. I was greatly concerned to see the gentleman thus treated, and so I told poor Belton when he was gone. But he continued impatient, and would not be denied, he said, the liberty of talking to a man who had taken so many guineas of him for doing nothing, or worse than nothing, and never declined one, though he know all the time he could do him no good. It seems the gentleman, though rich, is noted for being greedy after fees, and poor Belton went on raving at the extravagant fees of English physicians, compared with those of the most eminent foreign ones. But, poor man, he, like the Turks, who judge of a general by his success, out of patience to think he must die, would have worshipped the doctor, and not grudged 3 times the sum, could he have given him hopes of recovery. But nevertheless I must needs say, that gentlemen of the faculty should be more moderate in their fees, or take more pains to deserve them. For generally they only come into a room, feel the sick man's pulse, ask the nurse a few questions, inspect the patient's tongue, and perhaps his water, then sit down, look plaguy wise, and write. The golden fee finds the ready hand, and they hurry away, as if the sick man's room were infectious. So to the next they troll, and to the next, if men of great practice, valuing themselves upon the number of visits they make in a morning, and the little time they make them in. They go to dinner, and unload their pockets, and sally out again to refill them. And thus in a little time they raise vast estates, for, as Ratcliffe said, when first told of a great loss which befell him, it was only going up and down 100 pairs of stairs to fetch it up. Mrs. Samber, Belton's sister, had several times proposed to him a minister to pray by him, but the poor man could not, he said, bear the thoughts of one, for that he should certainly die in an hour or 2 after, and he was willing to hope still, against all probability, that he might recover, and was often asking his sister if she had not seen people as bad as he was, who, almost to a miracle, when everybody gave them over, had got up again. She, shaking her head, told him she had, but once saying that their disorders were of an acute kind, and such as had a crisis in them, he called her small hopes, and Job's comforter, and bid her say nothing, if she could not say more to the purpose, and what was fitter for a sick man to hear. And yet, poor fellow, he has no hopes himself, as is plain by his desponding terrors, one of which he fell into, and a very dreadful one, soon after the doctor went. Wednesday, 9 o'clock at night. The poor man had been in convulsions, terrible convulsions, for an hour past. O Lord, Lovelace, death is a shocking thing. By my faith it is. I wish thou wert present on this occasion. It is not merely the concern a man has for his friend, but, as death is the common lot, we see, in his agonies, how it will be one day with ourselves. I am all over as if cold water were poured down my back, or as if I had a strong ague fit upon me. I was obliged to come away, and I write, hardly knowing what. I wish thou wert here. Though I left him because I could stay no longer, I can't be easy by myself, but must go to him again. 11 o'clock. Poor Belton! Drawing on apace. Yet was he sensible when I went in. Too sensible, poor man. He has something upon his mind to reveal, he tells me, that is the worst action of his life. Worse than ever you or I knew of him, he says. It must then be very bad. He ordered every body out, but was seized with another convulsion fit before he could reveal it, and in it he lies struggling between life and death. But I'll go in again. 1 o'clock in the morning. All now must soon be over with him. Poor, poor fellow! He has given me some hints of what he wanted to say, but all incoherent, interrupted by dying hiccups and convulsions. Bad enough it must be, heaven knows, by what I can gather. Alas, Lovelace, I fear he came too soon into his uncle's estate. If a man were to live always, he might have some temptation to do base things, in order to procure to himself, as it would then be, everlasting ease, plenty, or affluence. But for the sake of 10, 20, 30 years of poor life, to be a villain! Can that be worth while? With a conscience stinging him all the time too? And when he comes to wind up all, such agonizing reflections upon his past guilt! All then appearing as nothing! What he most valued, most disgustful! And not one thing to think of, as the poor fellow says 20 and 20 times over, but what is attended with anguish and reproach! To hear the poor man wish he had never been born! To hear him pray to be nothing after death! Good God, how shocking! By his incoherent hints, I am afraid 'tis very bad with him. No pardon, no mercy, he repeats, can lie for him. I hope I shall make a proper use of this lesson. Laugh at me if thou wilt, but never, never more will I take the liberties I have taken, but whenever I am tempted will think of Belton's dying agonies, and what my own may be. Thursday, 3 in the morning. He is now at the last gasp. Rattles in the throat. Has a new convulsion every minute almost. What horror is he in! His eyes look like breath-stained glass. They roll ghastly no more, are quite set, his face distorted and drawn out by his sinking jaws and erected staring eyebrows, with his lengthened furrowed forehead to double its usual length, as it seems. It is not, it cannot be the face of Belton, thy Belton, and my Belton, whom we have beheld with so much delight over the social bottle, comparing notes, that one day may be brought against us, and make us groan, as they very lately did him, that is to say, while he had strength to groan. For now his voice is not to be heard, all inward, lost, not so much as speaking by his eyes. Yet strange! How can it be? The bed rocking under him like a cradle. 4 o'clock. Alas, he's gone! That groan, that dreadful groan, was the last farewell of the parting mind. The struggling soul has bid a long adieu to its late mansion. Fled! Ah, whither fled! Now is all indeed over. Poor, poor Belton! By this time thou knowest if thy crimes were above the size of God's mercies. Now are every one's cares and attendance at an end. Now do we, thy friends, poor Belton, know the worst of thee as to this life. Thou art released from insufferable tortures both of body and mind. May those tortures and thy repentance expiate for thy offences, and mayest thou be happy to all eternity. We are told that God desires not the death, the spiritual death of a sinner, and 'tis certain that thou didst deeply repent. I hope, therefore, as thou wert not cut off in the midst of thy sins by the sword of injured friendship, which more than once thou hadst braved, the dreadfullest of all deaths, next to suicide, because it gives no opportunity for repentance, that this is a merciful earnest that thy penitence is accepted, and that thy long illness and dreadful agonies in the last stages of it were thy only punishment. I wish indeed, I heartily wish, we could have seen one ray of comfort darting in upon his benighted mind before he departed. But all, alas, to the very last gasp, was horror and confusion; and my only fear arises from this, that, till within the 4 last days of his life, he could not be brought to think he should die, though in a visible decline for months; and in that presumption was too little inclined to set about a serious preparation for a journey which he hoped he should not be obliged to take. And when he began to apprehend that he could not put it off, his impatience and terror and apprehension showed too little of that reliance and resignation which afford the most comfortable reflections to the friends of the dying, as well as to the dying themselves. But we must leave poor Belton to that mercy, of which we have all so much need. And, for my own part, do you, Lovelace, and the rest of the fraternity, as ye will. I am resolved, I will endeavour to begin to repent of my follies, while my health is sound, my intellects untouched, and while it is in my power to make some atonement, as near to restitution or reparation as is possible, to those I have wronged or misled. And do ye outwardly, and from a point of false bravery, make as light as ye will of my resolution, as ye are none of ye of the class of abandoned and stupid sots who endeavour to disbelieve the future existence of which ye are afraid, I am sure you will justify me in your hearts, if not by your practices; and one day you will wish you had joined with me in the same resolution, and will confess there is more good sense in it than now perhaps you will own. 7 o'clock, Thursday morning. You are very earnest by your last letter, just given me, to hear again from me, before you set out for Berks. I will therefore close with a few words upon the only subject in your letter which I can at present touch upon; and this is the letter of which you give me a copy from the lady. Want of rest, and the sad scene I have before my eyes, have rendered me altogether incapable of accounting for the contents of it in any shape. You are in ecstasies upon it. You have reason to be so, if it be as you think. Nor would I rob you of your joy, but I must say I am amazed at it. Surely, Lovelace, this surprising letter cannot be a forgery of thy own, in order to carry on some view, and to impose upon me? Yet by the style of it, it cannot, though thou art a perfect Proteus too. I will not, however, add another word, after I have desired the return of this, and have told you that I am your true friend and well-wisher, J. Belford. End of Letter XXI. Letter XXII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXII. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. August 24, Thursday morning. I received thy letter in such good time, by thy fellow's dispatch, that it gives me an opportunity of throwing in a few paragraphs upon it. I read a passage or two of it to Mowbray, and we both agree that thou art an absolute master of the lamentable. Poor Belton! What terrible conflicts were thy last conflicts! I hope, however, that he is happy, and I have the more hope, because the hardness of his death is likely to be such a warning to thee. If it have the effect thou declarest it shall have, what a world of mischief will it prevent! How much good will it do! How many poor wretches will rejoice at the occasion, if they know it, however melancholy in itself, which shall bring them in a compensation for injuries they had been forced to sit down contented with! But, Jack, though thy uncle's death has made thee a rich fellow, art thou sure that the making good of such a vow will not totally bankrupt thee? Thou sayest I may laugh at thee, if I will. Not I, Jack. I do not take it to be a laughing subject; and I am heartily concerned at the loss we all have in poor Belton. And when I get a little settled, and have leisure to contemplate the vanity of all sublunary things, a subject that will now and then, in my gayest hours, obtrude itself upon me, it is very likely that I may talk seriously with thee upon these topics, and, if thou hast not got too much the start of me in the repentance thou art entering upon, will go hand in hand with thee in it. If thou hast, thou wilt let me just keep thee in my eye, for it is an uphill work, and I shall see thee, at setting out, at a great distance. But as thou art a much heavier and clumsier fellow than myself, I hope that without much puffing and sweating, only keeping on a good round dog trot, I shall be able to overtake thee. Meantime, take back thy letter, as thou desirest. I would not have it in my pocket upon any account at present, nor read it once more. I am going down without seeing my beloved. I was a hasty fool to write her a letter, promising that I would not come near her till I saw her at her father's; for as she is now actually at Smith's, and I so near her, one short visit could have done no harm. I sent Will 2 hours ago with my grateful compliments, and to know how she does. How must I adore this charming creature! For I am ready to think my servant a happier fellow than myself, for having been within a pair of stairs and an apartment of her. Mowbray and I will drop a tear a piece, as we ride along, to the memory of poor Belton. As we ride along, said I; for we shall have so much joy when we arrive at Lord M.'s, and when I communicate to him and my cousins the dear creature's letter, that we shall forget every thing grievous, since now their family hopes in my reformation, the point which lies so near their hearts, will all revive, it being an article of their faith, that if I marry, repentance and mortification will follow of course. Neither Mowbray nor I shall accept of thy verbal invitation to the funeral. We like not these dismal formalities. And as to the respect that is supposed to be shown to the memory of a deceased friend in such an attendance, why should we do any thing to reflect upon those who have made it a fashion to leave this parade to people whom they hire for that purpose? Adieu, and be cheerful. Thou canst now do no more for poor Belton, wert thou to howl for him to the end of thy life. End of Letter XXII. Letter XXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Saturday, August 26. On Thursday afternoon I assisted at the opening of poor Belton's will, in which he has left me his sole executor, and bequeathed me a legacy of 100 guineas, which I shall present to his unfortunate sister, to whom he has not been so kind as I think he ought to have been. He has also left 20 apiece to Mowbray, Tourville, thyself, and me, for a ring to be worn in remembrance of him. After I had given some particular orders about the preparations to be made for his funeral, I went to town; but having made it late before I got in on Thursday night, and being fatigued for want of rest several nights before,
and now in my spirits, I could not help it, Lovelace. I contented myself to send my compliments to the innocent sufferer, to inquire after her health. My servant saw Mrs. Smith, who told him she was very glad I was come to town, for that lady was worse than she had yet been. It is impossible to account for the contents of her letter to you, or to reconcile those contents to the facts I have to communicate. I was at Smith's by 7 yesterday Friday morning, and found that the lady was just gone in a chair to St. Dunstan's to prayers. She was too ill to get out by 6 to Covent Garden Church, and was forced to be supported to her chair by Mrs. Lovick. They would have persuaded her against going, but she said she knew not but it would be her last opportunity. Mrs. Lovick, dreading that she would be taken worse at church, walked thither before her. Mrs. Smith told me she was so ill on Wednesday night that she had desired to receive the sacrament, and accordingly it was administered to her by the parson of the parish, whom she besought to take all opportunities of assisting her in her solemn preparation. This the gentleman promised, and called in the morning to inquire after her health, and was admitted at the first word. He stayed with her about half an hour, and when he came down, with his face turned aside, and a faltering accent, Mrs. Smith, said he, you have an angel in your house. I will attend her again in the evening, as she desires, and as often as I think it will be agreeable to her. Her increased weakness she attributed to the fatigue she had undergone by your means, and to a letter she had received from her sister, which she answered the same day. Mrs. Smith told me that 2 different persons had called there, one on Thursday morning, one in the evening, to inquire after her state of health, and seemed as if commissioned from her relations for that purpose, but asked not to see her, only were very inquisitive after her visitors, particularly, it seems, after me. What could they mean by that? After her way of life, and expenses, and one of them inquired after her manner of supporting them, to the latter of which Mrs. Smith said she had answered, as the truth was, that she had been obliged to sell some of her clothes, and was actually about parting with more. At which the inquirist, a grave, old, farmer-looking man, held up his hands, and said, Good God! This will be sad, sad news to somebody. I believe I must not mention it. But Mrs. Smith says she desired he would, let him come from whom he would. He shook his head, and said, if she died, the flower of the world would be gone, and the family she belonged to would be no more than a common family. I was pleased with the man's expression. This man came from her cousin Morden, as will be seen hereafter. Letters 52 and 56 of this volume. You may be curious to know how she passed her time, when she was obliged to leave her lodging to avoid you. Mrs. Smith tells me that she was very ill when she went out on Monday morning, and sighed as if her heart would break as she came down stairs. And as she went through the shop into the coach, her nurse with her, as you had informed me before, that she ordered the coachman, whom she hired for the day, to drive any where, so it was into the air. He accordingly drove her to Hampstead, and thence to Highgate. There, at the Bowling Green House, she alighted extremely ill, and having breakfasted, ordered the coachman to drive very slowly any where. He crept along to Muswell Hill, and put up at a public house there, where she employed herself 2 hours in writing, though exceedingly weak and low, till the dinner she had ordered was brought in. She endeavoured to eat, but could not. Her appetite was gone, quite gone, she said. And then she wrote on for 3 hours more. After which, being heavy, she dozed a little in an elbow chair. When she awoke, she ordered the coachman to drive her very slowly to town, to the house of a friend of Mrs. Lovick, whom, as agreed upon, she met there. But being extremely ill, she would venture home at a late hour, although she heard from the widow that you had been there, and had reason to be shocked at your behaviour. She said she found there was no avoiding you. She was apprehensive she should not live many hours, and it was not impossible but the shock the sight of you must give her would determine her fate in your presence. She accordingly went home. She heard the relation of your astonishing vagaries, with hands and eyes often lifted up, and with these words intermingled, Shocking creature! Incorrigible wretch! And will nothing make him serious? And not being able to bear the thoughts of an interview with a man so hardened, she took to her usual chair early in the morning, and was carried to the Temple stairs, where she had ordered her nurse before her to get a pair of oars in readiness, for her fatigues the day before made her unable to bear a coach, and then she was rowed to Chelsea, where she breakfasted, and after rowing about, put in at the Swan, at Brentford 8, where she dined, and would have written, but had no conveniency either of tolerable pens or ink or private room. And then proceeding to Richmond, they rowed her back to Mortlake, where she put in, and drank tea at a house her waterman recommended to her. She rowed there for an hour, and returned to the Temple, and when she landed, made one of the watermen get her a chair, and so was carried to the widow's friend, as the night before, where she again met the widow, who informed her that you had been after her twice that day. Mrs. Lovick gave her there her sister's letter, and she was so much affected with the contents of it, that she was twice very nigh fainting away, and wept bitterly, as Mrs. Lovick told Mrs. Smith, dropping some warmer expressions than ever they had heard proceed from her lips in relation to her friends, calling them cruel, and complaining of ill offices done her, and of vile reports raised against her. While she was thus disturbed, Mrs. Smith came to her, and told her that you had been there a third time, and was just gone, at half an hour after 9, having left word how civil and respectful you would be, but that you was determined to see her at all events. She said it was hard she could not be permitted to die in peace, that her lot was a severe one, that she began to be afraid she should not forbear repining, and to think her punishment greater than her fault. But recalling herself immediately, she comforted herself that her life would be short, and with the assurance of a better. By what I have mentioned, you will conclude with me, that the letter brought her by Mrs. Lovick, the superscription of which you saw to be written in her sister's hand, could not be the letter on the contents of which she grounded that she wrote to you, on her return home; and yet neither Mrs. Lovick nor Mrs. Smith, nor the servant of the latter, know of any other brought her. But as the women assured me that she actually did write to you, I was eased of a suspicion which I had begun to entertain, that you, for some purpose I could not guess at, had forged the letter from her, of which you sent me a copy. On Wednesday morning, when she received your letter, in answer to hers, she said, necessity may well be called the mother of invention, but calamity is the test of integrity. I hope I have not taken an inexcusable step. And there she stopped a minute or two, and then said, I shall now, perhaps, be allowed to die in peace. I stayed till she came in. She was glad to see me, but being very weak, said she must sit down before she could go up stairs, and so went into the back shop, leaning upon Mrs. Lovick, and when she had sat down, I am glad to see you, Mr. Belford, said she. I must say so, let Miss Reporters say what they will. I wondered at this expression, but would not interrupt her. O sir, said she, I have been grievously harassed. Your friend, who would not let me live with reputation, will not permit me to die in peace. You see how I am. Is there not a great alteration in me within this week? But 'tis all for the better. Yet were I to wish for life, I must say that your friend, your barbarous friend, has hurt me greatly. She was so weak, so short-breathed, and her words and actions so very moving, that I was forced to walk from her, the two women and her nurse turning away their faces also, weeping. I have had, madam, said I, since I saw you, a most shocking scene before my eyes for days together. My poor friend Belton is no more. He quitted the world yesterday morning in such dreadful agonies, that the impression they have left upon me have so weakened my mind, I was loath to have her think that my grief was owing to the weak state I saw her in, for fear of dispiriting her. That is only, Mr. Belford, interrupted she, in order to strengthen it, if a proper use be made of the impression. But I should be glad, since you are so humanely affected with the solemn circumstance, that you could have written an account of it to your gay friend, in the style and manner you are master of. Who knows, as it would have come from an associate, and of an associate, it might have affected him. That I had done, I told her, in such a manner as had, I believed, some effect upon you. His behaviour in this honest family so lately, said she, and his cruel pursuit of me, give me but little hope that any thing serious or solemn will affect him. We had some talk about Belton's dying behaviour, and I gave her several particulars of the poor man's impatience and despair, to which she was very attentive, and made fine observations upon the subject of procrastination. A letter and packet were brought her by a man on horseback from Miss Howe while we were talking. She retired up stairs to read it, and while I was in discourse with Mrs. Smith and Mrs. Lovick, the doctor and apothecary both came in together. They confirmed to me my fears as to the dangerous way she is in. They had both been apprized of the new instances of implacableness in her friends, and of your persecutions, and the doctor said he would not for the world be either the unforgiving father of that lady, or the man who had brought her to this distress. Her heart's broken. She'll die, said he. There is no saving her. But how, were I either the one or the other of the people I have named, I should support myself afterwards, I cannot tell. When she was told we were all three together, she desired us to walk up. She arose to receive us, and after answering 2 or 3 general questions relating to her health, she addressed herself to us to the following effect. As I may not, said she, see you 3 gentlemen together again, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge my obligations to you all. I am inexpressibly obliged to you, sir, and to you, sir, courtesying to the doctor and to Mr. Goddard, for your more than friendly, your paternal care and concern for me. Humanity in your profession, I dare say, is far from being a rare qualification, because you are gentlemen by your profession. But so much kindness, so much humanity, did never desolate creature meet with, as I have met with from you both. But indeed I have always observed, that where a person relies upon Providence, it never fails to raise up a new friend for every old one that falls off. This gentleman, bowing to me, who, some people think, should have been one of the last I should have thought of for my executor, is, nevertheless,
Such is the strange turn that things have taken, the only one I can choose; and therefore I have chosen him for that charitable office, and he has been so good as to accept of it. For, rich as I may boast myself to be, I am rather so in right than in fact at this present. I repeat therefore my humble thanks to you all three, and beg of God to return to you and yours, looking to each, an hundredfold, the kindness and favour you have shown me, and that it may be in the power of you and of yours to the end of time, to confer benefits, rather than to be obliged to receive them. This is a godlike power, gentlemen. I once rejoiced in it some little degree, and much more in the prospect I had of its being enlarged to me, though I have had the mortification to experience the reverse, and to be obliged almost to every body I have seen or met with; but all originally through my own fault, so I ought to bear the punishment without repining, and I hope I do. Forgive these impertinencies. A grateful heart, that wants the power it wishes for, to express itself suitably to its own impulses, will be at a loss what properly to dictate to the tongue; and yet, unable to restrain its overflowings, will force the tongue to say weak and silly things, rather than appear ungratefully silent. Once more, then, I thank you all three for your kindness to me, and God Almighty make you that amends, which at present I cannot. She retired from us to her closet with her eyes full, and left us looking upon one another. We had hardly recovered ourselves, when she, quite easy, cheerful, and smiling, returned to us. Doctor, said she, seeing we had been moved, you will excuse me for the concern I give you, and so will you, Mr. Goddard, and you, Mr. Belford, for 'tis a concern that only generous natures can show, and to such natures sweet is the pain, if I may say so, that attends such a concern. But as I have some few preparations still to make, and would not, though in ease of Mr. Belford's future cares, which is, and ought to be part of my study, undertake more than it is likely I shall have time lent me to perform, I would beg of you to give me your opinions. You see my way of living, and you may be assured that I will do nothing wilfully to shorten my life, how long it may possibly be before I may hope to be released from all my troubles. They both hesitated and looked upon each other. Don't be afraid to answer me, said she, each sweet hand pressing upon the arm of each gentleman, with that mingled freedom and reserve, which virgin modesty, mixed with conscious dignity, can only express, and with a look serenely earnest. Tell me how long you think I may hold it. And believe me, gentlemen, the shorter you tell me my time is likely to be, the more comfort you will give me. With what pleasing woes, said the doctor, do you fill the minds of those who have the happiness to converse with you, and see the happy frame you are in! What you have undergone within a few days past has much hurt you; and should you have fresh troubles of those kinds, I could not be answerable for your holding it. And there he paused. How long, Doctor? I believe I shall have a little more ruffling. I am afraid I shall. But there can happen only one thing that I shall not be tolerably easy under. How long then, Sir? He was silent. A fortnight, Sir? He was still silent. 10 days? A week? How long, Sir? With smiling earnestness. If I must speak, Madam, if you have not better treatment than you have lately met with, I am afraid... There again he stopped. Afraid of what, Doctor? Don't be afraid. How long, Sir? That a fortnight or 3 weeks may deprive the world of the finest flower in it. A fortnight or 3 weeks yet, Doctor! But God's will be done. I shall, however, by this means have full time, if I have but strength and intellect, to do all that is now upon my mind to do. And so, Sirs, I can but once more thank you, turning to each of us, for all your goodness to me, and having letters to write, will take up no more of your time. Only, Doctor, be pleased to order me some more of those drops. They cheer me a little when I am low. And putting a fee into his unwilling hand, You know the terms, Sir. Then turning to Mr. Goddard, You'll be so good, Sir, as to look in upon me to night or to morrow, as you have opportunity. And you, Mr. Belford, I know, will be desirous to set out to prepare for the last office for your late friend. So I wish you a good journey, and hope to see you when that is performed. She then retired with a cheerful and serene air. The two gentlemen went away together. I went down to the women, and inquiring, found that Mrs. Lovick was this day to bring her 20 guineas more for some other of her apparel. The widow told me that she had taken the liberty to expostulate with her upon the occasion she had for raising this money to such great disadvantage, and it produced the following short and affecting conversation between them. None of my friends will wear any thing of mine, said she. I shall leave a great many good things behind me. And as to what I want the money for, don't be surprised. But suppose I want it to purchase a house? You are all mystery, Madam. I don't comprehend you. Why then, Mrs. Lovick, I will explain myself. I have a man, not a woman, for my executor, And think you that I will leave to his care any thing that concerns my own person? Now, Mrs. Lovick, smiling, do you comprehend me? Mrs. Lovick wept. O fie! proceeded the lady, drying up her tears with her own handkerchief, and giving her a kiss. Why this kind weakness for one with whom you have been so little while acquainted? Dear, good Mrs. Lovick, don't be concerned for me on a prospect with which I have occasion to be pleased. But go to morrow to your friends, and bring me the money they have agreed to give you. Thus, Lovelace, it is plain she means to bespeak her last house. Here's presence of mind. Here's tranquillity of heart, on the most affecting occasion. This is magnanimity indeed. Couldst thou, or could I, with all our boisterous bravery and offensive false courage, act thus? Poor Belton, how unlike was thy behaviour! Mrs. Lovick tells me that the lady spoke of a letter she had received from her favourite divine, Dr. Lewen, in the time of my absence, and of a letter she had returned to it. But Mrs. Lovick knows not the contents of either. When thou receivest the letter I am now writing, thou wilt see what will soon be the end of all thy injuries to this divine lady. I say, when thou receivest it; for I will delay it for some little time, lest thou shouldst take it into thy head, under pretence of resenting the disappointment her letter must give thee, to molest her again. This letter having detained me by its length, I shall not now set out for Epsom till to morrow. I should have mentioned that the lady explained to me what the one thing was that she was afraid might happen to ruffle her. It was the apprehension of what may result from a visit which Colonel Morden, as she is informed, designs to make you. End of Letter XXIII. Letter XXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXIV. The Reverend Dr. Lewen to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Friday, August 18th. Presuming, dearest and ever respectable young lady, upon your former favour, and upon your opinion of my judgment and sincerity, I cannot help addressing you by a few lines on your present unhappy situation. I will not look back upon the measures into which you have either been led or driven, but will only say as to those, that I think you are the least to blame of any young lady that was ever reduced from happy to unhappy circumstances; and I have not been wanting to say as much, where I hope my freedom would have been better received than I have had the mortification to find it to be. What I principally write for now is to put you upon doing a piece of justice to yourself and to your sex in the prosecuting for his life. I am assured his life is in your power, the most profligate and abandoned of men as he must be, who could act so basely as I understand Mr. Lovelace has acted by you. I am very ill, and am now forced to write upon my pillow, my thoughts confused and incapable of method. I shall not therefore aim at method, but to give you in general my opinion, and that is, that your religion, your duty to your family, the duty you owe to your honour, and even charity to your sex, oblige you to give public evidence against this very wicked man. And let me add another consideration, the prevention by this means of the mischiefs that may otherwise happen between your brother and Mr. Lovelace, or between the latter and your cousin Morden, who is now, I hear, arrived, and resolves to have justice done you. A consideration which ought to affect your conscience. Forgive me, dearest young lady, I think I am now in the way of my duty, and to be of more concern to you than that hard pressure upon your modesty, which I know the appearance against him in an open court must be of, to such a lady as you, and which I conceive will be your great difficulty. But I know, madam, that you have dignity enough to become the blushes of the most naked truth, when necessity, justice, and honour exact it from you. Rakes and ravishers would meet with encouragement indeed, and most from those who had the greatest abhorrence of their actions, if violated modesty were never to complain of the injury it received from the villanous attempters of it. In a word, the reparation of your family dishonour now rests in your own bosom, and which only one of these two alternatives can repair, to wit, either to marry the offender, or to prosecute him at law. Bitter expedients for a soul so delicate as yours. He and all his friends, I understand, solicit you to the first, and it is certainly now all the amends within his power to make. But I am assured that you have rejected their solicitations, and his, with the indignation and contempt that his foul actions have deserved, but yet that you refuse not to extend to him the Christian forgiveness he has so little reason to expect, provided he will not disturb you further. But, madam, the prosecution I advise will not let your present and future exemption from fresh disturbance from so vile a molester depend upon his courtesy. I should think so noble and so rightly guided a spirit as yours would not permit that it should, if you could help it. And can indignities of any kind be properly pardoned, till we have it in our power to punish them? To pretend to pardon, while we are labouring under the pain or dishonour of them, will be thought by some to be but the vaunted mercy of a pusillanimous heart, trembling to resent them. The remedy I propose is a severe one. But what pain can be more severe than the injury? Or how will injuries be believed to grieve us, that are never honourably complained of? I am sure Miss Clarissa Harlowe, however injured and oppressed, remains unshaken in her sentiments of honour and virtue; and although she would sooner die than deserve that her modesty should be drawn into question, yet she will think no truth immodest that is to be uttered in the vindicated cause of innocence and chastity. Little, very little difference is there, my dear young lady, between a suppressed evidence and a false one. It is a terrible circumstance, I once more own, for a young lady of your delicacy to be under the obligation of telling so shocking a story in public court; but it is still a worse imputation that she should pass over so mortal an injury unresented. Conscience, honour, justice, are on your side; and modesty would by some be thought but an empty name, should you refuse to obey their dictates. I have been consulted, I own, on this subject. I have given it as my opinion, that you ought to prosecute the abandoned man, but without my reasons. These I reserved, with a resolution to lay them before you unknown to any body, that the result, if what I wish, may be your own. I will only add, that the misfortunes which have befallen you, had they been the lot of a child of my own, could not have affected me more than yours have done. My own child I love, but I both love and honour you, since to love you is to love virtue, good sense, prudence, and every thing that is good and noble in woman. Wounded as I think all these are by the injuries you have received, you will believe that the knowledge of your distresses must have afflicted, beyond what I am able to express, your sincere admirer and humble servant, Arthur Lewin. I just now understand that your sister will, by proper authority, propose this prosecution to you. I humbly presume that the reason why you resolved not upon this step from the first was, that you did not know that it would have the countenance and support of your relations. End of Letter XXIV. Letter XXV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe, to the Reverend Dr. Lewin, Saturday, August 19th. Reverend and dear Sir, I thought, till I received your affectionate and welcome letter, that I had neither father, uncle, brother left, nor hardly a friend among my former favourers of your sex. Yet knowing you so well, and having no reason to upbraid myself with a faulty will, I was to blame, even although I had doubted the continuance of your good opinion, to decline the trial, whether I had forfeited it or not, and if I had, whether I could not honourably reinstate myself in it. But, Sir, it was owing to different causes that I did not. Partly to shame, to think how high, in my happier days, I stood in your esteem, and how much I must be sunk in it, since those so much nearer in relation to me gave me up. Partly to deep distress, which makes the humbled heart diffident, and made mine afraid to claim the kindred mind in yours, which would have supplied to me in some measure all the dear and lost relations I have named. Then, so loath as I sometimes was to be thought to want to make a party against those whom both duty and inclination bid me reverence, so long trailed on between hope and doubt, so little my own mistress at one time, so fearful of making or causing mischief at another, and not being encouraged to hope by your kind notice that my application to you would be acceptable, apprehending that my relations had engaged your silence at least, these but why these unavailing retrospections now? I was to be unhappy. In order to be happy, that is my hope. Resigning therefore to that hope, I will, without any further preamble, write a few lines, if writing to you I can write but a few, in answer to the subject of your kind letter. The stiff visit this good divine was prevailed upon to make her, as mentioned in Vol. II. Letter 31, of which, however, she was too generous to remind him, might warrant the lady to think that he had rather inclined to their party, as to the parental side, than to hers. Permit me then to say, that I believe your arguments would have been unanswerable in almost every other case of this nature, but in that of the unhappy Clarissa Harlowe. It is certain that creatures who cannot stand the shock of public shame should be doubly careful how they expose themselves
to the danger of incurring private guilt, which may possibly bring them to it. But as to myself, suppose there were no objections from the declining way I am in as to my health, and supposing I could have prevailed upon myself to appear against this man, were there not room to apprehend that the end so much wished for by my friends, to wit his condign punishment, would not have been obtained, when it came to be seen that I had consented to give him a clandestine meeting, and, in consequence of that, had been weakly tricked out of living under one roof with him for several weeks, which I did, not only without complaint, but without cause of complaint. Little advantage in a court, perhaps bandied about and jested profligately with, would some of those pleas in my favour have been, which out of court, and to a private and serious audience, would have carried the greatest weight against him, such particularly as the infamous methods to which he had recourse. It would no doubt have been a ready retort from every mouth, that I ought not to have thrown myself into the power of such a man, and that I ought to take for my pains what had befallen me. But had the prosecution been carried on to effect, and had he even been sentenced to death, can it be supposed that his family would not have had interest enough to obtain his pardon, for a crime thought too lightly of, though one of the greatest that can be committed against a creature valuing her honour above her life? While I had been censured as pursuing with sanguinary views a man who offered me early all the reparation in his power to make? And had he been pardoned, would he not then have been at liberty to do as much mischief as ever? I dare say, Sir, such is the assurance of the man upon whom my unhappy destiny threw me, and such his inveteracy to my family, which would then have appeared to be justified by their known inveteracy to him, and by their earnest endeavours to take away his life, that he would not have been sorry to have had an opportunity to confront me, and my father, uncles, and brother, at the bar of a court of justice, on such an occasion; in which case would not, on his acquittal or pardon, resentments have been reciprocally heightened? And then would my brother or my cousin Morden have been more secure than now? How do these conditions aggravate my fault? My motives at first were not indeed blameable, but I had forgotten the excellent caution, which yet I was not ignorant of, that we ought not to do evil that good may come of it. In full conviction of the purity of my heart, and of the firmness of my principles, which may I not, thus called upon, say what I am conscious of, and yet without the imputation of faulty pride, since all is but a duty, and I should be utterly inexcusable could I not justly say what I do. In this full conviction, he has offered me marriage. He has avowed his penitence, a sincere penitence I have reason to think it, though perhaps not a Christian one; and his noble relations, kinder to the poor sufferer than her own, on the same conviction, and his own not ungenerous acknowledgements, have joined to intercede with me to forgive and accept of him. Although I cannot comply with the latter part of their intercession, have not you, Sir, from the best rules, and from the divinest example, taught me to forgive injuries? The injury I have received from him is indeed of the highest nature, and it was attended with the circumstances of unmanly baseness and premeditation. Yet, I bless God, it has not tainted my mind, it has not hurt my morals. No thanks indeed to the wicked man that it has not. No vile courses have followed it. My will is unviolated. The evil respecting myself and not my friends is merely personal. No credulity, no weakness, no want of vigilance, have I to reproach myself with. I have through grace triumphed over the deepest machinations. I have escaped from him. I have renounced him. The man whom once I could have loved, I have been enabled to despise. And shall not charity complete my triumph? And shall I not enjoy it? And where would be my triumph if he deserved my forgiveness? Poor man! He has had a loss in losing me. I have the pride to think so, because I think I know my own heart. I have had none in losing him. But I have another plea to make, which alone would have been enough, as I presume, to answer the contents of your very kind and friendly letter. I know, my dear and reverend friend, the spiritual guide and director of my happier days, I know that you will allow of my endeavour to bring myself to this charitable disposition, when I tell you how near I think myself to that great and awful moment, in which, and even in the ardent preparation to which, every sense of indignity or injury that concerns not the immortal soul ought to be absorbed in higher and more important contemplations. Thus much for myself. And for the satisfaction of my friends and favourers, Miss Howe is solicitous to have all those letters and materials preserved, which will set my whole story in a true light. The good Dr. Lewen is one of the principal of those friends and favourers. The warning that may be given from those papers to all such young creatures as may have known or heard of me, may be of more efficacy to the end wished for, as I humbly presume to think, than my appearance could have been in a court of justice, pursuing a doubtful event, under the disadvantages I have mentioned. And if, my dear and good Sir, you are now, on considering every thing, of this opinion, and I could know it, I should consider it as a particular felicity, being as solicitous as ever to be justified in what I may in your eyes. I am sorry, Sir, that your indisposition has reduced you to the necessity of writing upon your pillow. But how much am I obliged to that kind and generous concern for me, which has impelled you, as I may say, to write a letter containing so many paternal lines, with such inconvenience to yourself! May the Almighty bless you, dear and reverend Sir, for all your goodness to me of long time past, as well as for that which engaged my present gratitude. Continue to esteem me to the last, as I do and will venerate you. And let me bespeak your prayers, the continuance, I should say, of your prayers, for I doubt not that I have always had them, and to them perhaps has in part been owing, as well as to your pious precepts instilled through my earlier youth, that I have been able to make the stand I have made, although every thing that you prayed for has not been granted to me by that divine wisdom, which knows what is best for its poor creatures. My prayers for you are, that it will please God to restore you to your affectionate flock, and after as many years of life as shall be for his service, and to your own comfort, give us a happy meeting in those regions of blessedness which you have taught me, as well by example as by precept, to aspire to.
Clarissa Harlowe.
End of Letter 25. Letter 26 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 26. Miss Arabella Harlowe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Monday, August 21st. Sister Clary, I find by your letters to my uncles that they, as well as I, are in great disgrace with you for writing our minds to you. We can't help it, Sister Clary. You don't think it worth your while, I find, a second time to press for the blessing you pretend to be so earnest about. You think, no doubt, that you have done your duty in asking for it. So you'll sit down satisfied with that, I suppose, and leave it to your wounded parents to repent hereafter that they have not done theirs in giving it to you at the first word, and in making such inquiries about you as you think ought to have been made. Fine encouragement to inquire after a runaway daughter, living with her fellow as long as he would live with her. You repent also, with your full mind, as you modestly call it, that you wrote to me. So we are not likely to be applied to any more, I find, in this way. Well, then, since this is the case, Sister Clary, let me, with all humility, address myself with a proposal or two to you, to which you will be graciously pleased to give an answer. Now you must know, that we have had hints given us from several quarters, that you have been used in such a manner by the villain you ran away with, that his life would be answerable for his crime, if it were fairly to be proved. And by your own hints, something like it appears to us. If, Clary, there be any thing but jingle and affected period in what proceeds from your full mind, and your dutiful consciousness, and if there be truth in what Mrs. Norton and Mrs. Howe have acquainted us with, you may yet justify your character to us and to the world in every thing but your scandalous elopement, and the law may reach the villain, and could we but bring him to the gallows, what a meritorious revenge would that be to our whole injured family, and to the innocents he has deluded, as well as the saving from ruin many others. Let me therefore know, if you please, whether you are willing to appear to do yourself and us and your sex this justice. If not, Sister Clary, we shall know what to think of you. For neither you nor we can suffer more than we have done from the scandal of your fall. And if you will, Mr. Ackland and Counsellor Durham will both attend you to make proper inquiries, and to take minutes of your story, to found a process upon, if it will bear one with as great a probability of success as we are told it may be prosecuted with. But by what Mrs. Howe intimates, this is not likely to be complied with, for it is what she hinted to you, it seems, by her lively daughter, but not without effect. So prudently in some certain points, as to entitle yourself to public justice, which, if true, the Lord have mercy upon you. One word only more as to the above proposal. Your admirer, Dr. Lewen, is clear in his opinion that you should prosecute the villain. But if you will not agree to this, I have another proposal to make to you, and that in the name of every one in the family, which is, that you will think of going to Pennsylvania, to reside there for some few years till all is blown over, and, if it please God to spare you and your unhappy parents, till they can be satisfied that you behave like a true and uniform penitent, at least till you are 21. You may then come back to your own estate, or have the produce of it sent you thither, as you shall choose. A period which my father fixes, because it is the custom, and because he thinks your grandfather should have fixed it, and because, let me add, you have fully proved by your fine conduct that you were not at years of discretion at 18. Poor, doting, though good old man! Your grandfather, he thought. But I would not be too severe. Mr. Hartley has a widow sister at Pennsylvania with whom he will undertake you may board, and who is a sober, sensible, well-read woman. And if you were once well there, it would rid your father and mother of a world of cares, and fears, and scandal: and that, I think, is what you should wish for, of all things. Mr. Hartley will engage for all accommodations in your passage suitable to your rank and fortune; and he has a concern in a ship, which will sail in a month; and you may take your secret-keeping Hannah with you, or whom you will of your newer acquaintance. 'Tis presumed that your companions will be of your own sex. These are what I had to communicate to you; and if you'll oblige me with an answer, which the hand that conveys this will call for on Wednesday morning, it will be very condescending. ARABELLA HARLOWE. End of Letter XXVI. Letter XXVII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXVII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Arabella Harlowe, Tuesday, August 22. Write to me, my hard-hearted sister, in what manner you please. I shall always be thankful to you for your notice. But, think what you will of me, I cannot see Mr. Ackland and the counsellor on such a business as you mention. The Lord have mercy upon me, indeed, for none else will. Surely I am believed to a creature past all shame, or it could not be thought of sending 2 gentlemen to me on such an errand. Had my mother required of me, or would modesty have permitted you to inquire into the particulars of my sad story, or had Mrs. Norton been directed to receive them from me, methinks it had been more fit, and I presume to think that it would have been more in every one's character too, had they been required of me before such heavy judgment had been passed upon me as has been passed. I know that this is Dr. Lewen's opinion. He has been so good as to enforce it in a kind letter to me. I have answered his letter, and given such reasons as I hope will satisfy him. I could wish it were thought worth while to request of him a sight of my answer. Her letter, containing the reasons she refers to, was not asked for, and Dr. Lewen's death, which fell out soon after he had received it, was the reason that it was not communicated to the family, till it was too late to do the service that might have been hoped for from it. To your other proposal, of going to Pennsylvania, this is my answer. If nothing happen within a month, which may full as effectually rid my parents and friends of that world of cares, and fears, and scandals, which you mention, and if I am then able to be carried on board of ship, I will cheerfully obey my father and mother, although I were sure to die in the passage. And if I may be forgiven for saying so, for indeed it proceeds not from a spirit of reprisal, you shall set over me, instead of my poor, obliging, but really unculpable Hannah, your Betty Barnes, to whom I will be answerable for all my conduct, and I will make it worth a while to accompany me. I am equally surprised and concerned at the hints which both you and my uncle Antony give of new points of misbehaviour in me. What can be meant by them? I will not tell you, Miss Harlowe, how much I am afflicted at your severity, and how much I suffer by it, and by your hard-hearted levity of style, because what I shall say may be construed into jingle and period, and because I know it is intended, very possibly for kind ends, to mortify me. All I will therefore say is, that it does not lose its end, if that be it. But nevertheless, divesting myself as much as possible of all resentment, I will only pray that Heaven will give you, for your own sake, a kinder heart than at present you seem to have, since a kind heart, I am convinced, is a greater blessing to its possessor than it can be to any other person. Under this conviction I subscribe myself, my dear Bella, your ever affectionate sister, Clarissa Harlowe. Chapter 28 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe. Tuesday, August 22. My dearest young lady, the letters you sent me I now return by the hand that brings you this. It is impossible for me to express how much I have been affected by them, and by your last of the 17th. Indeed, my dear Miss Clary, you are very harshly used. Indeed you are. And if you should be taken from us, what grief and what punishment are not treasuring up against themselves in the heavy reflections which their rash censures and unforgivingness will occasion them? But I find to what your uncle Antony's cruel letter is owing, as well as one you will be still more afflicted by, God help you, my poor dear child, when it comes to your hand, written by your sister, with proposals to you. It was finished to send you yesterday, I know, and I apprize you of it, that you should fortify your heart against the contents of it. The motives which incline them all to this severity, if well grounded, would authorize any severity they could express, and which, while they believe them to be so, both they and you are to be equally pitied. They are owning to the information of that officious Mr. Brand, who has acquainted them, from some enemy of yours in the neighbourhood about you, that visits are made you, highly censurable, by a man of a free character, and an intimate of Mr. Lovelace, who is often in private with you, sometimes twice or thrice a day. Betty gives herself great liberties of speech upon this occasion, and all your friends are too ready to believe that things are not as they should be, which makes me wish that, let the gentleman's views be ever so honourable, you could entirely drop acquaintance with him. Something of this nature was hinted at by Betty to me before, but so darkly that I could not tell what to make of it, and this made me mention to you so generally as I did in my last. Your cousin Morden has been among them. He is exceedingly concerned for your misfortunes, and as they will not believe Mr. Lovelace would marry you, he is determined to go to Lord M.'s, in order to inform himself from Mr. Lovelace's own mouth whether he intends to do you that justice or not. He was extremely caressed by every one at his first arrival, but I am told there is some little coldness between them and him at present. I was in hopes of getting a sight of this letter of Mr. Brand, a rash, officious man, but it seems Mr. Morden had it given him yesterday to read, and he took it away with him. God be your comfort, my dear Miss, but indeed I am exceedingly disturbed at the thoughts of what may still be the issue of all these things. I am, my beloved young lady, your most affectionate and faithful Judith Norton. End of Letter 28. Letter 29 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 29. Mrs. Norton to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Tuesday, August 22nd. After I had sealed up the enclosed, I had the honour of a private visit from your Aunt Hervey, who has been in a very low-spirited way, and kept her chamber for several weeks past, and is but just got abroad. She longed, she said, to see me, and to weep with me, on the hard fate that had befallen her beloved niece. I will give you a faithful account of what passed between us, as I expect that it will, upon the whole, administer hope and comfort to you. She pitied very much your good mother, who, she assured me, is obliged to act a part entirely contrary to her inclinations, as she herself, she owns, had been in a great measure. She said that the poor lady was with great difficulty withheld from answering your letter to her, which had, as was your aunt's expression, almost broken the heart of every one; that she had reason to think that she was neither consenting to your two uncles' writing, nor approving of what they wrote. She is sure they all love you dearly, but have gone so far that they know not how to recede; that, but for the abominable league which your brother had got every body into, he refusing to set out for Scotland till it was renewed, and till they had all promised to take no step towards a reconciliation in his absence but by his consent, and to which your sister's resentments kept them up, all would before now have happily subsided; that nobody knew the pangs which their inflexible behaviour gave them, ever since you had begun to write to them in so affecting and humble a style; that, however, they were not inclined to believe that you are either so ill or so penitent as you really are, and still less that Mr. Lovelace is in earnest in his offers of marriage. She is sure, however, she says, that all will soon be well, and the sooner for Mr. Morden's arrival, who is very zealous in your behalf. She wished to Heaven that you would accept of Mr. Lovelace, wicked as he has been, if he were now in earnest. It had always, she said, been matter of astonishment to her, that so weak a pride in her cousin James, of making himself the whole family, she'd induce them all to refuse an alliance with such a family as Mr. Lovelace's was. She would have it that your going off with Mr. Lovelace was the unhappiest step for your honour and your interest that could have been taken; for that although you would have had a severe trial the next day, yet it would probably have been the last, and your pathetic powers must have drawn you off some friends, hinting at your mother, at your uncle Harlowe, at your uncle Hervey, and herself. But here, that the regret that you did not trust to the event of that meeting may not in your present low way too much afflict you, I must observe, that it seems a little too evident, even from this opinion of your aunt's, that it was not absolutely determined that all compulsion was designed to be avoided, since your freedom from it must have been owing to the party to be made among them by your persuasive eloquence and dutiful expostulation. She owned that some of them were as much afraid of meeting you as you could be of meeting them. But why so, if they designed, in the last instance, to give you your way? Your aunt told me that Mrs. Williams had been with her, the former housekeeper at Harlowe place, and asked her opinion, if it would be taken amiss, if she desired leave to go up, to attend her dearest young lady in her calamity. Your aunt referred her to your mother, but had heard no more of it. Her daughter, Miss Dolly, she said, had been frequently earnest with her on the same subject, and renewed her request with the greatest fervour when your first letter came to hand. Your aunt says, that she then being very ill, wrote to your mother upon it, hoping it would not be taken amiss if she permitted Dolly to go; but that your sister, as from your mother, answered her, that now you seemed to be coming to, and to have a due sense of your faults, you must be left entirely to their own management. Miss Dolly, she said, had pined ever since she had heard of Mr. Lovelace's baseness, being doubly mortified by it, first on account of your sufferings, next because she was one who rejoiced in your getting off, and vindicated you for it, and had incurred censure and ill will on that account, especially from your brother and sister, so that she seldom went to Harlowe place. Make the best use of these intelligences, my dearest young lady, for your consolation. I will only add that I am, with the most fervent prayers for your recovery and restoration to favour, your ever faithful JUDITH NORTON. End of Letter XXIX. Letter XXX of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXX. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Mrs. Judith Norton, Thursday, August 24th. The relation of such a conversation as passed between my aunt and you would have given me pleasure, had it come some time ago, because it would have met with a spirit more industrious than mine now is, to pick out remote comfort, in the hope of a favourable turn that might one day have rewarded my patient duty. I did not doubt my aunt's good will to me. Her affection I did not doubt. But shall we wonder that kings and princes meet with so little control in their passions, be they ever so violent, when, in a private family, an aunt, nay, even a mother in that family, shall choose to give up a once favoured child against their own inclinations, rather than oppose an aspiring young man, who had armed himself with the authority of a father who, when once determined, never would be expostulated with? And will you not blame me if I say that good sense, that kindred indulgence, must be a little offended at the treatment I have met with, and if I own that I think that great rigour has been exercised towards me? And yet I am now authorized to call it rigour by the judgment of two excellent sisters, my mother and my aunt, who acknowledge, as you tell me from my aunt, that they have been obliged to join against me, contrary to their inclinations, and that even in a point which might seem to concern my eternal welfare. But I must not go on at this rate; for may not the inclination my mother has given up be the effect of a too fond indulgence, rather than that I merit the indulgence? And yet so petulantly perverse am I, that I must tear myself from the subject. All then that I will say further to it at this time is, that were the intended goodness to be granted to me but a week hence, it would possibly be too late. Too late, I mean, to be of the consolation to me that I would wish from it. For what an inefficacious preparation must I have been making, if it has not, by this time, carried me above— But above what? Poor mistaken creature! Unhappy self-deluder, that finds herself above nothing, nor able to subdue her own faulty impatience. But indeed to have done with a subject that I dare not trust myself with, if it come in your way, let my aunt Hervey, let my dear cousin Dolly, let the worthy Mrs. Williams, know how exceedingly grateful to me their kind intentions and concern for me are; and, as the best warrant or justification of their good opinions, since I know that their favour for me is founded on the belief that I loved virtue, tell them, that I continued to love virtue to my last hour, as I presume to hope it may be said, and assure them that I never made the least wilful deviation, however unhappy I became for one faulty step, which nevertheless was not owing to unworthy or perverse motives. I am very sorry that my cousin Morden has taken a resolution to see Mr. Lovelace. My apprehensions on this intelligence are a great abatement to the pleasure I have in knowing that he still loves me. My sister's letter to me is a most affecting one, so needlessly, so ludicrously taunting. But for that part of it that is so, I ought rather to pity her, than to be so much concerned at it as I am. I wonder what I have done to Mr. Brand. I pray God to forgive both him and his informants, whoever they be. But, if the scandal arise solely from Mr. Belford's visits, a very little time will confute it. Meanwhile, the packet I shall send you, which I sent to Miss Howe, will, I hope, satisfy you, my dear Mrs. Norton, as to my reasons for admitting his visits. My sister's taunting letter, and the inflexibleness of my dearer friends, but how do remoter begun subjects tend to the point which lies nearest the heart, as new caught bodily disorders all crowd to a fractured or distempered part. I will break off, with requesting your prayers that I may be blessed with patience and due resignation, and with assuring you that I am, and will be to the last hour of my life, your equally grateful and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Yarmouth, Isle of Wight, August 23rd. My dearest friend, I have read the letters and copies of letters you favoured me with, and I return them by a particular hand. I am extremely concerned at your indifferent state of health, but I approve of all your proceedings and precautions in relation to the appointment of Mr. Belford for an office in which, I hope, neither he nor anybody else will be wanted to act for many, very many years. I admire, and so do we all, that greatness of mind which can make you so steadfastly despise, through such inducements as no other woman could resist, and in such desolate circumstances as you have been reduced to, the wretch that ought to be so heartily despised and detested. What must the contents of those letters from your relations be, which you will not communicate to me? Fie upon them! How my heart rises! But I dare say no more, though you yourself now begin to think they use you with great severity. Every body here is so taken with Mr. Hickman, and the more from the horror they conceive at the character of the detestable Lovelace, that I have been teased to death almost, to name a day. This has given him airs, and did I not keep him to it, he would behave as carelessly and as insolently as if he were sure of me. I have been forced to mortify him no less than 4 times since we have been here. I made him lately undergo a severe penance for some negligences that were not to be passed over. Not designed ones, he said, but that was a poor excuse, as I told him, for had they been designed, he should never have come into my presence more. That they were not, showed his want of thought and attention, and those were inexcusable in a man only in his probatory state. He hoped he had been more than in a probatory state, he said. And therefore, sir, might be more callous. So you add ingratitude to negligence, and make what you plead as accident, that itself wants an excuse, design, which deserves none. I would not see him for 2 days, and he was so penitent and so humble, that I had like to have lost myself to make him amends. For, as you have said, resentment carried too high often ends in amends too humble. I long to be nearer to you, but that must not yet be, it seems. Pray, my dear, let me hear from you as often as you can. May Heaven increase your comforts and restore your health, are the prayers of your ever faithful and affectionate Anna Howe. P.S. Excuse me that I did not write before. It was owing to a little coasting voyage I was obliged to give into. End of Letter 31. Letter 32 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, August 25th. You are very obliging, my dear Miss Howe, to account to me for your silence. I was easy in it, as I doubted not that, among such near and dear friends as you are with, you was diverted from writing by some such agreeable excursion as that you mention. I was in hopes that you had given over, at this time of day, those very sprightly airs, which I have taken the liberty to blame you for, as often as you have given me occasion to so do, and that has been very often. I was always very grave with you upon this subject; and while your own and a worthy man's future happiness are in the question, I must enter into it, whenever you forget yourself, although I had not a day to live; and indeed I am very ill. I am sure it was not your intention to take your future husband with you to the little island to make him look weak and silly among those of your relations who never before had seen him. Yet do you think it possible for them, however prepared and resolved they may be to like him, to forbear smiling at him, when they see him suffering under your whimsical penances? A modest man should no more be made little in his own eyes than in the eyes of others. If he be, he will have a diffidence, which will give an awkwardness to every thing he says or does; and this will be no more to the credit of your choice than to that of the approbation he meets with from your friends, or to his own credit. I love an obliging and even an humble deportment in a man to the woman he addresses. It is a mark of his politeness, and tends to give her that opinion of herself which it may be supposed bashful merit wants to be inspired with. But if the woman exacts it with an high hand, she shows not either her own politeness or gratitude, although I must confess she does her courage. I gave you expectations that I would be very serious with you. O my dear, that it had been my lot, as I was not permitted to live single, to have met with a man by whom I could have acted generously and unreservedly! Mr. Lovelace, it is now plain, in order to have a pretence against me, taxed my behaviour to him with stiffness and distance. You at one time thought me guilty of some degree of prudery. Difficult situations should be allowed for, which often make seeming occasions for censure unavoidable. I deserve not blame from him who made mine difficult. And you, my dear, had I any other man to deal with, or had he but half the merit which Mr. Hickman has, would have found that my doctrine on this subject should have governed my practice. But to put myself out of the question, I'll tell you what I should think, were I an indifferent bystander, of those high airs of yours, in return for Mr. Hickman's humble demeanour. The lady thinks of having the gentleman, I see plainly, would I say; but I see as plainly that she has a very great indifference to him. And to what may this indifference be owing? To one or all of these considerations, no doubt: that she receives his addresses rather from motives of convenience than choice; that she thinks meanly of his endowments and intellects, at least more highly of her own; or, she has not the generosity to use that power with moderation which his great affection for her puts into her hands. How would you like, my dear, to have any of these things said? Then to give but the shadow of a reason for free livers and free speakers to say, or to imagine, that Miss Howe gives her hand to a man who has no reason to expect any share in her heart, I am sure you would not wish that such a thing should be so much as supposed. Then all the regard from you to come afterwards, none to be shown before, must, should I think, be capable of being construed as a compliment to the husband, made at the expense of the wife's, and even of the sex's, delicacy. There is no fear that attempts could be formed by the most audacious (two Lovelaces there cannot be) upon a character so revered for virtue, and so charmingly spirited as Miss Howe's. Yet, to have any man encouraged to despise a husband by the example of one who is most concerned to do him honour, what, my dear, think you of that? It is but too natural for envious men, and who that knows Miss Howe will not envy Mr. Hickman, to scoff at, and to jest upon, those who are treated with or will bear indignity from a woman. If a man so treated have a true and ardent love for the woman he addresses, he will be easily overawed by her displeasure, and this will put him upon acts of submission which will be called meanness. And what woman of true spirit would like to have it said, that she would impose any thing upon the man from whom she one day expects protection and defence, that should be capable of being construed as a meanness or unmanly abjectness in his behaviour, even to herself? Nay, I am not sure, and I ask it of you, my dear, to resolve me, whether, in your own opinion, it is not likely that a woman of spirit will despise, rather than value more, the man who will take patiently an insult at her hands, especially before company. I have always observed, that prejudices in disfavour of a person at his first appearance fix deeper, and are much more difficult to be removed, when fixed, than that malignant principle so eminently visible in little minds, which makes them wish to bring down the more worthy characters to their own low level. I pretend not to determine. When once, therefore, a woman of your good sense gives room to the world to think she has not an high opinion of the lover, whom nevertheless she entertains, it will be very difficult for her afterwards to make that world think so well as she would have it of the husband she has chosen. Give me leave to observe, that to condescend with dignity, and to command with such kindness and sweetness of manners as should let the condescension, while in a single state, be seen and acknowledged, are points which a wise woman, knowing her man, should aim at; and a wise woman, I should think, would choose to live single all her life, rather than give herself to a man whom she thinks unworthy of a treatment so noble. But when a woman lets her lover see that she has the generosity to approve of and reward a well-meant service, that she has a mind that lifts her above the little captious follies which some, too licentiously I hope, attribute to the sex in general, that she resents not, if ever she thinks she has reason to be displeased, with petulance or through pride, nor thinks it necessary to insist upon little points to come at or secure great ones, perhaps not proper to be aimed at, nor leaves room to suppose she has so much cause to doubt her own merit, as to put the love of the man she intends to favour upon disagreeable or arrogant trials, but let reason be the principal guide of her actions, she will then never fail of that true respect, of that sincere veneration, which she wishes to meet with, and which will make her judgment after marriage consulted, sometimes with a preference to a man's own, at other times as a delightful confirmation of his. And so much, my beloved Miss Howe, for this subject now, and I dare say for ever. I will begin another letter by and by, and send both together. Mean time I am, etc. End of Letter XXXII. Letter XXXIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. In this letter the lady acquaints Miss Howe with Mr. Brand's report, with her sister's proposals either that she will go abroad or prosecute Mr. Lovelace. She complains of the severe letters of her uncle Antony and her sister, but in milder terms than they deserved. She sends her Dr. Lewen's letter, and the copy of her answer to it. She tells her of the difficulty she had been under to avoid seeing Mr. Lovelace. She gives her the contents of the letter she wrote to him to divert him from his proposed visit. She is afraid, she says, that it is a step that is not strictly right, if allegory or metaphor be not allowable to one in her circumstances. She informs her of her cousin Morden's arrival, and readiness to take her part with her relations, of his designed interview with Mr. Lovelace, and tells her what her apprehensions are upon it. She gives her the purport of the conversation between her aunt Hervey and Mrs. Norton, and then add, but were they ever so favourably inclined to me now, what can they do for me? I wish, and that for their sakes more than for my own, that they would yet relent. But I am very ill. I must drop my pen. A sudden faintness overspreads my heart. Excuse my crooked writing. Adieu, my dear. Adieu. 3 o'clock, Friday. Once more I resume my pen. I thought I had taken my last farewell to you. I never was so very oddly affected. Something that seemed totally to overwhelm my faculties. I don't know how to describe it. I believe I do amiss in writing so much, and taking too much upon me. But an active mind, though clouded by bodily illness, cannot be idle. I'll see if the air and a discontinued attention will help me. But if it will not, don't be concerned for me, my dear. I shall be happy. Nay, I am more so already than of late I thought I could ever be in this life. Yet how this body clings! How it encumbers! 7 o'clock. I could not send this letter away with so melancholy an ending as you would have thought it. So I deferred closing it, till I saw how I should be on my return from my airing. And now I must say I am quite another thing, so alert, that I could proceed with as much spirit as I began, and add more preachment to your lively subject, if I had not written more than enough upon it already. I wish you would let me give you and Mr. Hickman joy. Do, my dear. I should take some to myself, if you would. My respectful compliments to all your friends, as well to those I have the honour to know, as to those I do not know. I have just now been surprised with a letter from one whom I long ago gave up all thoughts of hearing from Mr. Wyerley. I will enclose it. You'll be surprised at it as much as I was. This seems to be a man whom I might have reclaimed, but I could not love him. Yet I hope I never treated him with arrogance. Indeed, my dear, if I am not too partial to myself, I think I refused him with more gentleness than you retained somebody else. And this recollection gives me less pain than I should have had in the other case, on receiving this instance of a generosity that affects me. I will also enclose the rough draught of my answer, as soon as I have transcribed it. If I begin another sheet, I shall write to the end of it. Wherefore I will only add my prayers for your honour and prosperity, and for a long, long, happy life; and that, when it comes to be wound up, you may be as calm and as easy at quitting it as I hope in God I shall be. I am, and will be, to the latest moment, your truly affectionate and obliged servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXIII. Letter XXXIV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIV. Mr. Wyerley to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Wednesday, August 23. Dearest Madam, you will be surprised to find renewed, at this distance of time, and addressed so positively, though so politely discouraged. But, however it be received, I must renew it. Every body has heard that you have been vilely treated by a man who, to treat you ill, must be the vilest of men. Every body knows your just resentment of his base treatment, that you are determined never to be reconciled to him, and that you persist in these sentiments against all the entreaties of his noble relations, against all the prayers and repentance of his ignoble self; and all the world that have the honour to know you, or have heard of him, applaud your resolution, as worthy of yourself, worthy of your virtue, and of that strict honour which was always attributed to you by every one who spoke of you. But, Madam, were all the world to have been of a different opinion, it could never have altered mine. I ever loved you, I ever must love you, yet have I endeavoured to resign to my hard fate. When I had so many ways in vain sought to move you in my favour, I sat down seemingly contented. I even wrote to you that I would sit down contented, and I endeavoured to make all my friends and companions think I was. But nobody knows what pangs this self-denial cost me. In vain did the chase, in vain did travel, in vain did lively company offer themselves, and were embraced in their turn. With redoubled force did my passion for you renew my unhappiness, when I looked into myself, into my own heart, for there did your charming image sit enthroned, and you engrossed me all. I truly deplore those misfortunes and those sufferings for your own sake, which nevertheless encourage me to renew my old hope. I know not particulars, I dare not inquire after them, because my sufferings would be increased with the knowledge of what yours have been. I therefore desire not to know more than what common report wounds my ears with, and what is given me to know, by your absence from your cruel family, and from the sacred place where I, among numbers of your rejected admirers, used to be twice a week sure to behold you, doing credit to that service of which your example gave me the highest notions. But whatever be those misfortunes, of whatsoever nature those sufferings, I shall bless the occasion for my own sake, though for yours curse the author of them, if they may give me the happiness to know that this my renewed address may not be absolutely rejected. Only give me hope, that it may one day meet with encouragement, if in the interim nothing happen, either in my morals or behaviour, to give you fresh offence. Give me but hope of this. Not absolutely to reject me is all the hope I ask for, and I will love you, if possible, still more than I ever loved you, and that for your sufferings. For well you deserve to be loved, even to adoration, who can, for honour's and for virtue's sake, subdue a passion which common spirits, I speak by cruel experience, find invincible. And this at a time when the black offender kneels and supplicates, as I am well assured he does, all his friends likewise supplicating for him, to be forgiven. That you cannot forgive him, nor forgive him so as to receive him again to favour, is no wonder. His offence is against virtue. This is a part of your essence. What magnanimity is this! How just to yourself and to your spotless character! Is it any merit to admire more than ever a lady who can so exaltedly distinguish? It is not. I cannot plead it. What hope have I left? May it be said, when my address was before rejected, now, that your sufferings so nobly borne have, with all the good judges, exalted your character? Yet, Madam, I have to pride myself in this, that while your friends, not looking upon you in the just light I do, persecute and banish you; while your estate is withheld from you, and threatened, as I know, to be withheld, as long as the chicaning law, or rather the chicaneries of its practices, can keep it from you; while you are destitute of protection, every body standing aloof, either through fear of the injurer of one family, or of the hard-hearted of the other, I pride myself, I say, to stand forth and offer my fortune and my life at your devotion, with a selfish hope indeed I should be too great an hypocrite not to own this, and I know how much you abhor insincerity. But whether you encourage that hope or not, accept my best services, I beseech you, Madam, and be pleased to excuse me for a piece of honest art, which the nature of the case, doubting the honour of your notice otherwise, makes me choose to conclude with. It is this: if I am to be still the most unhappy of men, let your pen by one line tell me so. If I am permitted to indulge a hope, however distant, your silence shall be deemed by me the happiest indication of it that you can give, except that still happier, the happiest that can befall me, a signification that you will accept the tender of that life and fortune which it would be my pride and my glory to sacrifice in your service, leaving the reward to yourself. Be your determination as it may, I must for ever admire and love you, nor will I ever change my condition while you live, whether you change yours or not; for having once had the presumption to address you, I cannot stoop to think of any other woman. And this I solemnly declare in the presence of that God, whom I daily pray to bless and protect you, be your determination what it will with regard to, dearest Madam, your most devoted and ever affectionate and faithful servant, Alexander Wyerley. End of Letter XXXIV. Letter XXXV of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Alexander Wyerley, Esquire, Saturday, August 26. Sir, the generosity of your purpose would have commanded not only my notice but my thanks, although you had not given me the alternative you are pleased to call artful; and I do therefore give you my thanks for your kind letter. At the time you distinguished me by your favourable opinion, I told you, Sir, that my choice was the single life, and most truly did I tell you so. When that was not permitted me, and I looked round upon the several gentlemen who had been proposed to me, and had reason to believe that there was not one of them against whose morals or principles there lay not some exception, it would not have been much to be wondered at if fancy had been allowed to give a preference where judgment was at a loss to determine. Far be it from me to say this with a design to upbraid you, Sir, or to reflect upon you. I always wished you well. You had reason to think I did. You had the generosity to be pleased with the frankness of my behaviour to you, as I had with that of yours to me. And I am sorry, very sorry, to be now told that the acquaintance you obliged me with gave you so much pain. Had the option I have mentioned been allowed me afterwards, as I not only wished but proposed, things had not happened that did happen. But there was a kind of fatality, by which our whole family was impelled, as I may say, and which none of us were permitted to avoid. But this is a subject that cannot be dwelt upon. As matters are, I have only to wish, for your own sake, that you will encourage and cultivate those good motions in your mind, to which many passages in your kind and generous letter now before me must be owing. Depend upon it, Sir, that such motions, wrought into habit, will yield you pleasure at a time when nothing else can; and at present, shining out in your actions and conversation, will commend you to the worthiest of our sex. For, Sir, the man who is so good upon choice, as well as by education, has that quality in himself which ennobles the human race, and without which the most dignified by birth or rank are ignoble. As to the resolution you solemnly make not to marry while I live, I should be concerned at it, were I not morally sure that you may keep it, and yet not be detrimented by it, since a very few days will convince you that I am got above all human dependence, and that there is no need of that protection and favour which you so generously offer to, Sir, your obliged well-wisher and humble servant, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXV. LETTER XXXVI of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 36. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Monday noon, August 28. About the time of poor Belton's interment last night, as near as we could guess, Lord M., Mowbray, and myself toasted once to the memory of honest Tom Belton, and by a quick transition to the living, health to Miss Harlowe, which Lord M. obligingly began, and to the happy reconciliation; and then we stuck in a remembrance to honest Jack Belford, who of late, we all agreed, is become an useful and humane man, and one who prefers his friend's service to his own. But what is the meaning I hear nothing from thee? And why dost thou not let me into the grounds of the sudden reconciliation between my beloved and her friends, and the cause of the generous invitation which she gives me of attending her at her father's some time hence? Thou must certainly have been let into the secret by this time; and I can tell thee I shall be plaguy jealous if there is to be any one thing pass between my angel and thee that is to be concealed from me; for either I am a principal in this cause, or I am nothing. I have dispatched Will to know the reason of thy neglect. But let me whisper a word or two in thy ear. I begin to be afraid, after all, that this letter was a stratagem to get me out of town, and for nothing else. For, in the first place, Tourville, in a letter I received this morning, tells me, that the lady is actually very ill. I am sorry for it with all my soul. This, thou'lt say, I may think a reason why she cannot set out as yet: but then I have heard, on the other hand, but last night, that the family is as implacable as ever; and my Lord and I expect this very afternoon a visit from Colonel Morden, who undertakes, it seems, to question me as to my intention with regard to his cousin. This convinces me, that if she has apprized her friends of my offers to her, they will not believe me to be in earnest, till they are assured that I am so from my own mouth. But then I understand, that the intended visit is an officiousness of Morden's own, without the desire of any of her friends. Now, Jack, what can a man make of all this? My intelligence as to the continuance of her family's implacableness is not to be doubted. And yet, when I read her letter, what can one say? Surely the dear little rogue will not lie. I never knew her dispense with her word but once, and that was when she promised to forgive me after the dreadful fire that had like to have happened at our mother's, and yet would not see me the next day, and afterwards made her escape to Hampstead, in order to avoid forgiving me; and as she severely smarted for this departure from her honour given, for it is a sad thing for good people to break their word, when it is in their power to keep it, one would not expect that she should set about deceiving again, more especially by the premeditation of writing. Thou perhaps wilt ask, what honest man is obliged to keep his promise with a highwayman, for well I know thy unmannerly way of making comparisons: but I say, every honest man is. And I will give thee an illustration. Here is a marauding varlet, who demands your money with a pistol at your breast. You have neither money nor valuable effects about you, and promise solemnly, if he will spare your life, that you will send him an agreed upon sum by such a day to such a place. The question is, if your life is not in the fellow's power. How he came by the power is another question, for which he must answer with his life when caught. So he runs risk for risk. Now, if he give you your life, does he not give, think you, a valuable consideration for the money you engage your honour to send him? If not, the sum must be exorbitant, or your life is a very paltry one, even in your own opinion. I need not make the application, and I am sure that even thou thyself, who never sparest me, and thinkest thou knowest my heart by thy own, canst not possibly put the case in a stronger light against me. Then why do good people take upon themselves to censure, as they do, persons less scrupulous than themselves? Is it not because the latter allow themselves in any liberty in order to carry a point? And can my not doing my duty warrant another for not doing his? Thou wilt not say it can. And how would it sound? To put the case as strongly once more, as my greatest enemy would put it, both as to fact and in words: here has that profligate wretch Lovelace broken his vow with and deceived Miss Clarissa Harlowe. A vile fellow! Would an enemy say, but it is like him? But when it comes to be said that the pious Clarissa has broken her word with and deceived Lovelace, good Lord! Would every one say, sure it cannot be? Upon my soul, Jack, such is the veneration I have for this admirable woman, that I am shocked barely at putting the case: and so wilt thou, if thou respectest her as thou oughtest: for thou knowest that men and women, all the world over, form their opinions of one another by each person's professions and known practices. In this lady, therefore, it would be unpardonable to tell a wilful untruth, as it would be strange if I kept my word. In love cases, I mean: for as to the rest, I am an honest moral man. as all who know me can testify. And what, after all, would this lady deserve, if she has deceived me in this case? For did she not send me prancing away upon Lord M.'s best nag, to Lady Sarah's and to Lady Betty's, with an erect and triumphing countenance, to show them her letter to me? And let me tell thee, that I have received their congratulations upon it. Well, and now, cousin Lovelace, cries one. Well, and now, cousin Lovelace, cries the other. I hope you'll make the best of husbands to so excellent and so forgiving a lady. And now we shall soon have the pleasure of looking upon you as a reformed man, added one. And now we shall see you in the way we have so long wished you to be in, cried the other. My cousins Montague also have been ever since rejoicing in the new relationship. They are charming cousin, and they are lovely cousin, at every word. And how dearly they will love her! What lessons they will take from her! And yet Charlotte, who pretends to have the eye of an eagle, was for finding out some mystery in the style and manner, till I overbore her, and laughed her out of it. As for Lord M., he has been in hourly expectation of being sent to, with proposals of one sort or other from the Harlowes; and still we have it, that such proposals will be made by Colonel Morden when he comes, and that the Harlowes only put on a face of irreconcilableness till they know the issue of Morden's visit, in order to make the better terms with us. Indeed, if I had not undoubted reason, as I said, to believe the continuance of their antipathy to me, and implacableness to her, I should be apt to think there might be some foundation for my lord's conjecture; for there is a cursed deal of low cunning in all that family, except in the angel of it, who has so much generosity of soul, that she despises cunning, both name and thing. What I mean by all this is, to let thee see what a stupid figure I shall make to all my own family, if my Clarissa has been capable, as Gulliver in his abominable Yahoo story phrases it, if it were only that I should be outwitted by such a novice at plotting, and that it would make me look silly to my kinswomen here, who know I value myself upon my contrivances, it would vex me to the heart, and I would instantly clap a feather bed into a coach and six, and fetch her away, sick or well, and marry her at my leisure. But Colonel Morden is come, and I must break off. End of Letter XXXVI. Letter XXXVII Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVII. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Monday night, August 28th. I doubt you will be all impatience that you have not heard from me since mine of Thursday last. You would be still more so, if you knew that I had by me a letter ready written. I went early yesterday morning to Epsom, and found every thing disposed according to the directions I had left on Friday; and at night the solemn office was performed. Tourville was there, and behaved very decently, and with greater concern than I thought he would ever have expressed for any body. Thomasine, they told me, in a kind of disguise, was in an obscure pew, out of curiosity, for it seemed she was far from showing any tokens of grief, to see the last office performed for the man whose heart she had so largely contributed to break. I was obliged to stay till this afternoon to settle several necessary matters, and to direct inventories to be taken, in order for appraisement, for every thing is to be turned into money by his will. I presented his sister with the 100 guineas the poor man left me as his executor, and desired her to continue in the house, and take the direction of every thing, till I could hear from his nephew at Antigua, who is heir at law. He had left her but £50, although he knew her indigence, and that it was owing to a vile husband, and not to herself, that she was indigent. The poor man left about £200 in money, and £200 in 2 East India bonds; and I will contrive, if I can, to make up the poor woman's £50, and my 100 guineas, £200 to her. And then she will have some little matter coming in certain, which I will oblige her to keep out of the hands of a son, who has completed that ruin which his father had very nearly effected. I gave Tourville his £20, and will send you and Mowbray yours by the first order. And so much for poor Belton's affairs, till I see you. I got to town in the evening, and went directly to Smith's. I found Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith in the back shop, and I saw they had been both in tears. They rejoiced to see me, however, and told me that the doctor and Mr. Goddard were but just gone, as was also the worthy clergyman, who often comes to pray by her; and all three were of opinion that she would hardly live to see the entrance of another week. I was not so much surprised as grieved, for I had feared as much when I left her on Saturday. I sent up my compliments, and she returned, that she would take it for a favour if I would call upon her in the morning by 8 o'clock. Mrs. Lovick told me that she had fainted away on Saturday while she was writing, as she had done likewise the day before; and having received benefit then by a little turn in a chair, she was carried abroad again. She returned somewhat better, and wrote till late, yet had a pretty good night, and went to Covent Garden Church in the morning, but came home so ill that she was obliged to lie down. When she arose, seeing how much grieved Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith were for her, she made apologies for the trouble she gave them. You were happy, said she, before I came hither. It was a cruel thing in me to come amongst honest strangers, and to be sick and die with you. When they touched upon the irreconcilableness of her friends, I have had ill offices done me to them, said she, and they do not know how ill I am, nor will they believe any thing I should write. But yet I cannot sometimes forbear thinking it a little hard, that out of so many near and dear friends as I have living, not one of them will vouchsafe to look upon me. No old servant, no old friend, proceeded she, to be permitted to come near me, without being sure of incurring displeasure; and to have such a great work to go through by myself, a young creature as I am, and to have every thing to think of as to my temporal matters, and to order, to my very interment. No dear mother, said the sweet sufferer, to pray by me and bless me. No kind sister to soothe and comfort me. But come, recollected she, how do I know but all is for the best, if I can but make a right use of my discomforts? Pray for me, Mrs. Lovick. Pray for me, Mrs. Smith, that I may. I have great need of your prayers. This cruel man has discomposed me. His persecutions have given me pain just here, putting her hand to her heart. What a step has he made me take to avoid him! Who can touch pitch, and not be defiled? He had made a bad spirit take possession of me, I think, broken in upon all my duties, and will not yet, I doubt, let me be at rest. Indeed he is very cruel. But this is one of my trials, I believe. By God's grace I shall be easier to morrow, and especially if I have no more of his tormentings, and if I can get a tolerable night. And I will sit up till 11, that I may. She said, that though this was so heavy a day with her, she was at other times, within these few days past especially, blessed with bright hours; and particularly that she had now and then such joyful assurances, which she hoped were not presumptuous ones, that God would receive her to his mercy, that she could hardly contain herself, and was ready to think herself above this earth while she was in it. And what, inferred she to Mrs. Lovick, must be the state itself, the very aspirations after which have often cast a beamy light through the thickest darkness, and, when I have been at the lowest ebb, have dispelled the black clouds of despondency? As I hope they soon will this spirit of repining. She had a pretty good night, it seems, and this morning went in a chair to St. Dunstan's church. The chairman told Mrs. Smith that after prayers, for she did not return till between 9 and 10, they carried her to a house in Fleet street, whither they never waited on her before. And where dost think this was? Why, to an undertaker's. Good Heaven! What a woman is this! She went into the back shop, and talked with the master of it about half an hour, and came from him with great serenity, he waiting upon her to her chair with a respectful countenance, but full of curiosity and seriousness. 'Tis evident that she went to bespeak her house that she talked of. As soon as you can, Sir, were her words to him as she got into the chair. Mrs. Smith told me this with the same surprise and grief that I heard it. She was very ill in the afternoon, having got cold either at St. Dunstan's or at chapel, and sent for the clergyman to pray by her; and the women, unknown to her, sent both for Dr. H. and Mr. Goddard, who were just gone, as I told you, when I came to pay my respects to her this evening. And thus have I recounted from the good women what passed to this night since my absence. I long for to morrow that I may see her; and yet it is such a melancholy longing as I never experienced, and know not how to describe. Tuesday, August 29. I was at Smith's at half an hour after 7. They told me that the lady was gone in a chair to St. Dunstan's, but was better than she had been in either of the 2 preceding days; and that she said she to Mrs. Lovick and Mrs. Smith, as she went into the chair, I have a good deal to answer for to you, my good friends, for my vapourish conversation of last night. If, Mrs. Lovick, said she, smiling, I have no new matters to discompose me, I believe my spirits will hold out purely. She returned immediately after prayers. Mr. Belford, said she, as she entered the back shop where I was, and upon my approaching her, I am very glad to see you. You have been performing for your poor friend a kind last office. 'Tis not long ago since you did the same for a near relation. Is it not a little hard upon you, that these troubles should fall so thick to your lot? But they are charitable offices; and it is a praise to your humanity, that poor dying people know not where to choose so well. I told her I was sorry to hear she had been so ill since I had the honour to attend her, but rejoiced to find that now she seemed a good deal better. It will be sometimes better, and sometimes worse, replied she, with poor creatures, when they are balancing between life and death. But no more of these matters just now. I hope, Sir, you'll breakfast with me. I was quite vapourish yesterday. I had a very bad spirit upon me. Had I not, Mrs. Smith? But I hope I shall be no more so. And to day I am perfectly serene. This day rises upon me as if it would be a bright one. She desired me to walk up, and invited Mr. Smith and his wife, and Mrs. Lovick also, to breakfast with her. I was better pleased with her liveliness than with her looks. The good people retiring after breakfast, the following conversation passed between us. Pray, Sir, let me ask you, if you think I may promise myself that I shall be no more molested by your friend? I hesitated, for how could I answer for such a man? What shall I do if he comes again? You see how I am. I cannot fly from him now. If he has any pity left for the poor creature whom he has thus reduced, let him not come. But have you heard from him lately? And will he come? I hope not, Madam. I have not heard from him since Thursday last, that he went out of town, rejoicing in the hopes your letter gave him of a reconciliation between your friends and you, and that he might in good time see you at your father's. And he is gone down to give all his friends joy of the news, and is in high spirits upon it. Alas for me! I shall then surely have him come up to persecute me again. As soon as he discovers that that was only a stratagem to keep him away, he will come up, and who knows but even now he is upon the road? I thought I was so bad that I should have been out of his and every body's way before now. For I expected not that this contrivance would serve me above 2 or 3 days, and by this time he must have found out that I am not so happy as to have any hope of a reconciliation with my family. And then he will come, if it be only in revenge for what he will think a deceit, but is not, I hope, a wicked one. I believe I looked surprised to hear her confess that her letter was a stratagem only, for she said, You wonder, Mr. Belford, I observe, that I could be guilty of such an artifice. I doubt it is not right. It was done in a hurry of spirits. How could I see a man who had so mortally injured me, yet pretending a sorrow for his crimes, and wanting to see me, could behave with so much shocking levity, as he did to the honest people of the house? Yet 'tis strange too, that neither you nor he found out my meaning on perusal of my letter. You have seen what I wrote, no doubt. I have, Madam. And then I began to account for it as an innocent artifice. Thus far, indeed, Sir, it is an innocent, that I meant him no hurt, and had a right to the effect I hoped for from it, and he had none to invade me. But have you, Sir, that letter of his in which he gives you, as I suppose he does, the copy of mine? I have, Madam, and pulled it out of my letter case, but hesitating. Nay, Sir, said she, be pleased to read my letter to yourself. I desire not to see his, and see if you can be longer a stranger to a meaning so obvious. I read it to myself. Indeed, Madam, I can find nothing but that you are going down to Harlowe place to be reconciled to your father and other friends. And Mr. Lovelace presumed that a letter from your sister, which he saw brought when he was at Mr. Smith's, gave you the welcome news of it. She then explained all to me, and that, as I may say, in 6 words. A religious meaning is couched under it, and that's the reason that neither you nor I could find it out. Read but for my father's house heaven, said she, and for the interposition of my dear blessed friend, suppose the mediation of my Saviour, which I humbly rely upon, and all the rest of the letter will be accounted for. I hope, repeated she, that it is a pardonable artifice, but I am afraid it is not strictly right. I read it so, and stood astonished for a minute at her invention, her piety, her charity, and at thine and mine own stupidity, to be thus taken in. And now, thou vile Lovelace, what hast thou to do, the lady all consistent with herself, and no hopes left for thee, but to hang, drown, or shoot thyself, for an outwitted boaster? My surprise being a little over, she proceeded. As to the letter that came from my sister while your friend was here, you will soon see, Sir, that it is the cruellest letter she ever wrote me. And then she expressed a deep concern for what might be the consequence of Colonel Morden's intended visit to you, and besought me that, if now, or at any time hereafter, I had opportunity to prevent any further mischief, without detriment or danger to myself, I would do it. I assured her of the most particular attention to this and to all her commands, and that in a manner so agreeable to her that she invoked a blessing upon me for my goodness, as she called it, to a desolate creature who suffered under the worst of orphanage. Those were her words. She then went back to her first subject, her uneasiness for fear of your molesting her again, and said, If you have any influence over him, Mr. Belford, prevail upon him that he will give me the assurance that the short remainder of my time shall be all my own. I have need of it. Indeed I have. Why will he wish to interrupt me in my duty? Has he not punished me enough for my preference of him to all his sex? Has he not destroyed my fame and my fortune? And will not his causeless vengeance upon me be complete, unless he ruin my soul too? Excuse me, Sir, for this vehemence: but indeed it greatly imports me to know that I shall be no more disturbed by him. And yet, with all this aversion, I would sooner give way to his visit, though I were to expire the moment I saw him, than to be the cause of any fatal misunderstanding between you and him. I assured her that I would make such a representation of the matter to you, and of the state of her health, that I would undertake to answer for you, that you would not attempt to come near her. And for this reason, Lovelace, do I lay the whole matter before you, and desire you will authorize me, as soon as this and mine of Saturday last come to your hands, to dissipate her fears. This gave her a little satisfaction. And then she said that I had not told her that I could promise for you. She was determined, ill as she is, to remove somewhere out of my knowledge as well as out of yours. And yet to have been obliged to leave people I am but just got acquainted with, said the poor lady, and to have died among perfect strangers, would have completed my hardships. This conversation, I found, as well from the length as the nature of it, had fatigued her; and seeing her change colour once or twice, I made that my excuse, and took leave of her, desiring her permission, however, to attend her in the evening, and as often as possible. For I could not help telling her that every time I saw her, I more and more considered her as a beatified spirit, and as one sent from heaven to draw me after her out of the miry gulf in which I had been so long immersed. And laugh at me if thou wilt, but it is true that, every time I approach her, I cannot but look upon her as one just entering into a companionship with saints and angels. This thought so wholly possessed me, that I could not help begging, as I went away, her prayers and her blessing, with the reverence due to an angel. In the evening she was so low and weak, that I took my leave of her in less than a quarter of an hour. I went directly home; where, to the pleasure and wonder of my cousin and her family, I now pass many honest evenings, which they impute to your being out of town. I shall dispatch my packet to morrow morning early by my own servant, to make thee amends for the suspense I must have kept thee in. Thou'lt thank me for that, I hope; but wilt not, I am sure, for sending thy servant back without a letter. I long for the particulars of the conversation between you and Mr. Morden. The lady, as I have hinted, is full of apprehensions about it. Send me back this packet when perused, for I have not had either time or patience to take a copy of it. And I beseech you enable me to make good my engagements to the poor lady, that you will not invade her again. End of Letter XXXVII. Letter XXXVIII of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 38. Mr. Belford to Robert Lovelace, Esq. Wednesday, August 30th. I have a conversation to give you that passed between this admirable lady and Dr. H., which will furnish a new instance of the calmness and serenity with which she can talk of death, and prepare for it, as if it were an occurrence as familiar to her as dressing and undressing. As soon as I had dispatched my servant to you with my letters of the 26th, 28th, and yesterday the 29th, I went to pay my duty to her, and had the pleasure to find her, after a tolerable night, pretty lively and cheerful. She was but just returned from her usual devotions, and Dr. H. alighted as she entered the door. After inquiring how she did, and hearing her complaints of shortness of breath, which she attributed to inward decay, precipitated by her late harasses, as well from her friends as from you, he was for advising her to go into the air. What will that do for me? Said she. Tell me truly, good Sir, with a cheerful aspect. You know you cannot disturb me by it. Whether now you do not put on the true physician, and despairing that any thing in medicine will help me, advise me to the air as a last resource. Can you think the air will avail in such a malady as mine? He was silent. I ask, said she, because my friends, who will possibly some time hence inquire after the means I use for my recovery, may be satisfied that I omitted nothing which so worthy and skilful a physician prescribed. The air, madam, may possibly help the difficulty of breathing which has so lately attacked you. But, Sir, you see how weak I am. You must see that I have been consuming from day to day. And now, if I can judge by what I feel in myself, putting her hand to her heart, I cannot continue long. If the air would very probably add to my days, though I am far from being desirous to have them lengthened, I would go into it, and the rather as I know Mrs. Lovick would kindly accompany me. But if I were to be at the trouble of removing into new lodgings, a trouble which I think now would be too much for me, and this only to die in the country, I had rather the scene were to shut up here.
For here have I meditated the spot, and the manner, and every thing, as well of the minutest as of the highest consequence, that can attend the solemn moments. So, Doctor, tell me truly, may I stay here, and be clear of any imputations of curtailing, through wilfulness or impatiency, or through resentments which I hope I am got above, a life that might otherwise be prolonged? Tell me, Sir. You are not talking to a coward in this respect. Indeed, you are not. Unaffectedly smiling. The doctor, turning to me, was at a loss what to say, lifting up his eyes only in admiration of her. Never had any patient, said she, a more indulgent and more humane physician. But since you are loath to answer my question directly, I will put it in other words. You don't enjoin me to go into the air, Doctor, do you? I do not, Madam. Nor do I now visit you as a physician, but as a person whose conversation I admire, and whose sufferings I condole. And to explain myself more directly, as to the occasion of this day's visit in particular, I must tell you, Madam, that understanding how much you suffer by the displeasure of your friends, and having no doubt but that, if they knew the way you are in, they would alter their conduct to you, and believing it must cut them to the heart when too late they shall be informed of every thing, I have resolved to apprize them by letter, stranger as I am to their persons, how necessary it is for some of them to attend you very speedily. For their sakes, Madam, let me press for your approbation of this measure. She paused, and at last said, This is kind, very kind in you, Sir. But I hope that you do not think me so perverse and so obstinate as to have left till now any means unassayed, which I thought likely to move my friends in my favour. But now, Doctor, said she, I should be too much disturbed at their grief, if they were any of them to come or to send to me, and perhaps if I found they still loved me, wished to live, and so should quit unwillingly that life which I am now really fond of quitting, and hope to quit as becomes a person who has had such a weaning time as I have been favoured with. I hope, Madam, said I, we are not so near as you apprehend to that deplorable catastrophe you hint at with such an amazing presence of mind. And therefore I presume to second the doctor's motion, if it were only for the sake of your father and mother, that they may have the satisfaction, if they must lose you, to think they were first reconciled to you. It is very kindly, very humanely considered, said she. But if you think me not so very near my last hour, let me desire this may be postponed till I see what effect my cousin Morden's mediation may have. Perhaps he may vouchsafe to make me a visit yet, after his intended interview with Mr. Lovelace is over, of which who knows, Mr. Belford, but your next letters may give an account. I hope it will not be a fatal one to any body. Will you promise me, Doctor, to forbear writing for 2 days only, and I will communicate to you any thing that occurs in that time, and then you shall take your own way. Mean time, I repeat my thanks for your goodness to me. Nay, dear Doctor, hurry not away from me so precipitately, for he was going for fear of an offered fee. I will no more affront you with tenders that have pained you for some time past. And since I must now, from this kindly offered favour, look upon you only as a friend, I will assure you henceforth that I will give you no more uneasiness on that head. And now, Sir, I know I shall have the pleasure of seeing you oftener than heretofore. The worthy gentleman was pleased with this assurance, telling her that he had always come to see her with great pleasure, but parted with her, on the account she hinted at, with as much pain, and that he should not have forborne to double his visits, could he have had this kind assurance as early as he wished for it. There are few instances of like disinterestedness, I doubt, in this tribe. Till now I always held it for gospel, that friendship and physician were incompatible things, and little imagined that a man of medicine, when he had given over his patient to death, would think of any visits but those of ceremony, that he might stand well with the family, against it came to their turns to go through his turnpike. After the doctor was gone, she fell into a very serious discourse of the vanity of life, and the wisdom of preparing for death, while health and strength remained, and before the infirmities of body impaired the faculties of the mind, and disabled them from acting with the necessary efficacy and clearness. The whole calculated for every one's meridian, but particularly, as it was easy to observe, for thine and mine. She was very curious to know further particulars of the behaviour of poor Belton in his last moments. You must not wonder at my inquiries, Mr. Belford, said she. For who is it that is to undertake a journey into a country they never travelled to before, that inquires not into the difficulties of the road, and what accommodations are to be expected in the way? I gave her a brief account of the poor man's terrors and unwillingness to die, and when I had done, Thus, Mr. Belford, said she, must it always be with poor souls who have never thought of their long voyage till the moment they are to embark for it. She made other such observations upon this subject as, coming from the mouth of a person who will so soon be a companion for angels, I shall never forget. And indeed, when I went home, that I might engraft them the better on my memory, I entered them down in writing. But I will not let you see them, until you are in a frame more proper to benefit by them than you are likely to be in one while. Thus far had I written, when the unexpected early return of my servant with your packet, yours and he meeting at Slough and exchanging letters, obliged me to leave off to give its contents a reading.
Here therefore I close this letter. End of Letter 38. Letter 39 of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Volume 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 39. Mr. Lovelace to John Belford, Esq. Tuesday morning, August 29th. Now, Jack, will I give thee an account of what passed on occasion of the visit made us by Colonel Morden. He came on horseback, attended by one servant, and Lord M. received him as a relation of Miss Harlowe's with the highest marks of civility and respect. After some general talk of the times and of the weather, and such nonsense as Englishmen generally make their introductory topics to conversation, the Colonel addressed himself to Lord M. and to me as follows. I need not, my Lord, and Mr. Lovelace, as you know the relation I bear to the Harlowe family, make any apology for entering upon a subject which, on account of that relation, you must think is the principal reason of the honour I have done myself in this visit. Miss Harlowe, Miss Clarissa Harlowe's affair, said Lord M. with his usual forward bluntness. That, sir, is what you mean. She is by all accounts the most excellent woman in the world. I am glad to hear that is your Lordship's opinion of her. It is every one's. It is not only my opinion, Colonel Morden, proceeded the prating peer, but it is the opinion of all my family, of my sisters, of my nieces, and of Mr. Lovelace himself. Colonel. Would to Heaven it had been always Mr. Lovelace's opinion of her. Lovelace. You have been out of England, Colonel, a good many years. Perhaps you are not yet fully apprized of all the particulars of this case. Colonel. I have been out of England, sir, about 7 years. My cousin was then about 12 years of age. But never was there at 20 so discreet, so prudent, and so excellent a creature. All that knew her, or saw her, admired her. Mind and person, never did I see such promises of perfection in any young lady; and I am told, nor is it to be wondered at, that, as she advanced to maturity, she more than justified and made good those promises. Then as to fortune, what her father, what her uncles, and what I myself intended to do for her, besides what her grandfather had done, there is not a finer fortune in the country. Lovelace. All this, Colonel, and more than this, is Miss Clarissa Harlowe; and had it not been for the implacableness and violence of her family, all resolved to push her upon a match as unworthy of her as hateful to her, she had still been happy. Colonel. I own, Mr. Lovelace, the truth of what you observed just now, that I am not thoroughly acquainted with all that has passed between you and my cousin. But permit me to say, that when I first heard that you made your addresses to her, I knew but of one objection against you; that, indeed, a very great one; and upon a letter sent me, I gave her my free opinion upon that subject. But had it not been for that, I own that in my private mind there could not have been a more suitable match. For you are a gallant gentleman, graceful in your person, easy and genteel in your deportment, and in your family, fortunes, and expectations, happy as a man can wish to be. Then the knowledge I had of you in Italy, although, give me leave to say, your conduct there was not wholly unexceptionable, convinces me that you are brave, and few gentlemen come up to you in wit and vivacity. Your education has given you great advantages, your manners are engaging, and you have travelled. And I know, if you'll excuse me, you make better observations than you are governed by. All these qualifications make it not at all surprising that a young lady should love you, and that this love, joined to that indiscreet warmth wherewith my cousin's friends would have forced her inclinations in favour of men who are far your inferiors in the qualities I have named, should throw herself upon your protection. But then, if there were these two strong motives, the one to induce, the other to impel her, let me ask you, sir, if she were not doubly entitled to generous usage from a man whom she chose for her protector, and whom, let me take the liberty to say, she could so amply reward for the protection he was to afford her? Lovelace. Miss Clarissa Harlowe was entitled, sir, to have the best usage that man could give her. I have no scruple to own it. I will always do her the justice she so well deserves. I know what will be your inference, and have only to say, that time past cannot be recalled. Perhaps I wish it could. The Colonel then, in a very manly strain, set forth the wickedness of attempting a woman of virtue and character. He said that men had generally too many advantages from the weakness, credulity, and inexperience of the fair sex; that their early learning, which chiefly consisted in inflaming novels, and idle and improbable romances, contributed to enervate and weaken their minds; that his cousin, however, he was sure, was above the reach of common seduction, and not to be influenced to the rashness her parents accused her of by weaker motives than their violence, and the most solemn promises on my part; but nevertheless, having those motives, and her prudence, eminent as it was, being rather the effect of constitution than experience, A fine advantage, however, he said, to ground an unblameable future life upon. She might not be apprehensive of bad designs in a man she loved. It was therefore a very heinous thing to abuse the confidence of such a woman. He was going on in this trite manner, when, interrupting him, I said, These general observations, Colonel, suit not perhaps this particular case. But you yourself are a man of gallantry, and possibly, were you to be put to the question, might not be able to vindicate every action of your life any more than I. Colonel. You are welcome, Sir, to put what questions you please to me, and I thank God I can both own and be ashamed of my errors. Lord M. looked at me. But as the Colonel did not by his manner seem to intend a reflection, I had no occasion to take it for one, especially as I can as readily own my errors as he or any man can his, whether ashamed of them or not. He proceeded. As you seem to call upon me, Mr. Lovelace, I will tell you, without boasting of it, what has been my general practice till lately, that I hope I have reformed it a good deal. I have taken liberties which the laws of morality will by no means justify, and once I should have thought myself warranted to cut the throat of any young fellow who should make as free with a sister of mine, as I have made with the sisters and daughters of others. But then I took care never to promise any thing I intended not to perform. A modest ear should as soon have heard downright obscenity from my lips as a matrimony, if I had not intended it. Young ladies are generally ready enough to believe we mean honourably, if they love us, and it would look like a strange affront to their virtue and charms, that it should be supposed needful to put the question whether in your address you mean a wife. But when once a man make a promise, I think it ought to be performed, and a woman is well warranted to appeal to every one against the perfidy of a deceiver, and is always sure to have the world on her side. Now, Sir, continued he, I believe you have so much honour as to own, that you could not have made way to so eminent a virtue, without promising marriage, and that very explicitly and solemnly. I know very well, Colonel, interrupted I, all you would say. You will excuse me, I am sure, that I break in upon you, when you find it is to answer the end you drive at. I own to you, then, that I have acted very unworthily by Miss Clarissa Harlowe, and I'll tell you further, that I heartily repent of my ingratitude and baseness to her. Nay, I will say still further, that I am so grossly culpable as to her, that even to plead that the abuses and affronts I daily received from her implacable relations were in any manner a provocation to me to act vilely by her, would be a mean and low attempt to excuse myself. So low and so mean, that it would doubly condemn me. And if you can say worse, speak it. He looked upon Lord M. and then upon me 2 or 3 times. And my Lord said, My kinsman speaks what he thinks. I'll answer for him. Lovel. I do, Sir. And what can I say more? And what further, in your opinion, can be done? Col. Done, Sir? Why, Sir, in a haughty tone he spoke, I need not tell you that reparation follows repentance, and I hope you make no scruple of justifying your sincerity as to the one or the other. I hesitated, for I relished not the manner of his speech and his haughty accent, as undetermined whether to take proper notice of it or not. Col. Let me put this question to you, Mr. Lovelace. Is it true, as I have heard it is, that you would marry my cousin, if she would have you? What say you, Sir? This wound me up a peg higher. Lovel. Some questions, as they may be put, imply commands, Colonel. I would be glad to know how I am to take yours, and what is to be the end of your interrogatories. Col. My questions are not meant by me as commands, Mr. Lovelace. The end is to prevail upon a gentleman to act like a gentleman and a man of honour. Lovelace, briskly. And by what argument, Sir, do you propose to prevail upon me? Col. By what argument, Sir, prevail upon a gentleman to act like a gentleman? I am surprised at that question from Mr. Lovelace. Lovel. Why so, Sir? Col. Why so, Sir? Angrily. Let me... Lovel. Interrupting. I don't choose, Colonel, to be repeated upon in that accent. Lord M. Come, come, gentlemen, I beg of you to be willing to understand one another. You young gentlemen are so warm. Col. Not I, my lord. I am neither very young, nor unduly warm. Your nephew, my lord, can make me be every thing he would have me to be. Lovel. And that shall be whatever you please to be, Colonel. Col. Fiercely. The choice be yours, Mr. Lovelace, friend or foe, as you do or are willing to do justice to one of the finest women in the world. Lord M. I guessed from both your characters what would be the case when you met. Let me interpose, gentlemen, and beg you but to understand one another. You both shoot at one mark, and if you are patient, will both hit it. Let me beg of you, Colonel, to give no challenges. Col. Challenges, my lord? There are things I ever was readier to accept than to offer. But does your lordship think that a man so nearly related as I have the honour to be to the most accomplished woman on earth... Lord M. Interrupting. We all allow the excellencies of the lady, and we shall all take it as the greatest honour to be allied to her that can be conferred upon us. Col. So you ought, my lord. A perfect charmant, thought I. See Otway's Orphan. Lord M. So we ought, Colonel, and so we do, and pray let every one do as he ought, and no more than he ought, and you, Colonel, let me tell you, will not be so hasty. Lovel. Coolly. Come, come, Colonel Morden, don't let this dispute, whatever you intend to make of it, go further than with you and me. You deliver yourself in very high terms, higher than ever I was talked to in my life. But here, beneath this roof, 'twould be inexcusable for me to take that notice of it which, perhaps, it would become me to take elsewhere. Colonel. That is spoken as I wish the man to speak whom I should be pleased to call my friend, if all his actions were of a piece, and as I would have the man speak whom I would think it worth my while to call my foe. I love a man of spirit, as I love my soul. But, Mr. Lovelace, as my Lord thinks we aim at one mark, let me say, that were we permitted to be alone for 6 minutes, I dare say, we should soon understand one another perfectly well. And he moved to the door. Lovelace. I am entirely of your opinion, Sir, and will attend you. My Lord rung, and stepped between us. Colonel, return, I beseech you, return, said he, for he had stepped out of the room while my Lord held me. Nephew, you shall not go out. The bell in my Lord's raised voice brought in Mowbray and Clements, my Lord's gentlemen, the former in his careless way, with his hands behind him. What's the matter, Bobby? What's the matter, my Lord? Only, stammered the agitated peer. These young gentlemen are young gentlemen, that's all. Pray, Colonel Morden, who again entered the room with a sedater aspect, let this cause have a fair trial, I beseech you. Colonel. With all my heart, my Lord. Mowbray whispered me. What's the cause, Bobby? Shall I take the gentleman to task for thee, my boy? Not for the world, whispered I. The Colonel is a gentleman, and I desire you'll not say one word. Well, 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 Bobby, I have done. I can turn thee loose to the best man upon God's earth, that's all, Bobby, strutting off to the other end of the room. Colonel. I am sorry, my Lord, I should give your Lordship the least uneasiness. I came not with such a design. Lord M. Indeed, Colonel, I thought you did, by your taking fire so quickly. I am glad to hear you say you did not. How soon a little spark kindles into a flame, especially when it meets with such combustible spirits. Colonel. If I had had the least thought of proceeding to extremities, I am sure Mr. Lovelace would have given me the honour of a meeting where I should have been less an intruder. But I came with an amicable intention, to reconcile differences rather than to widen them. Lovelace. Well then, Colonel Morden, let us enter upon the subject in your own way. I don't know the man I should sooner choose to be upon terms with than one whom Miss Clarissa Harlowe so much respects, but I cannot bear to be treated either in word or accent in a menacing way. Lord M. Well, 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 gentlemen, this is somewhat like. Angry men make to themselves beds of nettles, and, when they lie down in them, are uneasy with every body. But I hope you are friends. Let me hear you say you are. I am persuaded, Colonel, that you don't know all this unhappy story. You don't know how desirous my kinsman is, as well as all of us, to have this matter end happily. You don't know, do you, Colonel, that Mr. Lovelace, at all our requests, is disposed to marry the lady? Colonel. At all your requests, my Lord? I should have hoped that Mr. Lovelace was disposed to do justice for the sake of justice, and when at the same time the doing of justice was doing himself the highest honour. Mowbray lifted up his before half-closed eyes to the Colonel, and glanced them upon me. Lovelace. This is in very high language, Colonel. Mowbray. By my soul, I thought so. Colonel. High language, Mr. Lovelace? Is it not just language? Lovelace. It is, Colonel. And I think the man that does honour to Miss Clarissa Harlowe does me honour. But nevertheless there is a manner in speaking that may be liable to exception, where the words, without that manner, can bear none. Colonel. Your observation in the general is undoubtedly just. But if you have the value for my cousin that you say you have, you must needs think. Lovelace. You must allow me, Sir, to interrupt you. If I have the value I say I have, I hope, Sir, when I say I have that value, there is no room for that if, pronounced as you pronounced it, with an emphasis. Colonel. You have broken in upon me twice, Mr. Lovelace. I am as little accustomed to be broken in upon, as you are to be repeated upon. Lord M. 2 barrels of gunpowder, by my conscience! What a devil will it signify talking, if thus you are to blow one another up at every word? Lovelace. No man of honour, my Lord, will be easy to have his veracity called into question, though but by implication. Colonel. Had you heard me out, Mr. Lovelace, you would have found that my if was rather an if of inference than of doubt. But 'tis really a strange liberty gentlemen of free principles take, who at the same time that they would resent unto death the imputation of being capable of telling an untruth to a man, will not scruple to break through the most solemn oaths and promises to a woman. I must assure you, Mr. Lovelace, that I always made a conscience of my vows and promises. Lovelace. You did right, Colonel. But let me tell you, Sir, that you know not the man you talk to, if you imagine he is not able to rise to a proper resentment, when he sees his generous confessions taken for a mark of base-spiritedness. Colonel. Warmly, and with a sneer. Far be it from me, Mr. Lovelace, to impute to you the baseness of spirit you speak of. For what would that be but to imagine that a man, who has done a very flagrant injury, is not ready to show his bravery in defending it? Mowbray. This is damned severe, Colonel. It is, by Jove. I could not take so much at the hands of any man breathing as Mr. Lovelace before this took at yours.
Col. Who are you, Sir? What pretence have you to interpose in a cause where there is an acknowledged guilt on one side, and the honour of a considerable family wounded in the tenderest part by that guilt on the other? Mowbray (whispering to the Colonel). My dear child, you will oblige me highly if you will give me the opportunity of answering your question. And was going out. The Colonel was held in by my Lord, and I brought in Mowbray. Col. Pray, my good Lord, let me attend this officious gentleman. I beseech you, do. I will wait upon your Lordship in 3 minutes, depend upon it. Lovelace. Mowbray, is this acting like a friend by me, to suppose me incapable of answering for myself? And shall a man of honour and bravery, as I know Colonel Morden to be, rash as perhaps in this visit he has shown himself, have it to say that he comes to my Lord M.'s house in a manner naked as to attendants and friends, and shall not for that reason be rather borne with than insulted? This moment, my dear Mowbray, leave us. You have really no concern in this business, and if you are my friend, I desire you'll ask the Colonel pardon for interfering in it in the manner you have done. Mowbray. Well, well, Bob. Thou shalt be arbiter in this matter. I know I have no business in it. And, Colonel, holding out his hand, I leave you to one who knows how to defend his own cause as well as any man in England. Colonel, taking Mowbray's hand at Lord M.'s request. You need not tell me that, Mr. Mowbray. I have no doubt of Mr. Lovelace's ability to defend his own cause, were it a cause to be defended. And let me tell you, Mr. Lovelace, that I am astonished to think that a brave man, and a generous man, as you have appeared to be in 2 or 3 instances that you have given in the little knowledge I have of you, should be capable of acting as you have done by the most excellent of her sex. Lord M. Well, but, gentlemen, now Mr. Mowbray is gone, and you have both shown instances of courage and generosity to boot, let me desire you to lay your heads together amicably, and think whether there be any thing to be done, to make all end happily for the lady. Lovelace. But hold, my Lord, let me say one thing, now Mowbray is gone, and that is, that I think a gentleman ought not to put up tamely 1 or 2 severe things that the Colonel has said. Lord M. What the devil canst thou mean? I thought all had been over. Why, thou hast nothing to do but to confirm to the Colonel that thou art willing to marry Miss Harlowe, if she will have thee. Colonel. Mr. Lovelace will not scruple to say that, I suppose, notwithstanding all that has passed. But if you think, Mr. Lovelace, I have said any thing I should not have said, I suppose it is this, that a man who has shown so little of the thing honour to a defenceless, unprotected woman, ought not to stand so nicely upon the empty name of it, with a man who is expostulating with him upon it. I am sorry to have cause to say this, Mr. Lovelace, but I would on the same occasion repeat it to a king upon his throne, and surrounded by all his guards. Lord M. But what is all this but more sacks upon the mill, more coals upon the fire? You have a mind to quarrel, both of you, I see that. Are you not willing, nephew, are you not most willing to marry this lady, if she can be prevailed upon to have you? Lovelace. Damn me, my lord, if I'd marry my empress upon such treatment as this. Lord M. Why now, Bob? Thou art more choleric than the Colonel. It was his turn just now. And now, you see, he is cool. You are all gunpowder. Lovelace. I own the Colonel has many advantages over me, but perhaps there is one advantage he has not, if it were put to trial. Colonel. I came not hither, as I said before, to seek the occasion, but if it were offered me, I won't refuse it. And since we find we disturb my good Lord M., I'll take my leave, and will go home by the way of St. Albans. Lovelace. I'll see you part of the way with all my heart, Colonel. Colonel. I accept your civility very cheerfully, Mr. Lovelace. Lord M. interposing again, as we are both for going out. And what will this do, gentlemen? Suppose you kill one another. Will the matter be bettered or worsted by that? Will the lady be made happier or unhappier, do you think, by either or both of your deaths? Your characters are too well known to make fresh instances of the courage of either needful, and I think, if the honour of the lady is your view, Colonel, it can be no other way so effectually promoted as by marriage. And, sir, if you would use your interest with her, it is very probable that you may succeed, though nobody else can. Lovelace. I think, my Lord, I have said all that a man can say, since what is past cannot be recalled, and you see Colonel Morden rises in proportion to my coolness, till it is necessary for me to assert myself, or even he would despise me. Lord M. Let me ask you, Colonel, have you any way, any method that you think reasonable and honourable to propose, to bring about a reconciliation with the lady? This is what we all wish for, and I can tell you, sir, it is not a little owing to her family, and to their implacable usage of her, that her resentments are heightened against my kinsman, who, however, has used her vilely, but is willing to repair her wrongs. Lovelace. Not, my Lord, for the sake of her family, nor for this gentleman's haughty behaviour, but for her own sake, and in full sense of the wrongs I have done her. Colonel. As to my haughty behaviour, as you call it, sir, I am mistaken if you would not have gone beyond it in the like case of a relation so meritorious and so unworthily injured. And, sir, let me tell you, that if your motives are not love, honour, and justice, and if they have the least tincture of mean compassion for her, or of an uncheerful assent on your part, I am sure it will neither be desired or accepted by a person of my cousin's merit and sense, nor shall I wish that it should. Lovelace. Don't think, Colonel, that I am meanly compounding off a debate, that I should as willingly go through with you as to eat or drink, if I have the occasion given me for it. But thus much I will tell you, that my Lord, that Lady Sarah Sadleir, Lady Betty Lawrance, my two cousins Montague, and myself, have written to her in the most solemn and sincere manner, to offer her such terms as no one but herself would refuse, and this long enough before Colonel Morden's arrival was dreamt of. Col. What reason, Sir, may I ask, does she give, against listening to so powerful a mediation, and to such offers? Lovel. It looks like capitulating, or else... Col. It looks not like any such thing to me, Mr. Lovelace, who have as good an opinion of your spirit as man can have. And what, pray, is the part I act, and my motives for it? Are they not, in desiring that justice may be done to my cousin Clarissa Harlowe, that I seek to establish the honour of Mrs. Lovelace, if matters can once be brought to bear? Lovelace. Were she to honour me with her acceptance of that name, Mr. Morden, I should not want you or any man to assert the honour of Mrs. Lovelace. Col. I believe it. But till she has honoured you with that acceptance, she is nearer to me than to you, Mr. Lovelace: and I speak this only to show you that, in the part I take, I mean rather to deserve your thanks than your displeasure, though against yourself, were there occasion. Nor ought you to take it amiss, if you rightly weigh the matter. For, Sir, whom does the lady want protection against but her injurers? And who has been her greatest injurer? Till, therefore, she becomes entitled to your protection as your wife, you yourself cannot refuse me some merit in wishing to have justice done my cousin. But, Sir, you were going to say, that if it were not to look like capitulating, you would hint the reasons my cousin gives against accepting such an honourable mediation. I then told him of my sincere offers of marriage. I made no difficulty, I said, to own my apprehensions, that my unhappy behaviour to her had greatly affected her, but that it was the implacableness of her friends that had thrown her into despair, and given her a contempt for life. I told him, that she had been so good as to send me a letter to divert me from a visit my heart was set upon making her, a letter on which I built great hopes, because she assured me that in it she was going to her father's, and that I might see her there, when she was received, if it were not my own fault. Col. Is it possible? And were you, Sir, thus earnest? And did she send you such a letter? Lord M. confirmed both, and also that in obedience to her desires, and that intimation, I had come down without the satisfaction I had proposed to myself in seeing her. It is very true, Colonel, said I, and I should have told you this before, but your heat made me decline it; for, as I said, it had an appearance of meanly capitulating with you, an abjectness of heart of which, had I been capable, I should have despised myself as much as I might have expected you would despise me. Lord M. proposed to enter into the proof of all this. He said, in his phraseological way, that one story was good till another was heard, and that the Harlowe family and I, it was true, had behaved like so many Orsons to one another, and that they had been very free with all our family besides. That, nevertheless, for the lady's sake, more than for theirs, or even for mine, he could tell me, he would do greater things for me than they could ask, if she could be brought to have me; and that this he wanted to declare, and would sooner have declared, if he could have brought us sooner to patience and a good understanding. The Colonel made excuses for his warmth, on the score of his affection to his cousin. My regard for her made me readily admit them, and so a fresh bottle of Burgundy, and another of champagne, being put upon the table, we sat down in good humour, after all this blustering, in order to enter closer into the particulars of the case, which I undertook at both their desires to do. But these things must be the subject of another letter, which shall immediately follow this, if it do not accompany it. Meantime you will observe that a bad cause gives a man great disadvantages. For I myself think that the interrogatories put to me with so much spirit by the Colonel made me look cursedly mean, at the same time that it gave him a superiority which I know not how to allow to the best man in Europe. So that, literally speaking, as a good man would infer, guilt is its own punisher, in that it makes the most lofty spirit look like the miscreant he is. A good man, I say. So, Jack, proleptically I add, thou hast no right to make the observation. End of Letter XXXIX. Letter XL. Of Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, or the History of a Young Lady, Vol. 8, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. Mr. Lovelace. Tuesday afternoon, August 29th. I went back, in this part of our conversation, to the day that I was obliged to come down to attend my Lord in the dangerous illness, which some feared would have been his last. I told the Colonel what earnest letters I had written to a particular friend, to engage him to prevail upon the lady not to slip a day that had been proposed for the private celebration of our nuptials, and of my letters written to her on that subject; for I had stepped to my closet, and fetched down all the letters and drafts and copies of letters relating to this affair. I read to him several passages in the copies of those letters, which, thou wilt remember, make not a little to my honour; and I told him that I wished I had kept copies of those to my friend on the same occasion, by which he would have seen how much in earnest I was in my professions to her, although she would not answer one of them, And thou mayest remember, that one of those 4 letters accounted to herself why I was desirous she should remain where I had left her. I then proceeded to give him an account of the visit made by Lady Sarah and Lady Betty to Lord M. and me, in order to induce me to do her justice; of my readiness to comply with their desires; and of their high opinion of her merit; of the visit made to Miss Howe by my cousins Montague, in the name of us all, to engage her interest with her friend in my behalf; of my conversation with Miss Howe at a private assembly, to whom I gave the same assurances, and besought her interest with her friend. I then read a copy of the letter, though so much to my disadvantage, which was written to her by Miss Charlotte Montague, August 1st, entreating her alliance in the names of all our family. This made him ready to think that his fair cousin carried her resentment against me too far. He did not imagine, he said, that either myself or our family had been so much in earnest. So thou seest, Belford, that it is but glossing over one part of a story, and omitting another, that will make a bad cause a good one at any time. What an admirable lawyer should I have made! And what a poor hand would this charming creature, with all her innocence, have made of it, in a court of justice, against a man who had so much to say and to show for himself! I then hinted at the generous annual tender which Lord M. and his sisters made to his fair cousin, in apprehension that she might suffer by her friend's implacableness; and this also the Colonel highly applauded, and was pleased to lament the unhappy misunderstanding between the 2 families, which had made the Harlowes less fond of an alliance with a family of so much honour as this instance showed ours to be. I then told him, that having by my friend, meaning thee, who was admitted into her presence, and who had always been an admirer of her virtues, and had given me such advice from time to time in relation to her as I wished I had followed, been assured that a visit from me would be very disagreeable to her, I once more resolved to try what a letter would do, and that accordingly on the 7th of August I wrote her one. This, Colonel, is the copy of it. I was then out of humour with my Lord M. and the ladies of my family. You will therefore read it to yourself. This letter gave him high satisfaction. You write here, Mr. Lovelace, from your heart. 'Tis a letter full of penitence and acknowledgement. Your request is reasonable. To be forgiven only as you shall appear to deserve it after a time of probation, which you leave her to fix. Pray, Sir, did she return an answer to this letter? She did, but with reluctance, I own, and not till I had declared by my friend that, if I could not procure one, I would go up to town and throw myself at her feet. I wish I might be permitted to see it, Sir, or to hear such parts of it read as you shall think proper. Turning over my papers, here it is, Sir. I will make no scruple to put it into your hands. This is very obliging, Mr. Lovelace. He read it. My charming cousin! How strong her resentments! Yet how charitable her wishes! Good Heaven, that such an excellent creature! But, Mr. Lovelace, it is to your regret, as much as to mine, I doubt not. Interrupting him, I swore that it was. So it ought, said he. Nor do I wonder that it should be so. I shall tell you by and by, proceeded he, how much she suffers with her friends by false and villanous reports. But, Sir, will you permit me to take with me these 2 letters? I shall make use of them to the advantage of you both. I told him I would oblige him with all my heart. And this he took very kindly, as he had reason, and put them in his pocket book, promising to return them in a few days. I then told him, that upon this her refusal, I took upon myself to go to town, in hopes to move her in my favour; and that, though I went without giving her notice of my intention, yet had she got some notion of my coming, and so contrived to be out of the way. And at last, when she found I was fully determined at all events to see her before I went abroad, which I shall do, said I, if I cannot prevail upon her, she sent me the letter I have already mentioned to you, desiring me to suspend my purposed visit; and that for a reason which amazes and confounds me, because I don't find there is any thing in it. And yet I never knew her once dispense with her word; for she always made it a maxim, that it was not lawful to do evil, that good might come of it. And yet in this letter, for no reason in the world but to avoid seeing me, to gratify and humour only, has she sent me out of town, depending upon the assurance she had given me. Col. This is indeed surprising. But I cannot believe that my cousin, for such an end only, or indeed for any end, according to the character I hear of her, should stoop to make use of such an artifice. Lovelace. This, Colonel, is the thing that astonishes me: and yet, see here, this is the letter she wrote me. Nay, Sir, 'tis her own hand. I see it is, and a charming hand it is. You observe, Colonel, that all her hopes of reconciliation with her parents are from you. You are her dear blessed friend. She always talked of you with delight. Would to Heaven I had come to England before she left Harlowe place! Nothing of this had then happened. Not a man of those whom I have heard that her friends proposed for her should have had her. Nor you, Mr. Lovelace, unless I had found you to be the man every one who sees you must wish you to be. And if you had been that man, no one living should I have preferred to you for such an excellence. My Lord and I both joined in the wish, and faith I wished it most cordially. The Colonel read the letter twice over, and then returned it to me. 'Tis all a mystery, said he. I can make nothing of it. For, alas, her friends are as averse to a reconciliation as ever. Lord M. I could not have thought it. But don't you think there is something very favourable to my nephew in this letter? Something that looks as if the lady would comply at last? Col. Let me die if I know what to make of it. This letter is very different from her preceding one. You returned an answer to it, Mr. Lovelace? Lovelace. An answer, Colonel, no doubt of it, and an answer full of transport. I told her I would directly set out for Lord M.'s in obedience to her will. I told her that I would consent to any thing she should command, in order to promote this happy reconciliation. I told her that it should be my hourly study to the end of my life to deserve a goodness so transcendent. But I cannot forbear saying that I am not a little shocked and surprised, if nothing more be meant by it than to get me into the country without seeing her. Col. That can't be the thing, depend upon it, Sir. There must be more in it than that. For were that all, she must think you would soon be undeceived, and that you would then most probably resume your intention; unless, indeed, she depended upon seeing me in the interim, as she knew I was arrived. But I own I know not what to make of it; only that she does me a great deal of honour, if it be me that she calls her dear blessed friend, whom she always loved and honoured. Indeed, I ever loved her, and if I die unmarried and without children, shall be as kind to her as her grandfather was, and the rather as I fear there is too much of envy and self-love in the resentments her brother and sister endeavour to keep up in her father and mother against her. But I shall know better how to judge of this when my cousin James comes from Edinburgh, and he is every hour expected. But let me ask you, Mr. Lovelace, what is the name of your friend who is admitted so easily into my cousin's presence? Is it not Belford, pray? Lovelace. It is, Sir, and Mr. Belford's a man of honour, and a great admirer of your fair cousin. Was I right as to the first, Jack? The last I have such strong proof of, that it makes me question the first, since she would not have been out of the way of my intended visit but for thee. Col. Are you sure, Sir, that Mr. Belford is a man of honour? Lovelace. I can swear for him, Colonel. What makes you put this question? Col. Only this, that an officious pragmatical novice has been sent up to inquire into my cousin's life and conversation; and would you believe it, the frequent visits of this gentleman have been interpreted basely to her disreputation. Read that letter, Mr. Lovelace, and you will be shocked at every part of it. This cursed letter, no doubt, is from the young Levite, whom thou, Jack, describest as making inquiry of Mrs. Smith about Miss Harlowe's character and visitors. I believe I was a quarter of an hour in reading it, for I made it, though not a short one, 6 times as long as it is, by the additions of oaths and curses to every pedantic line. Lord M. too helped to lengthen it by the like execrations; and thou, Jack, wilt have as much reason to curse it as we. You cannot but see, said the Colonel, when I had done reading it, that this fellow has been officious in his malevolence; for what he says is mere hearsay, and that hearsay conjectural scandal without fact, or the appearance of fact, to support it; so that an unprejudiced eye, upon the face of the letter, would condemn the writer of it as I did, and acquit my cousin. But yet such is the spirit by which the rest of my relations are governed, that they run away with the belief of the worst it insinuates. And the dear creature has had shocking letters upon it. The pedant's hints are taken, and a voyage to one of the colonies has been proposed to her as the only way to avoid Mr. Belford and you. I have not seen these letters indeed, but they took a pride in repeating some of their contents, which must have cut the poor soul to the heart; and these, joined to her former sufferings, what have you not, Mr. Lovelace, to answer for? Lovelace. Who the devil could have expected such consequences as these? Who could have believed there could be parents so implacable, brother and sister so immovably fixed against the only means that could be taken to put all right with every body? And what now can be done? Lord M. I have great hopes that Colonel Morden may yet prevail upon his cousin; and by her last letter it runs in my mind that she has some thoughts of forgiving all that's past. Do you think, Colonel, if there should not be such a thing as a reconciliation going forward at present, that her letter may not imply that, if we could bring such a thing to bear with her friends, she would be reconciled with Mr. Lovelace? Colonel. Such an artifice would better become the Italian subtlety than the English simplicity. Your lordship has been in Italy, I presume? Lovelace. My lord has read Boccaccio, perhaps, and that's as well, as to the hint he gives, which may be borrowed from one of that author's stories. But Miss Clarissa Harlowe is above all artifice. She must have some meaning I cannot fathom. Col. Well, my lord, I can only say, that I will make some use of the letters Mr. Lovelace has obliged me with; and after I have had some talk with my cousin James, who is hourly expected, and when I have dispatched 2 or 3 affairs that press upon me, I will pay my respects to my dear cousin, and shall then be able to form a better judgment of things. Meantime I will write to her; for I have sent to inquire about her, and find she wants consolation. Lovelace. If you favour me, Colonel, with the damned letter of that fellow Brand for a day or 2, you will oblige me. Colonel. I will. But remember, the man is a parson, Mr. Lovelace; an innocent one too, they say, else I had been at him before now. And these college novices, who think they know every thing in their cloisters, and that all learning lies in books, make dismal figures when they come into the world among men and women. Lord M. Brand? Brand? It should have been Firebrand, I think, in my conscience. Thus ended this doughty conference. I cannot say, Jack, but I am greatly taken with Colonel Morden. He is brave and generous, and knows the world; and then his contempt of the parsons is a certain sign that he is one of us. We parted with great civility. Lord M., not a little pleased that we did, and as greatly taken with Colonel, repeated his wish, after the Colonel was gone, that he had arrived in time to save the lady, if that would have done it. I wish so too; for, by my soul, Jack, I am every day more and more uneasy about her. But I hope she is not so ill as I am told she is. I have made Charlotte transcribe the letter of this firebrand, as my lord calls him, and will enclose her copy of it. All thy phlegm, I know, will be roused into vengeance when thou readest it. I know not what to advise as to showing it to the lady. Yet perhaps she will be able to reap more satisfaction than concern from it, knowing her own innocence, in that it will give her to hope that her friends' treatment of her is owing as much to misrepresentation as to their own natural implacableness. Such a mind as hers, I know, would be glad to find out the shadow of a reason for the shocking letters the Colonel says they have sent her, and for their proposal to her of going to some one of the colonies. Confound them all! But, if I begin to curse, I shall never have done. Then it may put her upon such a defence as she might be glad of an opportunity to make, and to shame them for their monstrous credulity. But this I leave to thy own fat-headed prudence. Only it vexes me to the heart that even scandal and calumny should dare to surmise the bare possibility of any man sharing the favours of a woman, whom now methinks I could worship with a veneration due only to a divinity. Charlotte and her sister could not help weeping at the base aspersion. When, said Patty, lifting up her hands, will this sweet lady's sufferings be at an end? O cousin Lovelace! And thus am I blamed for every one's faults. When her brutal father curses her, it is I. I upbraid her with her severe mother. The implacableness of her stupid uncles is all mine. The virulence of her brother, and the spite of her sister, are entirely owing to me. The letter of this rascal Brand is of my writing. O Jack! What a wretch is thy Lovelace! Returned without a letter! This damned fellow Will is returned without a letter. Yet the rascal tells me that he hears you have been writing to me these 2 days. Plague confound thee, who must know my impatience and the reason for it. To send a man and horse on purpose, as I did, my imagination chained me to the belly of the beast in order to keep pace with him. Now he is got to this place, now to that, now to London, now to thee. Now a letter given him, whip and spur upon the return. This town just entered, not staying to bait. That village passed by, leaves the wind behind him, in a foaming sweat, man and horse. And in this way did he actually enter Lord M.'s court-yard. The reverberating pavement brought me down. The letter, Will! The letter, dog! The letter, sirrah! No letter, sir. Then wildly staring round me, fists clenched, and grinning like a maniac, confound thee for a dog, and him that sent thee without one. This moment out of my sight, or I'll scatter thy stupid brains through the air. I snatched from his holsters a pistol, while the rascal threw himself from the foaming beast, and ran to avoid the fate which I wished with all my soul thou hadst been within the reach of me to have met with. But, to be as meek as a lamb to one who has me at his mercy, and can wring and torture my soul as he pleases, what canst thou mean to send back my varlet without a letter? I will send away by day dawn another fellow upon another beast for what thou hast written, and I charge thee on their allegiance that thou dispatch him not back empty-handed. Postscript. Charlotte, in a whim of delicacy, is displeased that I send the enclosed letter to you, that her handwriting, forsooth, should go into the hands of a single man. There's encouragement for thee, Belford. This is a certain sign that thou mayest have her, if thou wilt. And yet, till she has given me this unerring demonstration of her glancing towards thee, I could not have thought it. Indeed, I have often in pleasantry told her that I would bring such an affair to bear. But I never intended it, because she really is a dainty girl, and thou art such a clumsy fellow in thy person, that I should as soon have wished her a rhinoceros for a husband as thee. But poor little dears, they must stay till their times come. They won't have this man, and they won't have that man, from 17 to 25, but then, afraid, as the saying is, that God has forgot them, and finding their bloom departing, they are glad of whom they can get, and verify the fable of the parson and the pears. End of Letter 40.